just for pocketing some loose change. The pickpocketing kid was caught by a guy who looked like a thug and hung upside down on a sword just as a warning. He was fierce like a demon god, with the looks of a grumpy, middle-aged man, but he was only 15 years old. Katsua. Wherever he goes, people panic and freeze, because in their eyes, his presence overwhelms other players. He looks like a dungeon boss, but little do they know, he's actually a subordinate of the guy in the bright green shirt, the dorky one walking next to him. Our main character was ranked 97th out of 300 million players in the cities. Labyrinth, during character creation, instead of hoarding power for himself like everyone else, Lee Ho-yun went against the grain. He poured it all into his subordinate to see if it would make everyone gasp in awe. He figured this time he'd dominate the entire server for sure. It was a sure thing, but instead, he ended up creating this mess. Just looking at it is terrifying. Seiya, though technically Ho-yun's subordinate, the system states that if the trust level drops too low, the underling will turn on his master. And so today, simply for following his orders to catch a pickpocket, he didn't hesitate to unleash this brutal torture. Faced with Katz's skeptical gaze about his abilities, Ho-yun was afraid. But Ho-yun didn't speak. Instead, he growled, "Why are you being so inefficient?" He initially just wanted to get his money back and let the kid go. But through a cruel twist of fate, how did it turn into confiscating all of his belongings? Well, what was bound to happen happened. After switching positions from being robbed to being the robber, Juan leaned down and whispered to the pickpocket, "From now on, do you still want to steal?" Seeing the kid shake his head and promise not to do it again, he added another sentence. "That's not what I want to hear." What he was thinking about were the pitiful excuses like a sick mother or starving siblings. Basically, the kind of sob stories that could make someone's heart soften, hoping he could let the kid go without getting in trouble. But before the kid could even open his mouth, he started shouting and roughing the kid up. "Are you going to cough it up or not? Master wants you to count out 8 times for him. He wants you to hand over 90% of everything you steal from this moment forward. That 7 Virtues bamboo grove is way too much. He's going overboard, and he's so aggressive. He almost drew his sword and struck the kid. Juan Ian, standing there witnessing it, was terrified, but it was too late to intervene. Once everything was over, the system window displayed a notification. Because you controlled your subordinate to oppress another, you now have a new stat. Charisma activated. Juan Ian is scared to death of his own underling, but Juan Ian doesn't dare show it. Now with this new charisma stat, he can hold his head high and continue being terrified. That kid, after promising to pay his dues in full, was let go. The group followed the strange girl, one after another, arriving in front of a rather dilapidated-looking place. "That's strange," he thought to himself. "The guild hall should be a high-rise building in the heart of the city, a bustling metropolis. Why is it so run down?" The door opened, revealing a room full of tough-looking characters, faces covered in scars, tattoos all over their bodies. Juan Aeon hadn't even had time to wipe the sweat from his brow when a gruff voice started causing trouble. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll end you all right here." "Amazing. Good job, kid." "Huh?" Aeon, standing behind him, his face pale with fright, quickly turned and asked the person beside him, "Where have you brought us?" She retorted sarcastically, "Wrong place, pal. This is the SEO Criminal Guild. We're screwed." Juan Ian clutched his head. "I don't know what to do. / what do we do now? How are we supposed to handle this?" Then Katsu S.A. suddenly smiled wickedly. He praised the boy for his clever thinking, planning to eliminate the girl once they were finished. The boy panicked at that. Hearing this, the boy panicked. But then, he quickly regained his composure and explained, "A petty thief is different from this girl. If you harm an innocent person, / harming an innocent, like her will get us wanted, / like her means will be wanted man. By the authorities, no less." "I'm serious." Katsu S.A. didn't argue further. Hearing this, Katsu S.A. fell silent. He turned and yelled at her before sending her away. The unwanted guest was kicked out. The tavern owner's voice broke the tense silence. "So, you want to join the guild, eh?" The hot-headed young man nodded firmly in response. Everyone here respects Gatesei's strength, so wanting to join is perfectly normal. The fee is 5 gold pieces, in exchange for a wooden token that serves as identification. Gatesei flew into a rage. "You dare offer us that thing for 5 gold pieces? Are you mocking me?" And Master saw. The two words "master saw" left his mouth, and the entire tavern erupted in whispers. Everyone thought it absurd that such a large, intimidating man would obey someone so weak. Someone spoke up. "What's so special about that guy that he has to take orders from him?" Another person immediately chimed in. "To control someone as strong as that guy must have something special about him, despite his weak appearance. But why is he dressed like that? He looks no different than the newbies outside." The guy had barely finished his sentence when he received a hard slap. The captain, from his holy sandbag throne, had struck him with considerable force, causing blood to pour from the gossiper's mouth. Seemingly not satisfied, he added, "This bastard wants to go sell salt now. Maybe I should just take care of this whole bunch at once." His temper flared up like a lit match, and without waiting for a response, he immediately reached for his sword. Fortunately, Hone stopped him midway. Otherwise, heads would have been rolling. Getting back to the matter at hand, Hone looked at the tavern owner and asked him to find a task for them. The owner immediately opened the system board, which displayed a quest about a rat infestation at the junkyard. Their task was to collect 100 rat tails for a reward of 30 cuba. There are also two other tasks, collecting guild fees and patrol. Looking at all three tasks, Ian found the rewards pathetically small, not worth wasting any time on. However, if he had to choose one, he'd rather collect guild fees. It seemed like the better option. The deal was made. Now, a young man, supposedly their guide, appeared. He was Han, known as the guild's biggest debtor. He led the two to the slums market alley. The shop owner, Bill, even came out to greet them, thinking they were there to sell something. Looking at the dirty hand extended towards him, instead of recoiling in disgust like Han, Casa stepped forward and grasped it warmly. He smiled brightly. But the more delighted one was, the more the other suffered. A sudden, intense surge of electricity coursed through him. In an instant, sending the large man crashing to the ground without a single sound, not a peep. The system then displayed the name of the pawn shop owner, who had just gone to sell salt. Due to his overdue debts, Ho-Eon could only curse internally. "Way too brutal, old man. Did he just kill an NPC with a handshake?" He placed the collected gold coins on the counter, facing the stunned expression of the tavern owner. First mission complete. Yet for some reason, the owner's gaze held a hint of wariness. After a moment of tense silence, the owner finally spoke. "I didn't think you'd do that to Bill. What's your purpose in causing this trouble?" Hearing this, Cat shifted the topic to his master, saying because he wanted to, offering no further explanation. This time, it was Ho-Eon's turn to speak. He explained to them that there weren't many missions to be concerned with. He had completed what he'd taken on, and that was that. Exasperated, the tavern owner finally handed over 2 official badges for the asking price of 10 gold pieces. Along with them came the information that each badge was enchanted with magic to distinguish each member from one another, and that the user could learn skills through the guild. However, one needed to achieve sufficient contribution to meet the skill requirements. Hwan-Eon, upon hearing this, didn't think much of it and reached out to take them, but the man suddenly snatched them back with a smug grin, saying that he needed to wait a moment so he could record his name and information. "Get in here." His face immediately hardened, knowing the old man was intentionally teasing him. Seeing this, the other man immediately tried to smooth things over. "You look like you want to tear me apart for making a joke. All right. I'll give you information on the administration's lodging." He had barely finished speaking when Songgok lunged forward, grabbing his collar and yelling, "A joke? You think this is a joke?" He didn't care about free lodging. He didn't care about anything in the world. He insisted that the shopkeeper apologize properly to his master until he was satisfied. The man opposite him was the secretary of the association, so naturally he wouldn't accept this. He casually asked Casa, "Don't you think you've gone too far?" Calling. Keep calling, and I'll call your damn mother," called Casa, deeply offended by the remark. He instantly drew his sword and cleaved the counter into several pieces, right in front of everyone. The customers, terrified, screamed and scattered in panic. As for the stall owner, his face turned paler than a frog's belly. He stammered an apology for his previous rudeness. Yet, no matter what he said, he couldn't appease him until he pulled out a large bag of gold coins. He paused for a moment to consider, unexpectedly pocketing 100 gold coins. Hwang-Aeon was naturally overjoyed, but he had no idea that through Cat Sa's eyes, it only made his mood worse than before. As a result, he received another broad greatsword, plus 3 strength points. He was naturally thrilled with such a great reward. He cleared his throat to show his satisfaction, but suddenly, the leopard even reported to its owner, Kia, who flew into a rage, demanding to cut someone down, because he thought that the boy was insulting his sword, calling it junk. I will take the head of this impudent bastard. To make an example, for the others to see, actions speak louder than words. Juan was too far away to intervene. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a strange girl stepped in. She and Gatsa, upon their first meeting, immediately began to bicker relentlessly. "Oh, fantastic! We have a lunatic showing up at the gathering. Hey, blockhead, what's your name?" Gatsa, with her equally sharp tongue, retorted, "Gatsa, spit out your name, woman." Only then did she repeat his demand, along with her own title. The name of this lowly wench is Lena, Her Royal Highness. Juan watched the young pair's exchange, a silent thought crossing his mind. Zedrun, according to the information displayed on the system panel, this hothead has been through a lot of chaos in the past. So if he's hesitant around that AI, it means that person's power is nothing to scoff at. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something and immediately clutched his head and screamed. Damn it, she's a high-ranking member of the SAO Guild. With that speed and those strength stats, he guessed that she's not someone to be trifled with. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Ian immediately spoke up. "Lena, when a salesperson makes a mistake, is it the store's fault or the employee's fault?" Not only that, he added that since he pointed out his mistake, wanting a sincere apology is only natural. But the thing he least expected was for Lena to bring the guild badge to nitpick. That someone aiming to become a full member of the guild can't be called a client. You two are trainee members of the guild. So ultimately, you're nothing more than part-timers scrubbing floors and windows. Hyo-eon remained silent, not immediately responding, a bit stung by her words. Having his pride wounded like that by a girl, he couldn't hold back any longer and pulled out a large bag of money, placing it before her and saying, "Hey, you ever see a part-timer for the guild with over 500 gold? The girl's eyes widened as she replied, "Shouldn't you be able to open your own shop? With that kind of money, why work part-time for the guild?" At this point, the master persuader utilized his superior skills, explaining to her that he was working to gain experience and client information. "That's knowledge," he said, "that even money can't buy." A perfect 10 out of 10? No, but still, her perception of him had completely changed. Even the character name, Winehammer, was ridiculously awesome. Lena was completely convinced. She decided to end her protection racket, despite the bar owner's desperate pleas. Before leaving, she threw a parting shot at him. "You're an idiot, and I'm resourceful. Wouldn't the branch manager prefer me over you?" The upstairs door slammed shut and blood splattered, spraying everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly decapitated him. The man standing before him raised his hand. "Your skill is a 10, and you're a 20. It's just a game. Why so serious?" Thinking about his bleak future, Juan couldn't hold back and scolded him. "You've gone too far and messed everything up. Do you realize your mistake?" He calls himself the master, but he still got completely destroyed by that guy. I don't think the life of one insignificant little employee can possibly appease the master's anger, but that bastard deserved it. He then grinned with satisfaction. "Please forgive my impulsive actions." Hyen was speechless, clutching his chest. Just hearing him speak was infuriating. With such audacity, there's no way to argue with him. Now Lena suddenly pops up, just to offer a compliment, saying she's never met anyone as cold-blooded and ruthless as him. She steps closer, stating her purpose for return. "I'm 16 years old, and my specialty is protecting important people and assassinating. Kill those annoying guys. I also have connections with the underground criminal organization. I am Lena, an assassin, and I will be a super beautiful and incredibly cute in the future." Thinking about the main point, she went straight to the point. "Am I perhaps the talent that you currently need?" Ian stood still, listening to the self-absorbed girl praising herself, and was completely speechless. He held his face and sighed, muttering, "Man, I can't handle either of them. Well, we're surrounded by annoying people." Now, then, even though he openly criticized her, that girl still didn't give up and continued talking. "Your crazy assassin said something like this, right? That you'll create a shadow organization and destroy the world. If it's truly such a great organization, then it must be 100 times more interesting than that shabby criminal gang. Then the enthusiastic attendant asked to be her subordinate. Hye-yeon flatly refused. I can't offer you anything. Go and find what you truly desire yourself. But when those words reached that crazy girl's ears, it became, do as you please. Do whatever you want. And just like that, ridiculously, he gained a new subordinate. At the same time, he also received a level up and 3 charisma points. Hye-yeon stared blankly at the two of them, a dumbfounded expression on his face. In his mind, he exclaimed in disbelief, a crazy murderer and an assassin. I just recruited the boss of a sand snake. After Lena enthusiastically offered to take care of everything there, Hye-yeon immediately pulled Kat's eye out of the tavern. On the way, he thought to himself about his subordinate who was always eager to fight. He sighed, exasperated by her behavior. If he continued with this attack-on-sight mentality, his character would be doomed sooner or later. It'll be gone soon. You poured 300 million into a supporting character, so no matter the cost, you have to keep him. Both of them went straight to the Bram Adventurers Guild. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally their turn to speak with the receptionist. The receptionist presented him with 2 identification items that adventurers can use in the city, in a labyrinth, and asked him to place a drop of blood on the watch for the system to integrate and display the user's skills and traits. Then, the guild would recommend a suitable class based on the calculated abilities. Before the blood was dropped and the information displayed, a sudden interruption occurred. A loud voice shouted, "You incompetent fools! You will now witness the memorable power of my master, along with a blood-soaked watch that you have never seen before." At first, Hye-yeon was bewildered, confused by this clueless guy, Kia, wondering why he was running his mouth like that. But then he noticed the crowd fall silent, their faces filled with tension, yet he felt strangely calm. He pulled out the dagger hidden in his clothes, thinking to himself, they're scared of me, because I have 4 fixed stats, something normal people wouldn't dare touch. But that's not really important, because at my core, I'm alluring. Even I'm afraid of my own power. The more he thought, the more excited he became. A guy who could order around a brutal murderer with a foul mouth like Ghoul. He felt incredibly powerful. Well, let's face reality and give BM Beep a good beating. He saw before his eyes is the class list sent by the system after statistically analyzing the data. Imagine my surprise, it's a scam, an imposter, and armed robbery. Hye-yeon nervously turned around and bumped right into his hot-headed underling. Cat CSA confronted him with a look that was 8 parts suspicion and 2 parts indifference. Even his god-tier charisma skill couldn't save him from this fan. Hye-yeon thought about the things he did when he arrived in the labyrinth world. Besides scaring civilians, beating up criminals, and sending a few to the afterlife, he hadn't done anything good for the world. The thing is, Cat CSA did all those things. But somehow, he ended up with all the bad reputation. Just thinking about it made him so frustrated. Hye-yeon was still busy lamenting and blaming himself for being careless and being wrongly accused when he suddenly noticed a change on the system screen. He was visibly relieved to put some distance between them. Meanwhile, he leaned in and quietly asked the girl across from him, why did things suddenly change like that? She finally answered, the integrated system usually uses limited information to suggest a list of titles. But when it uses extended stats instead of basic stats, it takes longer to display. Instead of the 3 lame titles from before, this time it looks a bit more impressive. After a moment of calculating, the title he possessed was Boss, the highest authority, using peak charisma to command the organization. The members' strength is directly proportional to the boss's power. As for Kat Sa, the title he possessed was Assassin. The name perfectly suited his appearance. Even Hye-yeon, now no longer surprised or fazed, the two continued on their way toward the Adventurers Guild waiting room. There, the infamous thug, known as Cho, with a reputation for troublemaking, resumed his habit of intimidating those around him. Internally, Hye-yeon cringed every time he opened his mouth. If he causes a scene here, the elite members of the Adventurers Guild won't let us get away with it. This fool is so arrogant. Because he just received a title from the General Command, isn't it? According to what he saw on the system board, the more people Cho killed, the more his power increased. To match his current profession, as an assassin, he told himself not to lose his cool, and turned to his subordinate, only to say one thing. This bastard is truly the definition of extreme. Then suddenly a guy out of nowhere held up a huge bag of money in front of everyone, and yelled, "I forgot my money at the bank. 1 silver and 30 copper. What a haul." Cass's eyes lit up at the sight. Immediately, he made his move to snatch it. His reasoning? "You're supposed to keep your money in the bank for safekeeping, right? Well, I'll keep it safe for you." Everyone was stunned, as if lightning had struck from a clear sky. Meanwhile, the man who owned the money grabbed the bag and bolted, not wanting to lose everything. But he didn't get far. A sharp pain pierced his shoulder, sending him tumbling to the ground. He had been stabbed. Faced with this sudden violence, many cowered in fear, some even crying out for their mothers. Our protagonist saw it all unfold. He knew he had to do something to stop this. He activated his special ability, Charisma, immediately catching Kat Sa's attention. He turned around, only to be met with Ho Ian's severely constipated expression. His brain automatically jumped to conclusions about the young man's feelings. "You fools, can't you see our boss is bored?" he declared, brandishing his sword menacingly. "I'll give you all a chance to alleviate our master's boredom. If you fail, I'll make sure each and every one of you pays the price." The first one attempted to lighten the mood with a pun. The room remained silent, except for Ho Ian, who burst out laughing. However, seeing Kat Sa's stunned expression, he unconsciously clapped a hand over his mouth, thinking he'd gone too far. His face quickly shifted into a panicked expression. Tried to explain that it wasn't funny at all. But if he hadn't laughed, his own men would have been killed. All of them. He then clapped his hands together and forced a wide, commercial smile to save his skin. "These guys are trembling before me. I can't believe this trick actually worked on Katsy." Seeing him so amused, he felt satisfied. Ignoring the others, he finally spoke. "If you're willing to sacrifice your lives to get what you want, then nothing is impossible. If you yearn for something, then strive with all your might to achieve it." Finally, he concluded with a menacing statement. "Any piece of trash who can't do that will not leave this room." And so, this twisted game continued, lasting until nightfall. Hwan and Katsy finally stopped their bullying of Childuk. The late-night wind was cold enough to shrink even the strongest. "Hwan," June cautiously asked the person beside him, "why so calm? I can't believe Sa would say something like that. The one who wields their sword so freely. How could Sa yield to such insignificant matters?" "Well, little brother, you've got me there." He could only remain silent after hearing that. What else could he say? How could he complain now? They were walking when Sa suddenly started, praising him for enduring the harsh winds with only those ragged clothes. And yet, he remained unfazed by the strong gusts. Meanwhile, our comically unlucky protagonist didn't even bother to respond. He was in so much pain, nearly collapsing. He internally cursed his freezing body and his clueless subordinate who hadn't offered him a cloak. He glared at Sa's shimmering attire, feeling a surge of resentment. After all, those expensive clothes were paid for with his money. His frustration boiled over, and in a fit of pique, he kicked a nearby trash can, sending it rolling several feet away. The can tumbled end over end. Just as the lid popped open, by chance, he found a familiar face hiding. Inside, Lena, knowing she'd been caught, flopped onto the ground and wailed, "On such a cold day, I searched for you all over the Adventurers Guild, but couldn't find you. I got tired of waiting, so I decided to rest here." Ian could tell it was a lie, so he called her out immediately. "But you could have waited inside." Realizing she'd been exposed, she shifted to complaining. "You're in a warm room, while I'm out here freezing, waiting for you." Finally, she got to the point. Those brazen criminals, even members of the crime guild, have openly allied themselves with the Adventurers Guild. If you encounter any crime guild members, it's definitely going to happen. Disaster struck unexpectedly. Thinking about the task he had given her, Hwan Eon asked her how it was going. Looking at her useless, dumbstruck expression, his blood immediately boiled. He ordered Gassa to throw this trash in the garbage can immediately. Without a second's hesitation, the useless girl was shoved back into the trash can by his underlings. Not only that, he even enthusiastically placed a huge rock on top of it. With a satisfied smirk, the two men left contentedly, leaving the girl to fend for herself. Not long after, Rena caught up with Hwan Eon and Gassa. She explained to him that she had gathered all the valuables in the guild right after they left, and then stashed them in a bag. The space in the branch manager's office. To stage the scene, it was done by the mercenary instructors. The mercenaries did it. She even intentionally faked the employee's death, but there was a bit of bad luck along the way. How could she run into the branch manager? It ruined everything, and I ended up becoming the suspect. Huan Ian, after hearing the story, turned to leave. He abandoned the girl because she failed the initial mission, the one she was first given. But before he could take a step, he was softened by the beauty's tears. In the end, he had to take on this burden and find a place for everyone to stay for the night. One double room and one single room. The single room must have a bathtub. Huan Ian placed a handful of gold coins on the counter and said, however, the innkeeper told him that because it was late, currently, only 2 single rooms were available for rent. The bill was paid. On the way back to the room to rest, he was about to sleep with Kirito when he suddenly remembered the handshake. The debt collection from the innkeeper bill. His brain immediately imagined him sleepwalking, accidentally kicking them even just once, and game over. So he decided to tell his special subordinate that he couldn't share the room. Kirito, upon hearing this, asked in return, so you want me to kill the mastermind of Isao? If there's a commotion, you won't sleep well. Are you sure? Seeing him shake his head and say no, he immediately thought of another reason. It had something to do with the assassin, Rain. However, in the assassin's mind, the reason he was treating her so well was to make her lower her guard and then tear her apart tonight. Seeing him go too far, Hyan, not wanting to continue, turned away. He said as he walked away, "No, you idiot. I'm just going to sleep at a different inn instead of here." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him that Lena was still useful, so don't do anything stupid. After a good night's sleep in a large bed, the next day, while he was still sound asleep, Casa suddenly appeared and pulled off the warm blanket. Good heavens! He thought his underling had come to wake him up. Little did he know, so early in the morning, he'd open his eyes to see him committing murder. His face paled. "Did you just kill the AI? Tell me." Katsuragi answered, 7 in total. No witnesses left. Oh my god, this is bad. Hyan remembered what he had said last night, and immediately thought that this guy probably took care of Lena too. He was worried sick, when suddenly she dropped down from the ceiling. Not only that, but she also boasted that she was certain he was an important person in the future. So she had stayed up all night watching over him, to prevent him from being assassinated. Seeing Lena and Katsuragi bickering peacefully, he suddenly found the scene kind of cute. But when he looked down at the bloodstains and the mess on the floor, he realized that their cuteness was definitely not contagious. There's no way to find them endearing. That same morning, at the Adventurers Guild, Casa and Vesa got into a squabble with some strangers returning from a dungeon raid. Instead of apologizing or walking away like a normal person, Casa demanded, "How dare you look at my master with such disrespect?" A ditzy airhead, Lena, standing beside him, enthusiastically chimed in, "Yeah, boss. That guy was totally checking you out with creepy eyes. Boss, tell the butcher to teach him a lesson." Ultimately, they succeeded in scaring the poor guys out of their wits, sending them running for their lives. Even Aeon, a seasoned adventurer, couldn't stand it anymore, especially since it was a 2-on-1 situation. Exasperated, he played deaf and dumb, telling them, "We're going to the labyrinth now," and starting the newbie orientation, because they needed to focus on their main objective, leveling up and finding items. Right now, he knew that was the only way to escape Casa. And Rena won't slaughter others just to show off her strength anymore. Once she has a level, rank, and plenty of good items, her reputation will spread far and wide, making any AI who wants to cause trouble face dire consequences. Looking at Gatsa with a strength score of 20, and an assassin with a practically infinite inventory, Huan Ian secretly imagined the scene of monsters being completely wiped out by them, and his job was to follow behind, pointing with 5 fingers and rejoicing. According to the information displayed on the board, the difficulty of the mission in this stage was fundamental. In general, they just needed to collect noses, gather batteries, and bring back a lot to earn 5 Coopers corresponding to each nose. He smirked slyly, then, along with the other 2, entered the dungeon gate, designed for newbies. Having just entered the Labyrinth City not long ago, Gatsa made a comment. "Look at this pile of bodies. Looks like these foolish adventurers were taken down by something. Perhaps by monsters from the deepest depths of the labyrinth, an orc, or a minotaur, maybe even a troll or a Trantin." Suddenly, Lena points and shouts, "Ah, over there, goblins stealing the bodies. My time to shine. Out of the way." Excited, Katsa quickly draws his sword. But before he can even show off, Lena swiftly takes down both goblins in an instant. And then she taunts him, "Why so dramatic? For just 2 small fries, there's no need to make such a fuss. Getting your kill stolen is frustrating for anyone. Cat Sa, red-faced with anger, curses and swings his sword, vowing to teach Lena a lesson for her words. But the girl doesn't back down. She challenges him. Bring it on. I dare you. Come and get some. You're not faster than me anyway. In battle, one doesn't fear a strong enemy, but he's just afraid his teammates will suddenly get the urge to fight each other. Huang Yian looked at his 2 subordinates, neither of whom seemed to understand. Both of them looked panicked. Are these guys crazy? Out of nowhere, in the middle of fighting monsters, they suddenly want to kill each other. Huang Yian fearfully clutched his head in agony. This isn't the time to be fighting. These 2 idiots are going to get us all killed. Lena had an excited look on her face, twirling and dancing next to Gatsa. Meanwhile, Huang Yian was hiding in a corner, hoping for the best. When elephants fight, it's the ants that die. Party experience X78. In no time, the goblins were swiftly dealt with. That's the difference between other players and Huang Yian. He used the strength of his subordinates to level up easily. Huang Yian cheerfully turned to, gave a bright smile, and praised Lena. Good job. The little girl, upon being praised, reacted as if a nerve had been struck. She pointed towards the distant sand with a challenging tone. I got praised by Master. What about you, AI? Cough. Ian coughed, flustered. He used his exasperated expression to try and stop the impending war. I mean, it's good, but it's also just okay. Next time, be more careful and cooperate with each other, okay? He thought speaking up would bring some peace. But the more he talked, the more emboldened the 2 became. Ian yelled in frustration. Stop it. Arguing is just a waste of energy. If you keep this up, we won't be able to reach the deepest part of the labyrinth. I won't be able to hunt. Lena excitedly jumped in and replied, So you'll guide us, Master? Caught off guard, Ian's mouth moved faster than his brain, and he answered confidently, No big deal. I'll go ahead and clear the path. You 2 just follow behind. His words left Hyan completely speechless. Sweating profusely, he realized, this time, we're screwed. What the hell are you talking about? To avoid suspicion from these 2, I have to grit my teeth and bear it. Just say I'm fine. My synchronization rate with the old version is only 40%. This is a total disaster. Find my ass. Seeing Master fight for the first time, Lena was overjoyed, jumping up and down. I bet he's incredibly strong. Master might even be a better assassin than me, she exclaimed excitedly, pointing ahead. Oh, perfect timing. There's an old goblin over there. Hyan's face drained of all color, paler than a banana leaf. He wearily dragged his sword forward. I really dug myself a hole this time. What the heck? I was just chilling here, soaking up the sweet experience points, and now I'm facing this old goblin geezer, a former leader wielding the legendary storm sword. Huan looks pretty freaked out. But in for a penny, in for a pound. Screw it. He charges forward, sword in hand. But before he can even make a move, the goblin whacks him in the head with his staff. That thwack didn't sound good. He swings his sword wildly, aiming for the sky, hoping for a lucky hit, and somehow manages to slice the goblin in the gut. Huan, panting and exhausted, thinks he's finished it off. But no. The old monster just gives him a look and takes off running. The young man chases after him with all his might, yelling for him to stop. He throws his sword forward, hoping for some epic, movie-style kill. But the sword only travels a meter before falling flat, clattering to the ground. Mortified, Hoion worried about losing face in front of his 2 underlings. But there was no other choice. He reluctantly picked up the sword and returned, head hung low, expecting a furious outburst and his subordinates to abandon him. Like NPCs who just met a useless player, Katja suddenly spoke. You fought better than I expected. You must have surpassed your limits. Lena, witnessing this, felt a strange sensation. She whispered to Katja, Did you just say that was beyond your expectations? Just how bad was Master before? Doused with a bucket of cold water, Hoion was utterly dejected. He told her to forget it and walked away, looking completely lost. Lena, seeing her master's pale face, knew she'd made a mistake. She blurted out without thinking, Wait, Master, are you sick? Seriously? Here, in the shallow area of the labyrinth. To ease the tension, Lena suddenly threw her hands up in the air, excitedly, and yelled, I'm 16. I'm still growing, so I can go to bed and don't have to keep watch. Speak of the devil, and she'll unleash a hail of bullets upon us. Shut your trap, you crazy woman. You're the sick master here, and we have to stay up all night watching over you. That's what she heard from her bloodthirsty teammate. Right after she spoke up, the suffering Hoion wanted to say he wasn't sick, but the words wouldn't come out. He tried to explain to Lena that Kaser, despite looking a bit older, was only 15 years old. So, since she was older, she should be on watch duty tonight. Did you just say 15? Are you kidding me? Lena burst into laughter. No way. He looks like that, and you're telling me he's younger than me? Why does he look like a 30-year-old man? Humiliated, Kaser refuses to back down. He's about to draw his sword and settle the score with Raven. To deflect the blame, Juan turns on Lena, accusing her of being the reason they're stuck here tonight. A supposed assassin with no sense of direction? Useless. Absolutely useless. Lena is ridiculed, but she stubbornly refuses to learn navigation skills. She considers them cheap and completely uncool. Kaser's face hardens, furious on behalf of his master. He growls menacingly. Master, instead of listening to that useless fool, Kaser, have a safe escape route for us. Safe? Not so much. This lunatic just destroyed everything around them. Their new path is blocked, and they almost die. I can't let this loudmouth and his female counterpart keep going on. Juan, asserting his authority, orders them to shut up. I anticipated this, so I packed enough food for 2 days. 2 girls hearing that felt like they got a second chance at life. Lena once again showed her scheming talent through. Just as I thought, Master is truly amazing, but shouldn't we have brought the map with us? Hitting the bullseye, Hoion was left speechless. Talk about utterly humiliated. After a back-and-forth squabble and endless discussion, Hoion was ultimately left with the pathetic task of keeping watch for the 2 girls seeking revenge. He cursed them under his breath, calling them scoundrels. I couldn't sleep a wink last night because of them either. Hoion realized they had to escape the labyrinth as quickly as possible, because staying here any longer would be disastrous. Monsters could attack at any moment, and they were running low on healing supplies. Suddenly, he glanced over at where Lena had been sleeping. The sugarcane thicket was empty. She was nowhere to be seen. He remembered how she had cheerfully announced she needed to sleep and wouldn't keep watch. Heian felt annoyed. Was she really running away? So, who's going to take care of things for me now? Just when he was fuming, she popped out of nowhere, scaring him out of his wits. A look of admiration, filled with respect and trust. Being cared for, from food to sleep, by her master, gave Lena an idea. To teach him a survival skill. Skill transfer is a rare occurrence, unless the NPC has a high level of trust in that person. Even if that person spends a lot of gold on the NPC, they might still not agree. It seems like Heian struck gold this time. He smiled knowingly, asking her what she wanted to teach him. Lena excitedly said she would teach him a skill, a special assassination technique of an assassin. The seemingly delicate girl licked her knife with excitement. The trick to assassinating someone is to quickly grab the target, then turn around and strike at the enemy's vital point, exploiting their weakness to kill them as quickly as possible. The key is to be swift and precise. So much so that the target doesn't even realize what's happened. Heian gulped. After a moment of stunned silence, she got down to business. She gave him a demonstration, and in a flash, the dagger flew into the wall, leaving a perfectly round hole. You see? Now do that 1,000 times. Heian was completely speechless. He hadn't even seen how she moved. 1,000 times? What? Lena continued patiently, trying to help her master. Practice. Stabbing without touching the wall is the most important part. If you accidentally hit the opponent's weak spot too hard, blood will spurt out like a geyser, and then the murder weapon will be easily identified. Oh heavens, if you don't escape now, the guard will catch you and hang you, she said, making a hanging gesture around her neck to emphasize her point, making Ian feel like he was the butt of a joke. Anyway, he already knew the key points. Just be gentle, smooth, and precise, damn it. Ian had no talent for this. Just a few minutes later, he was panting like a dog, accompanied by Lena's scornful laughter. Master has no talent to be an assassin. Ian died a little inside, feeling more and more useless. In the dead of night, the 2 laughed like maniacs, disturbing Cat Saw's sleep. He woke up, yawning and calling out Master twice, which startled Ian awake. Cat Saw suddenly pointed forward. There's an exploration team here. Just saw their shadows. Suddenly, that team took off running. Before Hoion could even greet them, he could only reach out his hand and scream hopelessly in his head. Stop. Tell us the way out of here. Run. They're the thugs who destroyed the path last time. That's all Hoion managed to hear. Just then, the system sent a notification. Surprise event. Capture the Labyrinth Exploration Team. After reading these lines, The young man immediately turned to his subordinate. Cat's-eye immediately understood his master's intention and nodded with a prompt. Yes, I'll capture them right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew off like a shot, following their trail, without any hesitation. Lena, standing nearby, seeing this teleportation, couldn't help but praise, suggesting her master should learn this for self-defense. Aren't you worried? The girl asked. Juan didn't understand what there was to be worried about. He questioned her back, confused. Lena answered coldly. Shouldn't you be worried about us? The sand is chasing us. Then he can't track us while running. Can he? Realization dawned on Juan like a lightning bolt. It hit him like a ton of bricks. Neither of them knew the way. If they lost their way, they'd be nothing but bones in the meadow. Juan yelled in a panic. Mike, run. Run for your life. We have to follow them, no matter what. Easier said than done. Barely 3 minutes later, Juan collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Lena stood beside him, a worried frown etched on her face. Master, are you ill? Like, if you overexert yourself, will your heart explode and you'll die? Wyon is weak, but Wyon doesn't want his subordinates to know, so he pretends to be truly sick. Now, they have no other choice but to pray that vengeful panther brings back some explorers. That's all. However, before he could pray, the little panther had already caught them. Those people are very good at finding their way, so they'll probably come back. Seeing Lena's joyful attitude, Wyon suddenly became pensive. He asked her what she wanted to do after getting out of here. He remembered the girl's kindness, when she taught him assassin skills. So he wanted to praise her a little, repay her with something. Something small will be fine. Lena froze for a few seconds. Then, her eyes suddenly widened, gazing brightly at her master. She answered with clear and decisive words. I want to eat delicious food. With this incredibly ordinary answer, Ho-Eon felt a pang of pity for her. Her past life must have been very difficult, he thought, but that makes her a valuable subordinate. He inwardly chuckled with sinister delight. But outwardly, he put on a magnanimous facade. Nodding in agreement, he promised to buy her delicious food. But his joy was short-lived. A bright red notification popped up. A last-minute warning, a frustrating alert. Cat Sand has killed an explorer. Ho-Eon was furious, gritting his teeth and trying to contain his anger. That guy's always causing trouble, especially when I'm already annoyed. Lena recalled something. She pointed forward. There's another group of explorers over there, she said. This group has 3 people, and they seem decent enough. Ian looks like a lost soul. They immediately take a defensive stance. Miss, please come over here. That guy is dangerous. That piece of trash. How dare you take that lady hostage? Lena and Ian have no idea what's going on. Are these guys crazy? You don't have time to deal with them. You haven't even slept since last night. If this keeps up, the Sandcats will come and kill everyone. And then they'll be targeted by the whole Adventurers Guild as criminals. A tragic end. Game over. Unsure of what to do, Lena suddenly starts acting playful, pretending like she's actually being held hostage, making the situation even more dangerous. Those hunters fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. They fired their arrows towards Ho-Eon. Hang Ma's blood boiled. He rushed to save Con Tim. Their master nearly wet himself in fear. But the little leopard just kept grinning from ear to ear, casually shoving the young man out of the way of the attack, seeing their target dodge his comrade's blade. One of the adventurers realized Ho-Eon was no ordinary opponent. He knew this was a fight to the death. Oh dear God, what in the world is happening? Before rushing in to play the hero and save the damsel, the swordsman used the opportunity to confess his feelings to his comrade. He acted like he was about to die, shoving that lovey-dovey crap in everyone's face. And then they got even more bloodthirsty, charging forward with swords, bows, and spears. Ho-Eon was cornered in a split second. At this critical moment, he froze, unsure of what the right move is. Not only is Lena offering them death as a welcome gift, promising their heads to her master, but the other assassins on this side are just as ruthless. Another adventurer falls victim to their blades. Their master's face turns pale with rage. Thanks to his underlings' killing spree, though, Ian gains some experience. He suddenly levels up, unlocking a new skill, Master's Aura. Ian, pleased with this new power, lets out a sinister laugh. Master's Aura can command respect from his minions and inspire fear in his enemies. He activates it without hesitation. Lena compliments him cheerfully, subtly trying to one-up their master. You look like someone who kills 50 people a day, she says. Ian has no idea what kind of compliment that is. He wonders what his face looks like now. He'll check the mirror later. He expects them to be frozen in fear. Suddenly, they were right there in front of him. HWon stood there, frozen in surprise. Luckily, Lena quickly pulled him aside, saving his life. But it wasn't over yet. They didn't care. They continued to point their ridiculously long swords at him, swinging and twirling them around like they were showing off, reaching a dramatic climax. Suddenly, they froze like statues, not moving a muscle. HWon thought his technique had worked. But no, it was Kitu standing menacingly behind them. What's she doing? Playing with toys? Well, you can guess what happened next. Ignoring the prissy girl sniffing around him, he asked, "Did I just kill someone?" Kitu approached and reported to her master. "The bastards we were chasing are willing to, killing and robbing other adventurers. So I skewered them and looted all their weapons." Ho Eun, a bit apprehensive, asked his subordinate, "I don't understand. If they really hunt other adventurers, why would they run from us?" Katsa calmly replied to his master, "Of course, because you have the face of someone who slaughters 50 people every day." It dawned on him then, a painfully truthful answer. Ho Eun, with that very same face, turned towards the adventurers, standing there. "I have a question. When you look at my face, what comes to mind?" The man, terrified, subconsciously blurted out, "I'm doomed," before his master could react. Katsa went ballistic. He looked like someone had just stolen his lover. Enraged, he charged towards these ungrateful bastards. "I let you live, and you thought you were safe? How dare you look your master in the eye and only think of your own survival? Is that all? You don't possess even an ounce of loyalty. There's no reason to keep you alive any longer. You'll all die here." Ho Eun burst into tears. Tears streamed down his face like rain. Without a second thought, wearing the same face he used to kill 50 men a day, he turned towards the exploration team and roared, "Casa, stop. Enough. This is the punishment for your disloyalty. Clean the blood off the weapons Casa brought here." As soon as he finished speaking, the air grew heavy. A cold wind swept through. Ho Eun was despondent, with nothing left to lose. Reality is truly cruel. And finally, thanks to the help of the exploration team, so they found a way out. According to them, the gatekeepers outside are no better than thieves. They'll inspect and take 10% of any profit earned. Kesa suggested killing the gatekeepers to solve the problem. Lena, on the other hand, excitedly suggested using her feminine charms. Ian listened, getting a headache. He decided to let the other exploration team member lead the way. Kesa even added, "If you fail us, you'll die," making him want to dig a hole and run far away. The gate to the labyrinth finally opened. As predicted, the gatekeepers did intend to rob the blind. But thanks to that guy's smooth talking, they got out safely without a scratch. As soon as they were out, Kesa started causing trouble. He glared at the other man furiously. "It seems you got everyone through by lying, claiming you were the one who killed the adventurer hunters. But you don't plan to. Stealing our experience points too, right? That's what a true master does." He just finished his threat, didn't even give them time to be scared. Ho Eun added, "Don't worry, Gase. We could just sell these 3 as slaves." Hearing the master and servant's conversation, the 3 adventurers were completely terrified. Gase laughed maniacally. He'd learned the intimidation skill. Gase's notoriety increased by 5. Ho Eun's notoriety increased by 15. Both of them laughed like crazy people. They quickly headed to the Adventurers Guild to collect their reward and to report about dealing with the rogue adventurers. However, the receptionist reminded them that the guild would take 10% of the reward money they reported, just like those gate guards. So, she offered a brilliant solution. "I'll be the one footing the bill." An offer too good to refuse. Haeyeon agreed immediately. At this rate, you'll be rolling in dough without lifting a finger. To celebrate Cho's recent triumph, as promised, he took his 2 bodyguards to a luxury hotel. Lena was overjoyed to celebrate. She continuously praised her master as the best in the world. "Last time, you ditched us and came here alone. What's up with my stingy master? Did you strike it rich somewhere?" A highly insulting compliment. But let's overlook it for now, since we're celebrating. Before the party started, Haeyeon gave the 2 bodyguards a very difficult request. "From now until we leave this place, don't cause any trouble." Sounds easy enough. But easy for some. For these 2, that's a big maybe. Telling them to just kill everyone in this hotel might be faster. It hasn't even been a few seconds. These 2 blockheads are already bickering like cats and dogs, to the point that the waiter has to come and break them up. Finally, with the help of the restaurant, the once-in-a-millennium feast is held. However, those two brats have the faces of parents and the bodies of parents too, but they're only high school age, so they can't drink any beer or alcohol. He suggests that Lena learn pathfinding skills, but her refusal makes Ho-Eon a little sad. He picks up his beer and gulps it down in one go, thinking to himself, no matter how well he treats his subordinates, they never listen. Seeing their master casually drinking, Kasha suddenly gets fired up and jumps to her feet like a rocket. Master, you just drank a whole glass of beer. You can only have one sip. Why do you insist on coming with us? You are in grave danger, because your illness is getting worse. Wei-in barely managed to sit down. I have no idea what this guy is babbling about. I'm perfectly healthy. As if this chaos wasn't enough, now we have his crybaby too, wailing like you're on your deathbed. We have to do something to save Master. And so, this group somehow found a priest. They brought him back to treat Wei-in. However, something seemed off about this priest. He had an incredibly shady look. He introduced himself as Rubik, from the Guild of Priests of the End. Wei-in immediately sensed something strange. People with this profession were quite rare. In the previous game, they kept themselves well hidden. And this priest from the cult of the End, he had never heard of them before. They must have just formed recently. To dispel any doubts, Hakion told him to preach his teachings. The downfall of the world. If you die, a part of your body, the illness in that part will also disappear. The end is inevitable, even if hindered by illness. Hearing this motto, Hakion knew this guy was a quack. His face looks utterly pained now. He gets sick even if he wasn't already. Basically, the guy just said he's going to stab him. Hakion tried to do damage control, explaining he only had one beer. Thank you for your help, but please take this money and leave. The priest, upon seeing the money, suddenly yelled, "Oh, God of the End, this humble Luvik, this is the first time I've been rewarded for increasing the church's notoriety." He suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "I can't accept this money, so this will help set you free." Watching this lunatic perform the ritual, Aeon's face went pale as a sheet, drained of all color. He covered his face with both hands in agony, thinking, this is it, I'm dead meat. But when he opened his eyes, nothing happened. Well, not exactly. Outside the window, the one who got hit was some random guy. They still didn't understand what was going on. The priest immediately rushed down to check and said with an excited voice, "He's dead." Katsa immediately followed, forcing him to complete the treatment. Aeon was still incredibly confused. He yelled in despair, "Forget about those diseases. I'm the one who's going to die." And he had no idea what was going on. And suddenly, these two lunatics just start going at it. This priest guy, he's not what he seems. He's pretty damn strong, blocking Cass's attacks with his bare hands, and even putting him on the defensive. Good heavens, just by creating a gust of wind with his cloak. His follower was able to block a fatal blow from Lewis that almost gave this fan's heart a freaking bird attack. Observing the battle so far, Huang Ian realizes something's not right. That priest is getting weaker. Or is he pretending to be weak, waiting for an opening? That bastard's hiding a hidden blade behind his back. He's planning to go down with Kassa. The stronger the enemy, the more vital it is to aim for the weak spot. But in reality, Kassa can easily, dodging those weaknesses and recovering with magic. Hyen suddenly panicked. If his subordinate died here, his gaming life would be over too. Hyen realized he had to do something. Anything to stop this monstrous fight. The damn priest was still laughing maniacally, and Rena was excitedly waiting for the bow Thursday's defeat. Meanwhile, Hyen was in a miserable situation, racking his brain for a solution. Damn it, there's only one thing left to do. The young man yelled with everything he had. "Guards, over here!" In a moment of distraction, Luvik got hit. He took a full combo and several attacks from Kassa, an earth-shattering impact. The priest was flattened on the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Kazalaf de maniacali in triumph. I finished off the insolent priest who dared to harm my master, but the joy was short-lived. Closing his eyes, all he saw was pain. Talk about a foot-and-mouth situation after what Ho-Eon said. The guards really did show up. So I got tied up. And of course, these two weren't spared either. All three were taken to the station for questioning. The conceited bodyguard still looked down on everyone, while his boss suffered, being interrogated and forced to confess to being the perpetrator. And to make matters worse, the crybabies started wailing dramatically, worried about the fate of their evil little squad, wondering where they would go from here. Ho-Eon tried to explain that the situation was just a misunderstanding, that he was sick and his subordinate brought that jerk in, and everything blah blah blah. But it all sounded too unbelievable. So the police didn't buy it and insisted that he was trying to collude with the gang. The end. And things went sideways, so they started fighting. Damn, that actually makes more sense. And clearly, they're being seen as dangerous elements. If there's no AI to vouch for them, Hwang Aeon's gaming career is toast. You want a witness? You got one. The cops said they'd bring one as a witness to testify against them, not to save them like you want. A beautiful girl with purple hair walks in. Turns out it's Aaron, the Adventurers Guild employee who collaborated with Hwang Aeon last time. She immediately turns on the cops, saying they must have it all wrong. Hwang Aeon is a righteous man who caught the adventurer killer in the dungeon and received a reward. So there's no way he'd collaborate with a priest of the end. She threatens the officer. If Cho is deemed a threat to the city, there will be repercussions for that guy's achievements. The fake cop pretends to ponder, stroking his chin. In the end, we have to let these lunatics go. Lucky or not, who knows? But being out in the sunlight is a blessing in itself. After 3 lifetimes of grinding in the game, Erin beams, a bright smile on her face. She congratulates them with a chillingly creepy smile. Well, I suppose you remember now, right? She vanishes after her words, without waiting for a thank you, not needing any gratitude for her actions. Though her actions are bizarre, he doesn't want to think about it anymore. Juan is exhausted. He yawns widely, dreaming of a soft bed and a good night's sleep. But life is not a dream. Katsa looks at its owner with adoring affection. Master, it's time for you to receive some serious treatment. Hearing that, Hoeon became unsettled, wondering what the heck this guy was talking about. He tried to explain that he was fine, just needed a good night's sleep, and he'd be right as rain. But no, Cat didn't buy it. He scooped up the master in one arm and dashed off to the healing sect. You're not well at all. We must treat the master's illness at any cost. Initially, he seemed against it, didn't plan on this at all, but just lying still and letting others heal him was a form of rest too. So he suddenly decided to fake being sick. The deacons tried using healing magic on Hoeon, but no matter what they did, they couldn't lift the curse. They exchanged worried and frightened glances. Well, of course you can't sense the curse. There's no damn curse on him to lift. One of the 2 deacons suddenly exclaimed, "Impossible," causing Casa, standing beside him, to scowl and snarl menacingly. Impossible. You're a high-ranking priest. So powerful and high-level you don't even have a designated Sabbath. From a healing sect, no less. So how is it that now all that comes out of your mouth is impossible? They tried to explain, needing more time. But Casa had a fiery temper, so he refused, demanding they bring a high priest. Otherwise, their fate would be the same as the priest of the end. Hoeon, lying motionless, was about to intervene, when from outside, another mid-level priest slowly entered. Is that him? The patient harboring that powerful, unknown curse. His face is so pale. Is it because of the curse? He used his hands to try and heal Hoeon. But this strange name startled the young man. He suddenly put on a face that looked extremely serious. What? How can that be? First of all, my name is Ellen, intermediate deacon of the Healing Church. The curse that your master is suffering from, I can't even sense it. This is the most difficult curse of all curses, the highest level curse. Looking at Ellen's troubled expression, Hoeon thought he might actually have something. But no, after listening to them talk about his body, he just wanted to cry out loud, silently cursing them. I knew it. There's no such curse, you fools. Ellen, with a gloomy face, hurriedly turned and went outside, muttering as he walked. I have to call the Archbishop to see this case right away. Things were getting out of hand. So, Hoeon had to step in and call Kia over. Then he kicked everyone out, saying that he wanted to speak with him privately about his illness. In his private study, Ellen didn't want to admit he was lying. Zohon could only threaten him to make the cult give up on treating him. He used a steely expression and emphasized every word. I'm sure you've heard of my subordinates, of the subordinates under my command. Even the Bram army couldn't do anything to them. Only I can control them. If you define me and I die, what do you think my subordinates will wreak havoc? I thought threatening him would scare him. But to him, it became another tragic story, another sob story, crying pathetically as if realizing life's true calling, believing it's his duty to protect others. He tried to control a group of delinquents, That's why he claims Hyan was cursed to look so haggard, worse than even an average person. I'm too tired to argue anymore. Let's just say that's how it is. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Defeated, Hyan had no choice but to leave. But wait, the story suddenly took an unexpected turn. Elenin called him back and transferred a bit of her power to him, hoping to slow the sudden outbreak spread. Suddenly empowered by the healing strengthening magic, Hyan felt incredibly invigorated. His skin glowed, his pores tightened, his injuries healed. But what's even stranger is that this priest is so bizarre. He concocted some divine command, believing it was his to fulfill. So he asked to join Hyan's party. He said he didn't need money or fame, just a chance to journey with them. A healer is an essential member of any team. Hiring a mid-level priest would cost a fortune, but this guy didn't want any money, and for some reason, Hyan could use him freely. No potion costs, no hiring fees. It was insane. He started to feel like something wasn't right. Thinking about his own team made him nervous. Lucky breaks just kept piling up. Hyan wondered, how could he be so lucky? No, there was something fishy about this system. The young man suddenly thought, is this special treatment for a former high-ranking explorer or not? He really wanted to accept right away. But those scheming directors, if he tried to become an explorer like this, then they would suck him dry. This couldn't be allowed to happen. Even though Elenin's offer was good, Hyan regretfully, flatly refused, leaving the heartbroken priest to cry. 4 hours. That evening, at a back-alley restaurant in the Bram district, Lena glanced at Hyan and exclaimed, Master, why is your face so shiny, yet your expression so gloomy? Kat, who was munching on something nearby, chimed in, Yeah, the lady's right. Is something the matter, sir? Hyoun clutched his head dramatically. Honestly, I can't blame the AI right now, but the truth is our team freaks out over the smallest things. The other two immediately started arguing loudly. Just like he said, Hyoun sadly told them to stop. I said I wasn't blaming the AI. There's no point in blaming each other. There's a better way. You're all being too sensitive. The better way is the negotiation skill. And so Hyoun showed off the high-level skill he had just learned. He called the owner over and said something, asking for a discount. And to the astonishment of the two hotheads, he got a free drink. Hyoun beamed. He turned back and bragged about how negotiation is the easiest way to get what you want, without resorting to violence. Cut to R.A. listening intently. He slams his hand on the table as if he's just discovered the meaning of life. To get what we want, why use agreements? I understand perfectly, Master. He immediately nudges the bar owner, who begins his negotiation tactic again. Hwang Ian realizes things have gone terribly wrong. This panther is about to cause trouble again. Oh dear. Cut to the master's face, now completely drained of blood. He aggressively continues. Barkeep, you must be feeling confused, right? What he really wants. Haven't you read the news? He just got out of the station. Even after destroying an entire city, he was compensated and released. The bar owner, hot-headed as he is also a thug himself. So these little tricks are nothing to him. He just listened for a moment. The criminals hiding inside revealed themselves. Now, show us what you're made of. We'll give you a real beating. Feeling the thrill of impending violence, Casa was practically ecstatic. He thrust his sword forward in excitement. It's a deal. Let's take what we want. I'll take this whole bar. I call for backup, so it's not just me. Of course, Lena wouldn't miss out on this. She jumped up excitedly, too. Me too. Hyan tried to stop them from behind, but it was no use. That's not what I meant. These fools thought these thugs were a big deal. Turns out they're just small fry. Half of them were down after just one attack from Casa. The bar owner sensed something was wrong and yelled for his men to scatter and avoid the onslaught. This guy's observant, but he's still missing something big. Lena's lurking in the back. She's got this hungry look on her face. Licking her dagger, pressing it against the shopkeeper's throat, she asks, Do you remember me? In this moment, how could he possibly remember? He just blurts out, some chick. Things are getting more and more chaotic. The whole place is a complete mess. Screams erupt, cries for help, people yelling run. They're monsters. And a moment later, though it's unclear how things got this way, the shopkeeper and his goons are tied up, kneeling at the feet of Hwan. He bows his head and says, I'm sorry. I was wrong. How could I not have recognized? You're looking quite intense with that serious face. But let's skip the part where you insult my looks. The young man pointed at Lena, who was grinning from ear to ear. Too late for regrets now. Hold on, my underling. How do you know her? The thug responded to the young man's question casually. Ha, of course I know her. She was a high-ranking soldier in our criminal organization. One day, she single-handedly wiped out an entire squad of ours and vanished without a trace. Now, she's a wanted fugitive, highly sought after by the organization. Hyen's face turned pale. We're screwed. This is a disaster. So that means this whole mess, taking a fall for those guys, isn't over yet? And they're being hunted by that criminal organization? Well, we already crossed the legal line ages ago. There's no turning back now. Might as well go all in. Let's be the devils in their eyes. With a look that could kill, Hyen approached the bar owner. He walked towards the bar owner. My subordinate. A wanted fugitive? So your organization has been after us this whole time? So you're both a member of the organization and a witness. Keeping you alive is pointless, isn't it? He turned his back, coldly walking away after his declaration, leaving a few parting words for the Dany woman. Clean this mess up. Don't make it like last time. Lena knew her bones would soon be bleaching in the fields. The terrified bar owner cried out, hoping to garner some mercy. He explained that his organization was facing problems. Ever since Lena left, the organization's reputation was fading. It all started with a rookie brat, strange but cunning. With a silver tongue, like a serpent, he charmed the entire elite Squad 5 and even proposed a new business venture for the organization. When that idea started to turn a profit, their secret hideout started seeing fewer and fewer visitors. Gradually, they couldn't make a single penny. So, the organization was reduced to attracting only small-time crooks. Come on in. Rumor has it that brat is just a common pickpocket. Speaking of pickpockets, that reminds me of someone I know. But let's put that aside for now and hear this guy out. I can see the unlimited potential of your organization. Overwhelming power that can crush anything in a single blow. The prestige of a boss with an intimidating face. If you become the new boss of our establishment, you'll surely regain the notoriety of the infamous criminal organization of the past. When Lena was about to lay her hands on him, he actually told her to stop and agreed to this proposal. It was so unreal, Rena couldn't believe it. She was utterly shocked. To make them fear him, Warang activated his owner's aura. He approached them with a dreadful presence. If you want to live, pledge your loyalty to me, Winheimer, and you will be reborn. He intimidated them so badly they almost peed their pants. Finally, Warang had taken over the restaurant, turning it into his own territory. Now he had loyal followers, subordinates, and territory. He met all the requirements to establish an organization. So, he came up with a name, the Black Mountain Society. Literally, Black Mountain in Sino-Vietnamese. It sounded incredibly lame and uninspired. The organization was founded, and he received a bonus, a large amount of experience points and skills. Putting aside her curiosity, she asked what the master plan to do next. Huang Ian, with unwavering confidence, declared that the guiding principle of the Black Society was to conquer the labyrinth. Beibio seemed dissatisfied. She scoffed, calling it a rather pedestrian goal for a criminal organization. To fully convince these two Avengers of their future, he prepared himself. Huang Ian, putting on his master persona, spoke with flamboyant grandeur. Of course, money and power are important, but those are just a small part of what we seek. Within the labyrinth dwell incredibly powerful monsters. Their strength is on a completely different level compared to those out here. Instead of chasing fleeting material possessions, wouldn't you rather tame these magnificent beasts? Now go forth. Sounds ridiculous, but kind of makes sense. Psychologically manipulated, the two Avengers stopped thinking, excitedly wagging its behind, running after its owner, leaving the restaurant staff dumbfounded and speechless. Meanwhile, in a slum in the Western District, news of the Baekjeong restaurant being robbed clean in just half a day quickly spread like wildfire among the criminal underworld and reached the ears of the young punk who owned the shop mentioned earlier. The clueless kid concluded that it seemed like another powerful organization had emerged, and it was time for them to get involved. Indeed, it was true. That kid had recently acquired a bodyguard who looked quite formidable and impressive. Upon hearing the news, he immediately rushed to the restaurant to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Ian and his gang were still basking in the glory of becoming underworld bosses, a different breed entirely. Now, everywhere they go, they're met with suspicion. He's never been given this much attention. This much attention in real life would be overwhelming too. Eon daydreams of future riches and glory, swimming in mountains of cash. As he gains more attention and expands the organization's reach, he gets a little carried away and says a few things, trying to sound cool and in control to the two newbies, but is immediately rebuked by his subordinate. You're getting a bit ahead of yourself, sir. Just because you look like a big boss now. My boss understands how you feel. But the game has just begun. No need to end it so soon. Suddenly, these guys have become strangely practical. Slightly embarrassed, HWon scratches his head and goes to buy a map first. But before he can even enter the maze, a bright red warning appears, saying there's been a break-in. The Black Mountain Guild's restaurant is under attack. The Sugarcane Grove's so fast, they have to hurry back immediately, just in time for some fun and games here. That little brat is ordering his goons around. The tailor shop owner, thankfully, returns in time to intervene. That's why his head's still attached. Oh, it's an acquaintance. The kid points ahead, then clutches his stomach, laughing triumphantly. I knew it was you guys. You nasty thugs stole my gold. Katsu, still disoriented, has a huge question mark hovering over his head. I'm about to remember, but I forgot. Why is there a kid here? Painfully forgotten. The kid angrily repeats his grievance. Beifun. You say you don't remember who I am, and I will never forget that day. The day you hung me upside down and paraded me through town. I'll never forget that humiliation. Oh, now I remember. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. You're the one who stole from Master last time and humiliated him. That's the pickpocket. Yes, you finally remember. That bully who only relies on brute force. As the two were about to start arguing again, Lena and Hyan came bursting in. Lena was fuming and ranting. Cut, enough. Our slow-as a mule master is going to be exhausted. What a legendary subordinate I have. Only good at mocking their master. Before anyone could rest. That hulking brute, Thomas on the other side, that brat's lackey, charged and landed a powerful blow on Casa, sending him right through the wall, sending him sprawling to the ground. He assumed that, caring for his subordinate, Hwang Ho-eon would rush over to check on Han. But no, he glared furiously at the pickpocket with the orange-scaled hand. All right, well done. My assembly hall. You're quite good at destroying it, aren't you? You insolent brat, I will finish you myself. Lena feared her master would die from shock, so she pretended to pull him back. Seeing this, the boy pressed his advantage, laughing scornfully. Ha, you don't even seem to care about the current state of your subordinate. Being criticized, Hwang Ho-eon became even more furious, wanting to jump up and fight the boy. My subordinate is stronger. There's no way he'd die from just that. Hearing him speak so confidently, the kid started bragging about his partner's achievements. Toma the Paralyzed, a renowned explorer, who journeyed to the deepest depths of the labyrinth. But he lost all his comrades and failed 7 times at the threshold of Ibis. Somehow, he miraculously escaped from the labyrinth and survived. However, the guilt of leaving his comrades behind drove him mad, and it was this kid who led him out of the cycle of guilt and even gained the trust of the executives. The kid was still rambling on, endlessly recounting his exploits. Meanwhile, the audience was yawning widely at the dull and uninspiring story. All right, let's skip this lousy story. Lena approached the author with an innocent look. I think you've got it all wrong. Is there an AI around here protecting you? Lena doesn't know. But if you just stand here alone like this, the AI will care about that low-level subordinate. And our master really hates loudmouths, she said, raising her knife to slit his throat. But unfortunately, at that moment, that shrimp of a guy, Kia, from afar, flew in with all his might and squeezed her face tightly. I thought this guy was a goner, his feet turning ice cold. But Casa made a comeback. He suddenly stood up and pulled his opponent's leg, then threw him backwards. Even though he was attacked just now and is now coughing up blood, he doesn't care. Casa is still fired up, looking at his opponent with bullet-like eyes. Now pick up your weapon. This battle is mine. A message appears. Katcha wants a duel with Toma. Their teammates turn pale. 2 of them huddle together in fear. Hwang Ian has a bad feeling about this. The way those 2 are fighting is terrifying. He looks at Lena with pleading eyes. Would it be all right if you helped him now? The timid girl is scared but doesn't speak. She's frozen for a good 10 seconds. Lena specializes in quick assassinations, so I don't think it would be a good match. Besides, if you still want to keep any remaining subordinates. Hwang Ian cuts her off, refusing to listen anymore. He snaps back at her angrily. You talk too much, you coward. With his dungeon battling experience, Toma seems to have the upper hand. What a crazy turn of events. Unbelievable. That huge guy is continuously beating Katja to a pulp. The crimson warning alert flashed once again as his underling took a devastating hit from Tommy. Live phone, sent flying, landed a good distance away. The kid who was hiding under the table emerged, taunting. See? See? Hee. Serves you right. What was it you said before? I thought you said your underlings never die? At this rate, he's about to be chopped in half. Now, Toma, look this way. Tremble in fear before absolute power. They're cowards, letting their comrade die right in front of them. Mentioning comrades just seems to rile this Toma guy up even more. Seems like touching a nerve, huh? Facing this huge guy. Both Hyeon and Rina were frozen stiff for a few seconds. You have no idea what the heck just showed up. Who knows what kind of events that we thought weren't worth worrying about. Just because it's part of the game's tutorial. It comes back to bite me like the butterfly effect. And now I'm paying the price. I'm screwed. There's no other choice. Look at that guy's face, green as a frog's butt. Beautiful Lena has to step in. She excitedly activates her illusion skill, dancing and twirling around, spinning like a top around him. Toma is about to swing his sword for a clean cut, but is stopped once again. Whoa. Turns out Salsa is still alive, and push her away. Who gave you the right to stick your nose in this? You woman. This is my fight. Not afraid of a strong enemy. Just afraid of a useless teammate. He was about to lend a hand, but got punched instead. Cut to him rushing to fight that guy hand to hand. This isn't like two wrestlers going at it. This time, the battle is completely different. He starts running his mouth, try to brainwash Cho, talking about comrades and all that, saying that comradeship means nothing. That only the master matters. The master is number one. That with a master, you'll never lose. What kind of twisted logic is that? I don't know if this will work. But Toma suddenly went into a frenzy, and then a surge of magic erupted from him. He was overwhelmed by the pain of his past, and tears of sorrow streamed down his face. Then, as if absorbing the wisdom imparted by Master Kaseiji, he cried out in agony and collapsed, much to the shock of everyone present. And so, the frantic battle ended in an anticlimactic way. However, it wasn't just Toma who collapsed. Katsu. Katsu also lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. He fainted due to his severe injuries. Katsu was taken to the hospital for treatment. In a dream, he had a nightmare that he was reprimanded by his master for fighting, for engaging in crude and mindless violence. It wasn't befitting their group, and he was kicked out. Katsu woke up with a start from the terrifying nightmare, alongside a note left by Hien. Get yourself to City Hall as soon as you're recovered. He crushes the note in his hand, a surge of anger rising within him. Meanwhile, at City Hall, Hien and Lena, along with the pickpocket, are present. They're there to collect a bounty for killing a wanted hunter. The hunter was a wealthy landowner in the eastern slums, but Hien's share of the reward is meager, because most of the wealth went to the pickpocket. Hien is furious. He draws his sword, about to lunge at the boy, ready to fight him to the death, with no one to protect him. The young boy is bullied by the adults. Terrified, he clutches his head and begs, pleading for mercy. If you let me live, I will become your slave. The system announced that it had arrived at the East District Ghost Tower. Hoyen's group had gathered. He looked around and said, "Is this all there is? Because I don't see any houses or possessions that are supposed to have an owner." Hoyan turned menacingly and called out, "JBM, explain what's going on here." JBM, put on the spot, looked at him uneasily. He looked at Hoyan fearfully and replied, "I know I'm a slave, but why do you call me Jav? That's not my real name." Hearing JBM's retort, Hoyan flew into a rage. "You shut your mouth. How dare you talk back to me? I call you Jav because it's shorter than the word slave. Understand?" Lena joined in, bullying JBM. "Do you understand, kid?" He's about to explode. Jav clutched his head in fear. "Understood, sir. I will be Jav from now on. But that's not enough to calm me down, hoy hoy. And why is this place so poor? Are you blaming me for this? Or do you want to die?" He cried and pleaded, "Please, give me another chance." While they were arguing, Clay noticed something. It was a teddy bear, impaled by metal rods at the construction site. Claire stared at the teddy bear for a long moment before saying, "Why is something like this here?" Hoyan was about to kick VE when her question stopped him. "I bet there are a lot of things like this here." Because it's the regret and fear of Toma's maze. Lena suddenly burst out laughing, making Hoyan angry. "No way people live here. So there shouldn't be anything here." But V was still serious. "Better safe than sorry. Don't be careless. Some parts of this building could be quite dangerous. There might even be some poisonous traps. But Lena sighed in frustration. This building won't be worth anything. However, Hoyan thought it would be amazing to own such a vast piece of land. But I don't think I could ever own such an important place like this building. A big question popped into his head. What should I do now? Claire's voice interrupted Hoyan's thoughts. You could just destroy this whole area. Claire's suggestion hung in the air, silencing everyone. Hoyan then had a realization. If you think about it, she's right. That would solve all our problems. I remember the beginning of the maze. Even though we just entered this area, at first I thought there wouldn't be any traps. But if it's that crazy bastard, he could easily tear it down his way. He'll definitely destroy all the traps along the way. There's no way to secure this place anyway. After demolishing the entire building, I'll have an architect design a special hideout to build a sanctuary for the Black Mountain Society. I have enough money anyway. But if I want to build an awesome base, I have to save every penny, every single one. Thinking about a glorious future made Hoyan grin like a maniac, causing everyone there to look at him with disdain. Gaik, seeing this, whispered to Lena, does he always act this crazy? But Hoyan didn't care. He just thought to himself, I have to hurry. I need to get back to Kura. I can't wait to unleash that ability. Two women, still in a corner observing, whisper to each other. He looks worse, don't you think? I agree. Hoyan's triumphant laughter echoes from far across the building. He can probably still hear it. System announcement. Maze World Tip. Shelter buildings. Shelter buildings provide various power-ups to all members. A typical shelter only offers rest and recovery. But by choosing different building materials, you can unlock amazing attributes. Construction and repair times vary. New construction can take up to a month. To speed it up, use gold. Meanwhile, in Maze City's town square, Seiya silently trudges through the crowded streets. He pays no attention to his surroundings, just walks quickly. But suddenly, a memory surfaces of something Hoyan said. The true victor must be impeccably elegant. This sent Choja into a furious rage. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, you there. You, with a magnificent sword on your back. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Choja, realizing he was being addressed, turned around. What the hell do you want? Choja demanded. The man scoffed at Choja and replied, watch your mouth, kid. But Choja, never one to back down, retorted, if you don't want to meet your maker early, I suggest you keep walking. Well, but instead of being intimidated, the man responded with excitement. I believe I'm immortal. Choja lunged. You're insane. Are you trying to make me angry? The person who just provoked Caesar, named Beksu, continued to ask. Caesar, haven't you heard the rumors? On this street, there was a one-on-one duel between two people with legendary swords in the Eastern Slum District, the East Rat District. Hearing this, Caesar seemed to realize something. Beksu continued to recount. The news just spread uncontrollably throughout my neighborhood. But apparently, there were no witnesses. People believe the marks left at the scene are evidence of an incredible sword fight between two master swordsmen. Caesar listened without rushing to judgment, only pondering for a moment. Beksu, still incredibly excited, continued, but I disagree with their assessment. I think it was just an ordinary brawl. Hearing this, Caesar felt a stir of emotion. He started cursing, asking, how could you even think that? Bek's tongue swiftly kicked towards Cesar and replied, because there wasn't any real martial arts or physical impact between the two during the fight. Strikes must land in the right place at the right time and with a fluid stance. That's what determines the nature and flow of the entire match. That fight lacked the elegance and grace of Bei. Bong 1. True martial arts leads to fighting. After his lengthy explanation, Bek's tongue looked at Cesar and asked, so what do you think? You just like them? Someone who uses a huge sword, right? Why don't we talk about learning Beatbox World instead and leave it as a legacy for future generations? In a historical fight like this, don't let this golden opportunity slip away. Sign up at the gym now. You'll get a lot of bonuses. This time, a truly angered Cesar retorted, shut up. Besson seemed to feel a chill run down his spine. Sarah growled, good. Now show me what you were talking about. How it works. Back in the Labyrinth City, in the Eastern District, at Toma's building, piercing wind territory, something flew by at incredible speed and slammed into the wall. Lena, witnessing this, was thrilled. Clapping her hands repeatedly, she praised, well done. You seem to be quite talented. The system then announced, slave of the Black Mountain Guild. has mastered the basic assassination skill. Lena laughed loudly, pointing at Hoen, and said, "See, your slave is even better than you." Claire, who was sitting in a corner, suddenly spoke up. "So when will this competent subordinate you mention arrive? I'm off the clock." Hearing Claire say that, anger flared up inside him. He thought about that idiotic Caesar. What in the world could he be doing? Hyen quickly masked his anger. He needed to negotiate with Claire. "First, I sincerely apologize. But Claire, I have a question." She lit a cigarette and replied curtly, "Make it quick." So Hyen got straight to the point. "On my way here, although I didn't contribute anything, I noticed the severe unrest in the East District. On top of that, a madman, known as the Explorer, was lured by a relic thief to create chaos in the area. Chaos in this area. Until now, I'm certain that City Hall has given up on resolving this matter. Luckily, an anonymous crime syndicate has taken care of the problem. But the situation isn't much better, to be honest. I've never seen a government escort so dedicated as to stay late after work. To the point of staying late after work. Could it be that City Hall has recognized the competence of my subordinate, Sarah? No. Is it possible you're scheming to resolve the situation by prolonging our stay here?" Claude chuckled and said, "I must admit, you're quite perceptive. As the boss of a newly established gang, we didn't expect much from you." She blushed as she retorted, "But why would I volunteer to stay after my shift? It's partly because of my personal feelings." Claire's answer, along with that shy expression, froze Hoyan right in his tracks. He blushed and his mind started to race. Why would she say something like that? During the golden age of machinery, the difficulty of the world maze, the game's 5th generation, increased significantly from the early days of the dungeon. Therefore, possessing a high-level, valuable item was crucial. It boosted each character's attributes. In the player introduction, players receive an ancient landlord sword, along with enjoying farming activities and numerous other events. Simultaneously, this led to a disparity between most players. To balance the quality of gameplay, it depended on the assets they accumulated. The free-to-play players tried to overcome this inequality with sheer effort. These players sought each other out and together created a martial arts system. In reality, they were trying to improve players' control through martial arts training. It was a commendable effort, but Boo's martial arts studio was filled with loud commotion. The faces of the students, they were grim. Even Boo himself was incredibly panicked and terrified. A red belt student had been beaten so badly his head was stuck in the wooden floor. The person responsible for this was probably Jeagle. He seemed very excited. It must have been quite entertaining. "So, this is the martial arts you were talking about?" Bake Seal, seeing his fellow student being beaten upside down like that, immediately got angry and explained, "No, the essence of Big Book World is not to inflict physical harm on the unwise." Cesar scoffed. "Big Book World? What a terrible name. It sounds more like the name of a bug." He uttered a blunt statement, causing Bixu to freeze as if stunned into silence. This time, Cesar walked directly towards Bixu, lifted him by the collar, and said, "Things are getting boring. I'm not interested in small fry like larvae. Bring me someone worth fighting, if you don't want this gym destroyed." Today, the others present at the scene were terrified. "Oh my God," that bastard said to recruit a new member, not a delinquent. "We're doomed." Another person with large feet stepped forward aggressively. He yelled, "Who's causing all this commotion? How dare you cause such a ruckus?" The newcomer seems to be a martial artist from this dojo too. Jiza. He thinks the newcomer looks like a more worthy opponent than Bixu, so he quickly throws Bixu aside and rushes towards the man. "Master, who are you? Are you the strongest one here?" The sun slowly sets behind the mountains, creating a stunning sunset over the city. But inside the dojo, no one can appreciate the beautiful scenery. This afternoon, because the two men are busy, intensely staring at each other, sizing each other up. For eyes meet, sparks of excitement ignite in Caesar's mind. A wide grin spreads across his face. Bright sunlight streams into Bexu's training room. Suddenly, the newcomer's eyes well up with tears as he looks at Caesar. He bursts into tears and runs away. Everyone in the dojo rushes to comfort him, asking him, "Did he scare you? This is why you shouldn't mock the master's voice. It's all right, young man. No harm done. Our master will teach him a lesson." Caesar, now enraged, roared, "Are you kidding me?" A heavy silence fell over the room. Everyone seemed to hold their breath, staring at Caesar. He was practically radiating fury. I came here with such high hopes, but I never expected things to be this disastrous and disappointing. You made me embark on this pointless journey, claiming I would achieve immortality by mastering this martial art, like some kind of invincible beetle. Now, do you understand the gravity of the situation you're in? The only way you fools can prove your claims is to live up to them, no matter what I do. Right now, the students and monks were stunned, as if struck by lightning. Everyone trembled with fear. One of them threw his card on the ground, cursing. Damn it, I'm leaving this guild. Bake Seal, seeing this, panicked and asked, "What the hell are you doing? That's a badge of honor. You're a proud member of this gym." He burst into tears. All this time, I believed that with enough effort, I could overcome any obstacle. But that student just now, he sobbed, pointing at Jiha. "Look at that terrifying monster," he cried. Look closely at his arrogance. He's just a newbie, only 15 years old. And yet, despite everything, his stats are so high that he could easily defeat average adventurers like us. Moreover, he has such a terrifying item. He's a low-level player, created by spending billions of won in the game. When Betsu learned about Caesar's identity, he stammered in fear. "No way." The other guy added, "More than anything, he's a lackey. You know what that means, right? He's just someone else's errand boy." He cried out, "If this lackey is this strong, how powerful must his master be? I swear he's a total scumbag who enjoys attacking innocent people." Suddenly, Hoyan felt a twitch in his ear. "Who's talking about me behind my back? If we keep fighting him like this, we're going to die someday. We're just empty shells. We're just relying on the wind." Just a glimpse. The AI listening and knew things had just gotten worse. The trainees started to waver. Vexu, seeing this, thought, the trainees are being pushed to their breaking point. This pressure, I've never seen a monster like him. Who could possibly be his master? I hope he doesn't enter the Cho's trial. Cesar, annoyed by the blonde's incessant chatter, grabbed him. The cowardly blonde cried and begged, "Please, let me go. I have nothing to do with this training room anymore. Why are you so desperate?" Cesar slapped him hard enough to nearly dislocate his jaw. The blow was so painful, tears streamed down his face, but he couldn't utter a word. Satisfied, Cesar said, clearly, "Effort alone can't overcome inner limitations." He replied, "That's just how the world works." Seiya let out a hearty laugh and said, "By denying this truth, you've surrounded yourself with worthless things. Struggling to escape from yourself, you're all just a pathetic group. So what is truly despairing?" He chuckled slyly, looking at everyone, and said, "If I'm wrong, it's simple. You just need to prove you're immortal." Perfectly. Hearing such an absurd condition, Bexu was speechless. Have I brought a cruel demon into my own training room? Another card was slammed down. All the trainees threw down their cards in unison. "I quit. I don't want to die here just for martial arts." They cried out pathetically. If you really think about it, he's right. Instead of needing to farm for items, I've opened my eyes and wasted my life here. Betsu started to panic as he saw the students leaving one by one. At this rate, we're going to lose a lot of trainees. In the midst of the chaos, a strained voice shouted out, "Enough! Don't touch the trainees." The voice successfully caught Jage's attention. Another one from that dojo shows up. Meanwhile, at Toma's mansion in the East District, Rina was excitedly pointing at something and yelling, "Sir, get away from that woman." Hoyan was still blushing and bewildered. He wondered what she was talking about. "Right, I shouldn't stand near her." Gake then gave a bright, beautiful smile and said, "What did I do wrong?" Rina, furious, lunged at her. The two women stand face to face. Lena, having the upper hand, interrogates, "What exactly is your scheme, AI?" Jury, unfazed, calmly replies, "I've had my suspicions about you from the start. You think just because you have big boobs you can get away with anything." The absurd question leaves even Hoyan speechless. Why are they suddenly trying to fight each other? Ray wonders. Meanwhile, Ray watches the drama unfold while enjoying some popcorn. Lena continues to approach Juri with an intimidating look and asks, "I overheard your conversation earlier. What was that about? Personal feelings? Are you trying to bankrupt my boss? That's it, isn't it?" Lena, unable to contain her emotions, pulls out a knife and says, "It's just a guess. The only reason our gang grew so fast is because we don't care about the law. A frightened Hoyan tried to stop Lena. "Wait, you can't do this." Lena, fuming, turned to him. "Are you serious?" she demanded. "You actually, Girls like this? Hoyan quickly interjected. No, you misunderstand. You can't interfere with a state official. She's just doing her job. Hoyan's explanation only infuriated Lena further. Choose, she snarled. Me or her? Hoyan flinched, fear evident in his eyes. What is this blatant disrespect, he thought. How did things escalate so quickly? I can't let this continue. Claire sat smugly in the corner while Hoyan pondered. In situations like these, when conflicts arise within a guild, it usually leads to a negotiation. But just now, Claire suddenly flirted with me. She's trying to gain leverage in the negotiation. Although I have to admit, she did make my heart flutter a little. In any case, as long as I have my ultimate move, which is the skill of attraction, and naturally, I will be the victor in this negotiation. But that's not all that I'm aiming for. Gak remained seated and smiled. Lena, on the other hand, was furious and shouted, Why did you suddenly become so disgusting? What is there to even think about? Indeed, Hoyan was still thinking. I truly want to control time, to test my perception. With perception, one can see invisible things, and the unknowable. One cannot truly become stronger. If I didn't have this ability, my original plan was to counterclash with charisma and win the negotiation, and by doing so, raise Chao's negotiation level, while also gaining recognition. I've been thinking, but I still don't know how to resolve this. Sweat dripped down his face. Faced with two beautiful women, what will Hoyan's choice be? He wondered. Since when did this become a woman's choice? A competition for affection? I don't know. Davi was beside himself with glee, watching Hoyan struggle. He even had a box of popcorn ready to enjoy the show. Back at Beksu's dojo, a man's voice shouted, Enough. Leave those students alone. The afternoon sun began to set. Inside the dojo, a tall figure slowly approached. Slightly annoyed, Sayare focused on who this person was. Beksu was completely taken aback by this person's appearance. He shouted, Master, I think you're not feeling well. The person who just arrived was Gato. He's probably the strongest person in this dojo. He said mysteriously, It's hard to believe you came all the way here, just to cause this destruction. Even with that incredible power, Caesar, then he angrily shouted, What the hell are you doing? Caesar's power suddenly surged intensely, forcing Beksu behind him to shield himself with his arm. The power was so great that Beksu exclaimed, Oh my God, this is insane. He can create such a strong gust of wind. With just his mental strength, Caesar became excited and asked, Do you really want to know what I'm up to? Do you really want to know? With that said, Caesar assumed a fighting stance, ready for battle. A single stomp of his foot shook the entire building. The wooden floor beneath him shattered instantly. The students behind him were thrown back by the force. They screamed in panic. The floors collapsed. Everyone, be careful. The more excited Caesar became, the less he could control his power. I relished the thrill of crushing these weaklings. Gato, on the other hand, was unaffected by Caesar's power. He calmly prepared his counterattack. His hands moved swiftly, seemingly creating something. This time, Gato was serious, taking a ready stance. Gato was trying to cast some sort of spell. He yelled, You bastard! I won't tolerate this any longer. With that, Gato unleashed his attack towards Caesar. The move Big Book Wind Blast. Gato's wind launched like two giant blades hurtling towards Caesar. He couldn't dodge, only had time to think. A messy victory. Like this is unacceptable. Suddenly, in that near-death moment, Hoyan's words echoed in his mind. True victory must be elegant and flawless. With that thought, a confident smile spread across his face. Caesar didn't dodge Gato's attack. Instead, he met it head-on, to Gato's astonishment. Not only was Caesar unharmed, but Gato suffered a considerable backlash. He tried to regulate his breathing to steady himself. However, Gato was shocked to see Caesar emerge from the smoke, slowly stepping out. Gato was utterly stunned to see him still alive and standing before him. On the contrary, Cesar was holding Byakuya up by the scruff of his neck like a trophy. Then, in a raspy voice, Cesar said, This is what you call a perfect victory, isn't it? Gato furiously yelled, Stop it! How dare you hurt my family? But Cesar simply replied, Does that mean I just have to avoid getting hit? But Gato, ignoring Cesar completely, rushed to Byakuya's side and cradled him. Byakuya, wake up! Come on! Hearing this, Cesar interjected, Don't worry, he told me he wasn't going to die. Gato looked up furiously and shouted, You cruel bastard! Who the hell are you? I want her name and rank. After moments thought, Cesar finally introduced himself. I'm Cesar from the Black Mountain Society. Surprised, Gato asked, the Black Mountain Society? What? I've never heard of that name. A gang with someone as vicious as you. Seems like some shady guild. Insulting the Black Mountain clan like that. Caesar couldn't hold back and yelled, Shut up, you damn old geezer. I don't work for you anymore. Seeing Caesar leave, Gato yelled, Where do you think you're going? The fight's not over yet. Caesar, without turning back, replied, You're all a bunch of losers. I came here to learn martial arts for combat. To prove that even a martial arts master can have flaws. Now I've lost interest. Don't waste any more of my time. Gato trembled with rage. His hands clenched into fists, showcasing his fury. But he could do nothing. From the outside, the dojo seemed peaceful today, but no one knew that Gato was seething. Does that mean you'll leave in peace? Don't cause any more harm to this gym. What? When did I ever say that, Sarah? You, and that hateful look on your face. His answer would shock and terrify even an AI. Caesar continued. The sun is shining bright. From this moment forward, Caesar, will conquer this place. Gato, furious, pointed wildly and yelled, No way. I won't let you. That's not something I'll allow. If you want that to happen, you'll have to go through me. The students seemed to understand the master's implied challenge and rushed to attack Caesar. Everyone, do everything you can to stop this evil man. Meanwhile, at Toma's building in the East District, Lena was sulking. Fine, have it your way. Go have your fun with that City Hall employee. Go capture her heart, big as her chest. Hoyan handed him something and said, I'm truly grateful to you. I'm also glad to have a subordinate like you. The system detected hostile thoughts within Lena. What do you want to do? If you really do that, I will kill you. If you truly find happiness with her, then it's over between you and me. You're so annoying. Why don't you get it, boss? You've been single since birth. What do you want? Why are you being so contradictory? Hoyan looked at Claire and asked, What does she mean, single since birth? I can't believe I have such a clueless subordinate. Claire, what do you think? Suddenly, Claudette blushed, her eyes giving him a suggestive look as she replied, I have to admit, you're a good man. Wenham's system immediately reported to Hoyan about Claudette's feelings and thoughts. She thinks you're a kind and compassionate person, and she's very interested in you. Hearing this, Hoyan jumped up with joy. Lena, who was beside him, was puzzled by his strange behavior. Claire, she asked, why do you think he's acting so strangely? Honestly, I don't like him acting like this. Claire completely agreed. Suddenly, the system alerted them. Claire and Lena's Algondu has decreased by 1. Hoyan went from joyful to panicked. Upon seeing the notification, I'm going crazy, he thought to himself. Back at Beck Sue's martial arts dojo, Sarah was enjoying beating people up. He's like a demon unleashed, even attacking AIs. A flurry of blows, a furious release. He frantically strikes any AI within his reach, even though he's alone. Facing all these people doesn't faze him in the slightest. They're nothing to him. The peaceful dojo is thrown into chaos by Cesar, the big boy nameplate. Even Jim's falls from the sheer force of his presence, but doesn't stop there. Moments later, the nameplate is split in two. The floor cracks and splinters under Cesar's power. With just one hand, Cesar lifts Gato effortlessly. The system immediately announces, Cesar has defeated Gato, Beckham's martial arts master. Cesar's strength increases slightly after defeating the martial arts master. Cesar's fame has increased by 100, and the Black Mountain Guild's reputation has increased by 50. Back at Toma's ruined dojo in the Eastern District, Hoyan was utterly shocked to see the system notification. Winna Mayer's fame had increased by 50. He immediately understood what was going on. That damn Caesar. What the hell has he done this time? Slow footsteps. Approached and accidentally stepped on the broken dojo sign, split in two. Hoyan's face darkened, utterly bewildered, as he witnessed the dojo before him destroyed. Even a large front door was gone. People were face down on the floor. Countless others lay injured. Lena, equally astonished, exclaimed, What a mess this place is. Rave, witnessing the scene, grumbled, Do you know what happened here? But Hoyan, just like Rave, replied, I don't know anything. All I know is, according to the system, this building is ours now. Lena's beside herself. She's ecstatic, like she won the lottery. She has no clue what's going on. So, Hoyan grabs the nearest person to ask, and it just so happens to be Baeksu. Hey, mister, what in the world just happened here? Baeksu asks fearfully, Don't tell me you're from the Cheese Guild too? Hoyan's face turns menacing. It's the Black Mountain Guild, you idiot. Gato is bedridden, but even he sits up at the mention of their name. The Black Mountain Guild? They're ruthless, cold-blooded. He says breathlessly, rage building. Why? Why, of all places, would they choose this sweat and tear-soaked place to take over? While my gym is the least successful business in this area. What have I done? This feels so wrong. I've lost all my strength and hope, I tell you. Gato collapses onto the ground. Hoi-Yan is utterly bewildered. Wait, what did I even do? Lena, from behind, whispers into Rave's ear. I don't know what's going on, but that guy's got a real jerk face. Hoi-Yan, on the other side, sighs exasperatedly and replies, whatever's going on, I have zero interest in your little dojo. Hearing this, Biksu anxiously asks, what are you talking about? Who are you to speak like that? After everything that's happened here? Hoi-Yan, with a stone-cold expression, replies, I am Winna Meyer, the leader of the Black Mountain Society, and you better remember that from now on. First of all, let me apologize for the incidents that occurred today. This was merely the impulsive action of my subordinates. Does everyone really believe everything they hear? That's simply preposterous. Hoi-Yan's expression remained unchanged. Furthermore, I am a man, busy with grand ambitions and goals to achieve. Therefore, it's a grand endeavor that you simply wouldn't understand. Basically, he wants to buy his own house. Lena, beside him, started teasing him again. You want to become a demon lord too, don't you? Provoked, Hoi-Yan raised his voice. No, absolutely not. In any case, I don't have the time or attention for a sweaty path like this, especially when it's not even profitable. I may be your landlord now, but I have no intention of replacing the tenants. So, everyone can continue with their own activities. AI was stunned by Hoi-Yan's words. Gato gritted his teeth in anger, then yelled, how can you be so calm talking about that? Leader of the Black Mountain Society. Annoyed and frustrated, Hoi-Yan muttered, what? I just showed him some pity, but all he saw was sincerity. How? Gato lowered his head and slowly replied, let me tell you the truth. The reason why Big Bang Gym isn't as active as it used to be is all because other martial art schools have been stealing our students. As Gato spoke, Hoi-Yan seemed to understand the problem. So he replied, I bet that's happening because your gym doesn't offer as many perks to clients as other places. But Gato quickly retorted, that's not all. Then he slowly said, true martial arts is about honing fighting skills, but also recognizing the importance of iron discipline so that our gym can compete. By focusing on practical experience and training students in brutally effective killing techniques. I'm not sure if it's the allure, the excitement stemming from their unique marketing strategy, but students who couldn't endure Bigo's traditional methods have left the gym to join that one. That's why this situation. Kato bowed his head and yelled, but if there's a rumor that every single one of our members was defeated by a bully as strong as Ju, the gym is finished, completely and utterly finished. Hoi-Yan suddenly asked, what? Ju. Lena immediately replied, maybe he's right. Right now, Hoi-Yan was thinking, that damn Jaja. He's the one who caused all of this. What was Jaja thinking, running around, causing all this destruction? While he was lost in thought, Betsu and Gato suddenly started banging their heads together repeatedly. I beg you, please consider taking this dojo with you. Lena stood beside them, giggling gleefully. You may be a clueless idiot when it comes to women, but you're quite the catch. Worried boys are like magnets, aren't they? Hoi-Yan angrily shouted, I'm not like that, but Biksu still wouldn't give up. Please, I'm even willing to hug your legs. That desperate. Get away from me. All of you. V spoke up from beside him. If rumors spread that this dojo is a subsidiary of the Black Mountain Gang, we'll be labeled as a group of losers. Hearing that, Hoi-Yan exploded in anger, thinking, damn it, how could things turn out like this? He looked down between his legs. Suddenly, jealousy washed over him. The urge to step over Hoon's crotch startled him, making him yell, all right, I'll assess the situation here, so please stop it. I'd be very grateful if you would. Hearing Hoon's plea, Biaseet's tears fell like rain. I can't believe Master is enduring this humiliation to save us. Everyone, listen up. Let's all step over him. Lena and Jabi couldn't help but feel nauseated by the scene. They, along with the others, stepped over Hoon's groin. This gave Lena a sense of satisfaction. At least they have better teamwork than... The sky had grown much darker than before. Everyone was then dragged off for martial arts training. Only Hoon was left feeling utterly drained and exhausted. Where are my subordinates, Cesar? Rena didn't care what was going on. Focused only on her martial arts, she gave a curt reply. We're very busy. As you can see, we have a warehouse to clean up thanks to that vandal. Bisa spoke up. I think he'll be back after destroying this place. I assume he's finished his business. After trashing our dojo, I assume he's done after achieving his goal. However, what he said bothers me. He asked if this was a perfect fight. Biasu continued. Who would have thought that scoundrel had a heart of stone? Does he want to challenge our dojo? And is that why he caused all this damage himself? I advise you to stay away from Mahawk's dojo. For now, a question lingered in her mind. Why would he say that? Why would he act so righteous? With the ones who just destroyed this place, something doesn't feel right. Suspicious. Hoyan uses his X-ray vision to get a clearer picture of the situation, to see if these people have any ulterior motives. Suddenly, a look of panic washes over his face. Hoyan spins around, facing Lena and yelling, Lena, we need to get to the black gym now. Hoyan's face is filled with panic as he urges her. Hurry, he's in danger. Meanwhile, in the city center, the moon hangs high in the sky. People are still bustling in the streets. But inside a certain building, people are engrossed in kendo practice. They're also practicing martial arts together. This is the main hall of the black gym. The walls are adorned with wooden swords and kendo equipment. A man stands above, observing them. Is a master of this dojo. Inhak, with his talent for piercing blade techniques. Outside, someone rushes in and calls out, Master Inhak, I am Wadion, the training instructor of this gym. It's a pleasure to meet you. Inhak responds with a bowed head. I know. I've heard about the recent events, and I can't believe such chaos has unfolded in my short absence. Wadion bows his head and replies, It is my fault. We lacked vigilance. We never knew there was still an expert. Like that. Inhak, hearing this, turns and asks, Expert? How strange, because for what I've been told, he's just a murderer. Wadion hesitates for a moment, then replies, That is my responsibility, master. Without a word, without a sound, he suddenly throws a punch, sending a stream of blood gushing from Wadion's nose. He looks at the older man cruelly and says, Pathetic, Wadion. Can you be even more pathetic? Do you know anything about humiliation? The humiliation I had to endure during the guild meeting? The question leaves Wadion speechless, stunned into silence. He continues, But if this happens again, what can I expect from someone with such lowly origins? Someone so insignificant. It seems I can't even trust you with the simplest tasks anymore. The most basic of responsibilities. Despite being hit, Wadion doesn't dare show any sign of disrespect. On the contrary, he replies even more respectfully. Please allow me to reiterate the extent of the damages. An unidentified individual infiltrated the training room, causing a disturbance and injuring several people. Fortunately, we were able to apprehend him. He allows the older man to continue. Did this thug utilize a series of movements? It's very similar to Beck Book 1's technique. Beck Book 1's technique of the master. Kato, on the other side of the call, suddenly laughed. You said Beck Book 1? I'm a little surprised he's still alive. Very well. Now I have a legitimate reason to meet Kato, and I'll give you one more chance. So make sure that Intruder is securely imprisoned. Keep him locked up tight until I return. People with origins like yours don't even deserve a single chance. I'll overlook it this time, but don't disappoint me again. The guard replied, Yes, I understand, sir. Meanwhile, in a basement within the dojo building, Hyuk Cheol-sa, though bound, still radiated immense power. Everyone in the dojo looked at him with fear. Are the rumors true? Cheol-sa smirked at them, saying nothing. They continued to whisper amongst themselves. I can't believe he's the one who defeated Toma. In the East District, if that's true, then he'd be at the top of the guild's wanted list. A top priority target. But wait a minute. Why would someone that's strong be so easily captured by you? The only person who could face Toma in our gym could only be Master. Seiya suddenly spoke up. So your gym is that weak? How disappointing. Truly pathetic. That guy looks a lot like that kid in black, his student. Jumma chimed in. Don't try to provoke me. You're nothing more than a prisoner. Don't talk so much. But if you're right, what happened to that kid who was always running around? Toma caressed his chin, thinking for a moment before replying. I'm not sure about his whereabouts right now. Jabiel suddenly whispered to Hoyne. My boss needs to use the restroom. But Hoyne retorted sharply. Do you think I have nothing better to do than approve every single one of your requests? Jabiel exclaimed fearfully. Fine. I'll figure it out myself. Meanwhile, Caesar had given Junmu an answer. Bet our leader brainwashed that kid and turned him into a slave. Everyone was stunned. What? But he's just a child. What kind of cold-blooded monsters are you? Junmu suddenly became enraged. You don't deserve the privileges of a prisoner. I'll end your life right now. Junmu lunged forward. Die, you bastard. But Caesar wasn't afraid of his blade. Instead, he laughed scornfully. Why is Junmu in such a hurry? Only now does Junmu realize something is happening behind the scenes, something he's completely unaware of. And that something is Lena. She pops up from below, cutting Sorrow in half. Cutting Junmu's sword in half. Then Lena kicks him, sending him flying. Caesar, seeing this, is filled with glee. Lena, on the other hand, is solely focused on completing her mission. Suddenly, she turns back and says, "You shut up." Caesar can't contain his amusement. He laughs and says, "It's been a while, my girl. Thank you for taking care of these pesky flies. Have you considered submitting to me?" Lena answers without hesitation. "Of course not. Look at you, not only captured and tied up, but you still enjoy talking nonsense. But anyway, what the hell is happening to you? What a waste of potential. You were so decisive, so focused on survival when a blade was at your throat. So what brings you here? A perfect battle. An answer in just 5 words. Leaves Rena clueless. A perfect what now? So basically, you mean taking 0 damage? Right, got it. You'll do anything to avoid getting hurt. What's the big deal? Suddenly acting all monk-like, all pacifist and whatnot. Besides, what's there to learn here anyway? None of these losers seem particularly impressive or inspiring. Anyway, stop wandering these stinking dojos and stop fighting a losing battle. Learn from my experience. As your senior by a whole year, this is some solid advice. Infuriated by the sarcasm, Cesar was fuming. You're such an unreasonable woman. Lena remained calm, simply replying, don't get so worked up. If you're so confident, then show me. Cesar didn't disappoint her. With a flex of his muscles, the ropes binding him snapped. I told you this would be a perfect fight. Let's make a wager then. Lena's eyes lit up with excitement. I propose. The first one to get injured becomes the other's pet. What do you say? Just as things were getting heated, a voice interrupted. Hold on, my fight isn't over yet, he declared. Junimo drew his sword and stated, I won't let you destroy this dojo. I am Junimo, the swordsmanship instructor of this dojo, and I will cut you both down a size, even if it costs me my life. A sudden silence filled the room. All 3 of them went quiet after Junmo's declaration. Both of them, Caesar and Lena, responded with enthusiastic agreement. Perfect. So we have another volunteer. Junmo looked at the 2 in front of him. Not only were they not afraid, but they were excited. This made him the worried one out of the 3. They were like bloodthirsty beasts, lunging forward in a flash. A cry echoed through the training hall in the darkness. A moment later, at the by-bit training room next to the city square, Mira had returned safely from a maze. Hyun was utterly surprised. What did you 2 say? Are you guys serious? Hyun's face soured, thinking this is bad. Lena, not taking it seriously, said, the dojo in the mansion. Turns out it's a branch of the largest criminal organization. He's a former member of the criminal syndicate. I wonder how I could forget that. Suddenly, she blushes. Hey, Zira, looks like we've poked the hornet's nest. We're in deep trouble, aren't we? Hoyan and Rayon, standing beside them, witnessing this affectionate display, were speechless. Seeing this, he asks, since when did you 2 become so close? Lena, with a knowing look, replies, well, you see, this musclehead here lost badly to me. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Ziera could only blush and remain silent, completely flustered. At this moment, it was Hoyan, who, seeing the 2 acting lovey-dovey, Lena said with a doting expression, now, my good boy. Ziera, flustered, retorted, only for today. The 2, having just witnessed the affectionate display, thought to themselves, just how much worse can things possibly get? Flashback to a scene from a special event. A building almost entirely shrouded in darkness. Outside, only a single sign hangs, bearing a simple letter H. Inside is the newly completed Hakusen Tavern. A man, seemingly having just finished a flurry of work, tiredly wipes the sweat from his brow. He leans against the bar, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, it's all done. 2 employees behind the counter, overcome with emotion, allowed a gasp. The man, feeling a surge of emotion, bows his head slightly, tears welling up in his eyes. We finally did it. With those words, the 3 embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The other employees, witnessing the scene, can't help but weep along with them. The man, fighting back tears of joy, chokes out the words. My lifelong dream has been to open a shop, and today, it's finally come true. An employee, Tare, loudly blows his nose into a handkerchief. He, too, finds this unbelievable. The Black Mountain Society, who destroyed their old tavern, are being surprisingly generous. He nods in agreement, wiping away the lingering tears from the corner of his eyes. If they were still under the thumb of that criminal gang, then not even in his wildest dreams would he have dared to imagine this. He turns and looks around the tavern. Now, the taxes are significantly lower. They also have the autonomy to manage the tavern themselves. The man remembers the faces that used to be his nightmares. Now, they seem strangely benevolent. These words immediately cause the employee, Cho, who is wiping glasses, to freeze in place. Could this be the reason people say, life is like a box of chocolates? You never know what you're going to get. After saying that, he put on a mysterious expression. Who would have thought that a former enforcer, who only cleaned up after criminal gangs, could actually use his taste buds and aesthetic eye in business? As he spoke, the man's world seemed to light up. He spun around excitedly several times, overwhelmed with joy. It felt like life couldn't get any better. Finally, he enthusiastically declared the grand opening of the Black Mountain Tavern, upholding the spirit of the great Black Mountain Society. At that moment, a vision appeared in the man's mind. A bustling tavern, so popular it would even solidify its reputation as the best tavern in town. Just as he thought that, the sound of the door swinging open echoed. Stepped inside together. He immediately assumed this was the tavern's first customer, and became so excited he could barely speak. Welcome to the Black Mountain Tavern. Here, we offer friendly food and delicious service. The man suddenly stopped talking when he saw clearly that it was AI who entered. He bowed and gasped, not understanding what he was saying. A few seconds later, the man finally came to his senses, remembering that this kid was AI. But Javier's shout interrupted him. Winna Meyer, the master of Black Mountain, has ordered all members to assemble. The man was confused. If it wasn't an emergency, why was he acting so serious? Javier didn't answer his question, but simply relayed Hoyen's words, saying that he should just come and he would find out. Moments later, at Thomas Tame, Fong Estate, the man walked forward and glanced at the paper stuck to the wall. The message read, Winnamer. He was ordered to completely destroy this place. Before the young master's triumphant return, the man stood frozen, holding the paper, staring at the scene before him. The desolate and ruined space seemed to swallow his mind whole, leaving him oblivious to the commotion of his subordinates behind him, caught in traps and yelling in panic. A question gnawed at the man's mind. Why did the boss treat them like mere servants? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lena was gleefully scratching Sarah's chin like a dog, making him tremble with rage, yet forced to endure it. The chaotic scene left both Hoyan and Javier speechless, unable to look directly. Suddenly, the deafening alarm of the system blared, warning of an attacker, causing his expression to change. Change immediately. A mysterious energy surged in from outside the door, quickly engulfing the entire space where they stood. Seeing it, Bixu immediately thought of something, but unsure, she tensely asked Gato. That powerful energy, it's emanating from Jinhak. He's approaching, his presence heavy. As soon as he saw the newcomer, he immediately recognized him and gasped his name in astonishment. Jinhak calmly spoke. It's been a long time, my old senior brother. After his words, his face suddenly darkened. You must know why I came here alone, right? Gato instantly froze, stammering, wanting to speak, but Jinhak cut him off. Whatever you say, it can't be explained away. He extended his hand, slowly stepping towards him. You left the dojo, criticizing it for losing the true essence of martial arts, only to become pawns for a bunch of pathetic street thugs. These words instantly froze the three eavesdroppers in their tracks. Lena smiled reassuringly. Hoyan and Caesar were gnashing their teeth in fury, ready to burst out at any moment. At that moment, Gato sighed, admitting that his life hadn't turned out the way he'd planned. As he spoke, Gato's eyes hardened with a newfound resolve as he looked at Jinhyuk. I don't have much time left either. But isn't your situation even more dire than mine? How could you steal the secret technique of the Grandmaster and modify it on your own? While your martial arts school is notorious for training assassins for criminal gangs. Jinhyuk lowered his head slightly, as if restraining himself from exploding. A second later, Jin Hyuk snapped, telling him to shut up. He's blaming and jealous of Gato for leaving, saying it's why Master refused to pass down the secret technique. All I did was end the suffering of someone who no longer wanted to live. Hearing this ludicrous claim, the old man scoffed. He stated one reason Master refused to teach them was because Jin Hyuk lost Master's trust by neglecting his training and indulging in debauchery. The word debauchery triggered Jin Hyuk, who exposed Gato for leaving the dojo due to a scandal involving a woman, leaving the old man stunned and stammering. How did Jin Hyuk know about that? Jin Hyuk didn't answer, instead challenging Gato to a fight. Seeing his confidence, Gato accepted. The three onlookers were stunned, jaws agape. Are these guys filming a cheesy action movie? In a flash, Jin Hyuk and Gato stood poised, facing each other. The atmosphere was tense, like a tightly drawn string. They didn't hesitate for another moment. The battle began instantly. He swung his arm with tremendous force, creating a blinding streak of energy through the air. The attack was like a powerful blade slicing through the wind, hurtling towards him. Gato gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed, watching the razor-sharp energy streak hurtling towards him. Right before his eyes, when it was only an arm's length away, he calmly raised his hand, unleashing his own technique. In the blink of an eye, Gato launched a stunning counterattack, shattering the other's attack. The two energies collided, creating a ground-shaking explosion. But when the smoke cleared, he reappeared, looking completely unscathed, completely unaffected by the blast. A furious growl escaped through gritted teeth. So, this is truly the entirety of your skill? The martial arts you poured your heart and soul into after betraying the brotherhood between us? Saw, filled with disbelief, watched in astonishment as his opponent remained unharmed. He hadn't even flinched from the attack. Unable to hold back, he muttered under his breath, "That bastard, he managed to counter my incredible move." Meanwhile, the three, hidden behind the door, were still watching with intense excitement. They even had popcorn ready to munch on. Hoyan couldn't hide his astonishment. It was clearly written all over his face. He marveled at the dramatic action that had just unfolded. Caesar, on the other hand, gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She was then immediately scolded by Lena for suddenly crushing the popcorn in anger, sending it flying everywhere. Suddenly, police sirens wailed, accompanied by shouts, demanding the two stop fighting. No fighting allowed on the streets, not without proper authorization procedures. The police officer then turned to the others and gave instructions to the remaining officers. Wait for the smoke to clear. Immediately apprehend them with irrefutable evidence, indisputable proof of their crime. They waited in bated breath. The smoke that filled the sky finally dissipated, revealing a figure, a lone man standing amidst the clearing, within the ominous darkness. He turned his head, glaring at them with murderous intent. One of the officers froze, instantly recognizing him. He realized the man's identity. He glanced at Caesar, who was wearing a chilling smile behind Gato. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "I know that menacing man back there." The officer, seemingly the leader, said in a low voice, "The leader of the largest gang in the criminal underworld, and the leader of a newly formed guild, has reached an infamy level over 1,000, appearing in the same place. Speaking of which, he's sweating buckets from the tension. We're in a dangerous situation. Let's wait and watch them for now." At this moment, the commotion from the fight attracted many curious onlookers. The cheers and shouts were endless. Someone even started selling popcorn, as if they were watching a show and not a fight. Seeing the scene, Hoyan and Rena's jaws dropped in surprise, while Caesar let out an amused chuckle. On the other side, the police quickly realized something was wrong. They hurriedly gave orders, ensuring the safety of the onlookers who had gathered. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, he couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Hoyan's eyes scanned the densely packed crowd. It was clear that the Black Mountain Society's reputation hinged on the outcome of this fight. But the problem was that Gato's health wasn't in the best condition. He'd been coughing incessantly this whole time. In terms of martial arts, Gato was also weaker than his opponent. No matter how you looked at it, they were at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Sarah activated his powerful oratory skills. He shouted frantically, "Listen up, you blockheads. Are you witnessing a legendary battle? A flawless masterpiece? Will this be etched in history forever?" His words, immediately caused everyone to turn and stare in confusion. Meanwhile, Hoyan beside him looked at R.A. in panic, unable to understand why he would suddenly blurt out such nonsense. The lively atmosphere suddenly fell silent, like a still life painting. Immediately after, whispers and murmurs about being called a blockhead arose. But clearly, out of the three, only Hoyan was panicked by the stares from everyone around. No one expected what happened next. The excited crowd eagerly proclaimed their own ignorance, claiming that was their true nature. Seeing this, Lena immediately turned to look at Caesar with admiration. You've captured what the audience desires. Hearing that, Hoyan's expression darkened even further. His mouth opened wide, wanting to scream, "No, it's not me," but the words caught in his throat. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk and Kato stood frozen, staring at each other, oblivious to the police officers struggling. To calm the agitated crowd, he spoke coldly. "So it's come to this. One of us has to die for this to end." At these words, Jin Hyuk fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Then, Kato's eyes widened with steely determination. He decided to make the first move. "Big Book World, first form," he roared. In a flash, Kato lunged forward with lightning speed, unleashing a powerful blow towards Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened, watching the attack hurtle towards him. But when it made contact, the body in black instantly dissipated like smoke. This startled Gato, leaving him in stunned disbelief. Watching the smoke slowly disperse, he suddenly realized that he was using illusionary magic. That was the reason why the man in black created the smokescreen, to surround them. Realizing this, Gato quickly turned around to search. Where could he be hiding? Taking advantage of his distraction, the man in black launched a surprise attack from behind. Gato could only sense his presence now. Hoyan couldn't hold back any longer. She yelled out a warning, urging him to look out behind him. Thanks to that warning, Gato managed to raise his hand in time to block the surprise attack. The man in black immediately retreated a distance. Gato coughed violently, struggling to catch his breath. The onlookers grew restless and started cursing at Hoyan for interfering in the fight, even accusing them of cheating. Even Caesar felt his master was being a bit rash. He brushed it aside and asked him if he saw that. A confused Caesar looked over. No sooner had he looked, they gasped in shock. On the other side, Gato was stunned, watching an arm emitting a strange energy. There was something unusual about the blow he had just blocked. Now he was furious. He spun around and yelled, "You bastard! What the hell did you do to our ancestors' ultimate technique?" He glared at Gato intensely. There's always been something contradictory in our ancestors' martial arts. Tronghak slowly raised his hand. I'm sure you've noticed it too, especially the way our ancestor stubbornly clung to tradition. But before he could finish, Gato interrupted him loudly. Even if that were true, you can't turn it into a vulgar martial art. Focus solely on taking another's life. Hearing the words vulgar and Jinhua, he angrily raised his hand. All I've done is unlock its limitless potential. He suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Instead of explaining, I'll show you myself. The fourth stance of Jinhua, Illinois, GM, AP Che. As he finished speaking, Gato's face immediately changed, his eyes widening in shock. In the blink of an eye, his attack struck Gato directly, leaving him no time to react. He could only cry out in pain. Seeing this, Hyen instantly panicked and cursed. In contrast to him, the crowd roared with excitement, cheering even louder. Gato clutched his chest, gasping for air. What in the world was that move? Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the left, pulling him in. Unnoticed at some point, Hyuk had moved behind Gato. The show isn't over yet. With those words, he swung his arm, landing a critical blow to Gato's back. Gato's eyes rolled back in agony. The other two remained indifferent to the scene. Only Hoyan's face paled with alarm. From the spot where Gato was struck, strange fumes began to rise, just like on his arm earlier. After observing for a moment, Sarah gasped, "I finally see it, Master." His nonchalance immediately set Hoyan off. Now's the time to think about that. Do you know what will happen if Gato? Whether he loses or not. Hearing that, Cesar let out an amused chuckle. Just now, when that guy attacked, he clearly tried to dodge. Finishing her sentence, Lena immediately chimed in. Exactly. Gato definitely could have dodged it. Not to mention, the timing was absolutely perfect. Hearing this, Hoyan was a bit puzzled, because he also saw it thanks to his foresight ability. But then why? How did he still get it? Lena wasn't sure about that either. At that moment, a glint flashed in Cesar's eyes. The essence of a perfect battle is far deeper than I had imagined. Hearing him say he would observe more closely, Huiyan was furious. At least you should do something. Back in the arena, Gato's steps faltered as if he was about to collapse. Suddenly, without any warning, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. It immediately gushed out like a river. Seeing this, I suddenly understand why Gato said we don't have much time left. He smirked triumphantly. Is this why you used a Black Mountain thug? To lure me here? Gato, now drenched in cold sweat from pain, stared wide-eyed at Trong Hak. I didn't want you to find out this way. Hearing that, he burst into maniacal laughter. He raised his hand, ready to unleash an attack. Who cares? It looks like we'll settle things right here, Gato. Meanwhile, he had managed to gain a steady footing, ready to fight. Our battle has dragged on for far too long. It was clear Trong Hak didn't respect Gato. He scoffed, as if victory was already in his grasp. Across from him, he was mustering all his strength. Finally, he swung his arm, unleashing his attack. I expect you to fight until your last breath. Seeing this, Huiyan was once again startled and terrified. Betsu rushed forward in a panic, yelling to stop Gato. Seeing the technique taking form, he screamed in despair that he couldn't use that technique. But it was too late. Gato swung his arm, creating a ripping sound in the air. Seeing this, Trong Hak's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't help but wonder what it was. Trong Hak had never seen such masterful control of pure energy. A blindingly bright energy began to spread. Was this wave technique? Energy focused to its maximum potential? He speculated as he shifted to the side. If it was... Trong Hak didn't hesitate, dashing forward like lightning, determined to strike first and destroy Gato's attack. But it seemed he had miscalculated. It was as if Gato had been waiting for this moment. You walked right into my trap. His dark pupils suddenly constricted. He finally realized Gato's plan, to take them both down with him. But it was too late. A blinding light engulfed the entire area, forcing onlookers to shield their eyes. Big Bang One's finishing move. Ultimate Big Boy had been activated. BTSU screamed Gato's name in agony, tears streaming down his face. The officers recoiled, shielding themselves from the intense light. The onlookers were frozen in place, stunned by the spectacle. On the other side, Caesar laughed maniacally. Huiyan couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Moments later, as the light began to fade, a lone figure stood amidst the aftermath. There, he didn't know who it was, but the sight left him speechless, completely stunned. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. The officers stood frozen, stunned by the scene unfolding before them. A surge of energy ripped through the air. Jin Hyok smirked, a condescending flick of his wrist. Show off all you want, it's useless. He paused. A look of exhilaration spread across his face. So who's next? Jin Hyok abruptly pointed at Sia, challenging him to be his next opponent. Even Lena beside him was taken aback. Suddenly, Baek-soo jumped out, screaming for justice, vowing revenge for his master's death. But he was swiftly cut short and knocked to the ground by Cora. Get lost, brat. After Baek-soo lay unconscious, Cora slowly addressed Jin Hyok. Ow, how did you do that? He looked at Jin Hyok's slightly distorted face, utterly bewildered. Ow, could you withstand that attack without a scratch? He didn't answer Caesar's question. Instead, his eyes narrowed slightly as if remembering his identity. He hesitated for a moment. Then, Trong Hak also remembered. Caesar was the mercenary that the Bigbo martial arts school had sent to them before. He also couldn't help but wonder how he had escaped. The question immediately flipped a switch in Lena. She excitedly raised her hand and scratched her chin. Caesar boasted about being the one who got him out. At this point, Lena couldn't help but scoff with disdain. I never thought that the criminal gang I used to belong to would become so pathetic. She had actually thought they were competent. But in the end, Trong Hak's people couldn't even lay a finger on her. Lena smiled brightly, comparing his men, no different from the thugs I used to hang around with. Even more insulting. Chien Hak's dojo is a training ground for losers. These words immediately enraged him, causing Chien Hak to grind his teeth in fury. Brat, do you even know the consequences of the words you just spoke? Huiyan, also furious, shouted heatedly, trying to shut Lena up before things got worse. He finished speaking, and his attention immediately shifted to the boy. Seeing this, Huiyan tensed up and calculated. If this continues, that event will be triggered. Thinking that, he decided to loudly announce his identity, as if to negotiate. But Chien-hak cut him off. "Don't interfere, you little shrimp." He gritted his teeth in anger. "I don't listen to weaklings like you." These words made Hoi-Yan. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. Even Caesar beside him was enraged, hissing through gritted teeth. "You bastard," he cursed under his breath. A second later, he lunged forward, demanding answers. How dare he say such a thing? Lena chimed in, equally indignant. "How could you say such cruel words to a fool suffering from an illness?" Nanny finished, sudden realization dawning on him. He's a true master, but he suffers from uncontrolled bursts of power. The most bewildered person was Hoi-Yan. He couldn't understand why they were acting this way. Across from him, In-hak mistakenly believed that Gato was fighting to his last breath because his new master was weakened by a terrible illness. His words were like a thunderclap to Hoi-Yan. He wanted to yell, "You idiot! How could you be so easily misled?" Suddenly, he changed the subject. "I think we've chatted enough, haven't we?" He finished, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He challenged them, wagering his entire dojo. Not to disappoint him, Caesar immediately accepted and raised the stakes by betting their own dojo as well, as Lena cheered with delight. The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. Seeing this, the police officers quickly rushed to control the crowd. The lead officer pursed his lips in thought. Unnoticed by anyone, Baek-soo was still lying on the ground, crying in frustration. What right do you have to do this? On a clear night with a cool breeze, inside a very ordinary house. The system announced the event. Team up to build reputation and play the role is crucial in conquering rival forces. Illegal activities are permitted. Police surveillance is minimized. The system demands to defeat each rival organization one by one and become the king of the underworld. Faced with this information, he only remained coldly silent, lost in thought. They're currently at the newly opened Black Mountain Tavern. Just opened. Hyan calmly asked Seiya what drove him to take things this far. Seiya only smirked with amusement, responding curtly, "A perfect battle." Hearing this answer, his expression immediately turned unreadable. Lena, behind him, didn't seem surprised, only chuckling and calling him an idiot. Hyan couldn't believe Lena's words, that Seiya only wanted to achieve victory without taking any damage. But he quickly clarified, if a coward dodges an attack out of respect, it can't be considered zero damage. Caesar stated that he was able to determine all of this during his fight with Tae-jin. Even when facing Gato's relentless attacks, Tae-jin exuded an unshakable calmness, an unwavering composure. At this point, Caesar couldn't contain his excitement and revealed his plot to seize Tae-jin's dojo and force him to reveal his secrets. Finishing his sentence, he burst into maniacal laughter. In this situation, Hoi-Yan could only cover his face in despair. His obsession with Caesar's power had reached the limits of madness. He wondered if a subordinate should even interfere in the matters of players to this extent. So far, everything has gone according to plan. But honestly, Hoi-Yan felt like it was all due to sheer luck. Thinking back, that damn thug kept interfering, stopping him from playing his own way. Hoi-Yan was starting to panic. At this rate, all his past achievements would become meaningless. With that thought, Hoi-Yan froze, completely silent under Lena's curious gaze. Suddenly, he told her he'd be right back, to wait there and not cause any trouble. Without another word, Hoi-Yan immediately logged out of the game and returned to reality. He lay on his back in bed for a long moment, as if still trying to fully regain consciousness. Moments later, Hoi-Yan slowly sat up in his familiar bed. He gently removed his VR headset. He let out a weary sigh. A headache immediately followed, causing Hoi-Yan to groan and hold his head. He glanced at his surroundings. 10 days left until the match, equivalent to 1 day in real time. He thought to himself. Hoi-Yan decided to go outside to get some fresh air. On the streets, skyscrapers pierced the sky, but couldn't hide the beautiful clear blue above. He picked up a massive hamburger. Yuden watched Hoi-Yan devour it like he was starving. He couldn't help but wonder why a high-earning, hardcore gamer like him was eating like that. Hearing his good friend's concerned question, Hoi-Yan wondered if something was wrong. His mouth full of food, Hoi-Yan froze. Then, tears uncontrollably welled up in his eyes. Seeing Hoi-Yan suddenly burst into tears, Yuden couldn't help but panic. He He frantically asked if Huiyan had ruined his gaming career. After his outburst, he put on a sympathetic expression, lamenting about the latest version of the game, Labyrinth, which had been causing a stir in his company lately. According to Yuden, they not only upgraded the dungeon maze, but also the common living areas. And there was a dangerous gang causing chaos. Right from the beginning, he wasn't sure how they were going to handle it, but it seemed even the administrators had given up and were waiting to see what would happen. Speaking of which, suddenly, Yuden remembered the rumor about Huiyan refusing the offer to keep his top-ranking title. Why did you choose to start from scratch, instead of building on your previous achievements? Hearing these questions, Huiyan remained silent, just sipping his drink, offering no response. He could only marvel at the boy's gaming addiction. Finally, Huiyan removed the straw from his mouth, but his first question was about the administrators, giving up as mentioned in Yuden's earlier words. Hearing this, he froze for a moment, then mumbled the boy's name. Faced with Huiyan's indifference, Yuden pursed his lips, seemingly lost in deep thought. He propped his chin up, trying to look cool. As someone who loves the Labyrinth game more than anything, I believe your actions will play a crucial role in keeping the game going. The peaceful world of the Labyrinth game has taken a dark turn, more dangerous than ever before. As Rodelius Eldrigo, in your past, who once achieved the title of top rank thanks to his selfless and righteous gameplay. His positive influence was incredibly important. Yuden looked directly at Huiyan, affirming what he heard. Huiyan only furrowed his brow slightly, as if lost in a world of his own thoughts. Huiyan's memories paused at the moment he stood in the Labyrinth City as Rodelius Eldrigo. At that time, Huiyan's profession was the head of the orphanage. When necessary, humans can become strong, to any extent they desire. Nutritional supplements, physical enhancers, body regulators, and countless other things. Now, we have reached an age where basic nutritional needs are basically forged. Physical training and sleep can be perfectly satisfied without having to lift a finger while playing virtual reality games. Is humanity seeking a new challenge to keep up with its own limitless potential? Humanity has created an entirely different world, transcending all limits of reality. And you've experienced every possibility within that world. Huiyan strolled down the street, curiously looking around, because it had developed so much. The reason he left everything behind to return to the real world was because there was information that could only be obtained outside, especially since Huiyan had a friend who was an intern, born at the Korean branch of the development company, Maze City. The two sat quietly side by side at the dining table. Inside his head, all that remained was the reason why the administrators had run away. When this wasn't even a failed project, the more Huiyan thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. He looked over at Yun, who was sitting dejectedly beside him. His love for this game was undeniable. Thinking of this, Huiyan smiled faintly. But you know what, buddy? Your good friend is the one ruining that game. He quickly regained his composure and smiled casually, comforting Yun that there was always a way around things. Suddenly, Huiyan changed the subject, asking about how things were going in his game lately. Eden immediately covered his mouth secretively, revealing that he was working for a gang, a criminal organization, even if just as a low-level member. But according to him, Eden had managed to secure a pretty decent position. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly burst out. Turns out my boss is a real lunatic. Eden then recounted how his boss let anger consume him to the point of gambling away the entire dojo. Huiyan stared in disbelief until he heard the name of the Black Society. Cian had just mentioned its formation. It was like a thunderbolt striking him. Yudian continued to lament his situation, oblivious to the fact that the guy in front of him had frozen. Hyan's hand clenched so tightly it trembled. A chilling smile spread across his face. This was the information he needed. Meanwhile, at the imposing headquarters of the Chianha Martial Arts School, 3 men stood in a line, facing a man leaning against a pillar. Junmu gently massaged his hand, thanking Badian. I was about to die from discomfort, seeing his nonchalant attitude. The older man immediately reminded him, "Do you realize the consequences of your mistake?" Junmu instantly became agitated. "We have to do something before Master Qian finds out about this. That thing is much stronger than when we first caught it." Before he could finish, Vedon cut him off with a cold glare. "Kato is dead. The Lord in Black himself took care of him. I also heard that the thug was at the scene at that time. Hearing this, Junmo instantly broke out in a cold sweat from fear. But the old man didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he indifferently revealed that he had wagered this entire dojo to challenge the thug. That thing. But Junmo's train of thought wasn't like a normal person's. He was as excited as a drowning man clinging to a raft. That means we're safe. Seeing this, Vaedon could only helplessly turn away and mutter, "Stupid Junmo." The moon shone brightly in the night sky. Stars filled the heavens, casting their light down upon the earth below. Vaedon walked along the dirt road. There was no other sound in the night, besides the sound of his footsteps. In Vaedon's low, thoughtful hum, there was no way he could lose. As long as the others didn't know about the secret technique hidden within the manor, the advantage remained theirs. The more he thought, the tighter his brow furrowed, enough to crush a fly between his eyebrows. Vaedon recalled the moment he was struck in the forehead. He said that, but would it truly be all right? Suddenly, smoke appeared from nowhere, swirling around his feet. Startled, Vaedon spun around. He froze, as if waiting for something. Moments later, Vaedon sensed someone in front of him, but Lena quickly moved behind him. When Vaedon glanced back in surprise, it was too late. Within a quiet town, a sudden pained cry echoed. Moments later, he was bound and sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, where the player takes on the role of a trainer. The Vado of this faction's dojo is Eden. He coughed slightly, looking at the group of people standing in his way. Lena spoke first, half threatening, half enticing. Vado revealed the secret technique of the black faction. Hyen, standing next to him, said nothing, only stared darkly at old Yuden, clearly not willing to submit to these bastards. "You're just a bunch of low-life street thugs. Do you think you're dealing with AI? Lena suddenly lunged forward, startling him. "Keep talking and I'll kill you. If you were really that important, back in the gang, I would have known about you." Suddenly, Hyen yelled, "Enough, Lena!" And what he got in return were angry punches and kicks from her. Lena screamed, demanding to kill Vado, because he was just a stubborn old man who did nothing but boast. Moments later, Hyen seriously pushes her aside. "I know you're AI, Vaden. We come from the streets. That doesn't mean we lack information." His expression grows darker, showing his true disappointment. Hyen affirms the faction in black that he witnessed definitely used a type of martial art, but it was like an illusion, able to nullify any physical attack. The more he speaks, the more sweat pours down Yuden's face. "But this is all you can do? As someone who's mastered that martial art? Isn't this simply because you've been blinded by power and success to the point of neglecting the most important thing, which is training?" His face has now darkened considerably. Suddenly, Hyen mentions Zethia yawning, saying that since Yuden is so unremarkable, she's bored to death. Hearing these words, rage not only didn't stop, but yawned a few more times. Yuden, tied up on the ground, looked up at them in bewilderment. A moment later, he responded, "It's true that those who study martial arts should only pursue strength and skill, but maintaining integrity in a decaying world like this one isn't easy. But aren't you the same?" Hearing that, Hoyen's expression immediately changed. Yuden brought up the matter of his subordinate, Jaja, whose stats were as monstrous as a top-ranked player. He asserted confidently, "There's no way you could spend such a large amount of stock, unless you were once a top-ranked player yourself. You abandoned your integrity as a gamer, and now rely on your subordinates just to participate in illegal activities." These words immediately made Hoyan startled, as if he had been publicly exposed. For a few seconds, he paused, and Lena excitedly stepped forward to praise him. Eden was quite perceptive. Hoyan was still pondering his words, that he had abandoned the virtues of a gamer. Then suddenly, a huge yawn interrupted his train of thought. He decisively drew his sword and held it to Eden's neck. "You're hastening your own death by constantly babbling about those tedious principles." At this point, Sarah gritted his teeth. "I don't care about martial arts or secret techniques. Secrets are for the weak. All I need to do is swing my sword 10,000 times before the match even begins." These words immediately ignited Eden's fury. He furrowed his brows and glared, staring as if he wanted to devour Sarah alive, to consume him whole. Suddenly, Eden raised his voice, declaring he would reveal the secret technique of the Black Set. Looking at the scene before him, Huang Yan could only stand there helplessly, silently apologizing to his friend in his heart. Not long after, at the Big Bow Martial Arts Hall, the headquarters of the Black Mountain Society. Inside, Many people were observing the actions of Yuden, who was staring somberly. He didn't say a word. Only Yuden's raised hand suddenly glowed. The core foundation of the Black Gate martial arts of Madao. He extended his arm forward, focusing an immense amount of energy into his fingertips, then using them like sword blades. With a flick of his wrist, Yuden unleashed a stream of energy like a sword beam, slashing down onto the floor, splintering the wood. He approached, the slash mark emitting a strange aura on the floor. Because of this, common martial arts knowledge could not predict its attack range. However, maintaining such intense focus to control the energy makes it difficult to use for extended periods, leading to a significant disadvantage in mobility. Hearing this, the other two couldn't help but gasp in surprise. So that's how it is, one of them muttered. But Hyuk is the only one not limited by that. According to Yuden, Hyuk overcomes this weakness with his sharp reflexes, masterful dodging skills, and an innate ability to control energy with flexibility. From the moment he was born, before he could finish, Baeksu suddenly burst into tears, crying out that he couldn't take it anymore. He then turned and accused Hoyan of being outrageous for letting Eden teach the martial art that killed Gato, right his own dojo. And not surprisingly, Baeksu received another slap across the face from Cesar. After dealing with that nuisance, he returned to the topic. Justice, does he have any weaknesses? Hearing about the no weaknesses part, he pondered for a moment, then replied, it seems that way, because Justice's attacks are swift and precise. Every opponent tries to defeat him with overwhelming power, destructive force. But that decision is precisely their downfall. They're deceived by Justice's speed, a speed that's almost an illusion. Ultimately, no AI has ever landed a single hit on him. After careful analysis, Yuden concluded the solution is simple. Xander didn't speak, but stared intently at him, awaiting his next words. You just need to be faster than Justice. The answer was surprisingly simple. Upon hearing this, Zethia smirked smugly, claiming to be faster than me. Eden stroked his chin thoughtfully at the remark. Considering that Chienhak's top disciple was so easily controlled by you, it makes sense. Having received confirmation, Lena immediately turned to Cesar with excitement. Don't spout nonsense about a perfect match anymore. From now on, just call me your majesty. Given the situation, Hoyan nearly called Yoon by his real name in his frustration, but quickly corrected himself. Sir, you're Lena. You should be the one fighting Chienhak, not Cesar. The information immediately left him bewildered. This is bad. Lena is currently being hunted by a criminal gang. If this were a secret mission, I could consider it, but a match with Chienhak will attract too much attention. This is trouble. Hyan shot another glance at Caesar, practically fuming with rage. Lena's eagerness seemed about to explode. Faced with this situation, he was truly at a loss, unsure of what to do. Lost in thought, Lena suddenly turned around excitedly and called out. Hyan looked over. Startled, he snapped back to reality, mindlessly following her instructions. He only saw Lena twirling and dancing, practicing a secret technique of the Black Sect. Hyan watched her try and try again, wondering why Lena was so enthusiastic. After she had shown off enough, she stopped and asked for his opinion. She quickly received enthusiastic praise from Eden. Seeing this, Hyan, speechless, could only gape in disbelief. His expression turned serious. First, he praised Lena's skill, then subtly tried to convince her to let Caesar handle the matter. But Hoyan couldn't finish his sentence before Lena ran up excitedly, declaring she could do anything. Then, she turned on the charm. It's not like that muscle head is the only one with talent. The air in the room thickened. For a moment, no one spoke. They both stared at Lena, speechless. Sarah slowly turned to look at Hoyan, waiting for his decision. After a moment of careful consideration, Hoyan said her name in a low voice. Facing Lena's childlike enthusiasm, he tried to explain that this fight was a life or death gamble. He gave Lena a chance to reconsider. She just smiled deeply. Then, as the other two watched in surprise, Lena spun around, practically dancing with joy. Risking her life? No problem. Suddenly, she jumped right up to Hoyan, making him flinch back in surprise. Lena covered her mouth, whispering mischievously, if I win this match, I can become your #1 right-hand man. Hearing this, Hoyan's expression turned slightly awkward as he looked at her. It seemed like he was just realizing something. His expression became serious. Perhaps Lena always felt insecure. because she hadn't made any significant contributions to the guild yet. But this was understandable because compared to her, Cesar was almost the perfect subordinate, someone who had almost reached the highest rank. But in the previous version, his specialty as Rodelius Idrigo was cultivating characters and turning them into powerful warriors. Hoyan pondered deeply, ignoring Lena, who was waving her hands in front of his face. Suddenly, he remembered Yuden's words, the criticism he had received earlier. Thinking of this, Hoyan pursed his lips hesitantly. In that case, perhaps this is the chance to bring Rena into this despite the risk. Suddenly, blood splattered across his face. The impact jolted Hoyan awake. He looked towards the source, only to see Caesar had just killed Yuden with a single sword stroke. He fell, eyes wide open, his mouth agape in shock. Along with that was a smile that sent chills down anyone's spine. Finally, Hoyan's eyes widened in terror. He was speechless with horror, watching his close friend collapse. He silently screamed Yuden's name. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, Baeksu was crying out for his master in a familiar pose. At the same time, in the eastern sector, the Black Mountain Guild's second base, formerly Toma's mansion, was under renovation. The repairs were nearing completion. Everyone, including the AI, focused on their tasks. Claire observed the scene, lost in thought. Then, a smile touched her lips. Reporting, she said into her headset, the Black Sun's base is nearing the end of its reconstruction phase. What's noteworthy is their plan to absorb all the criminal gangs. By eliminating them, the person on the other end fell silent. A moment later, Claire received the order to continue monitoring and reporting. In a luxurious study, a man with steepled fingers muttered to himself, unbelievable. Are they really planning to swallow up all the criminal gangs? He gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. There's no way he would do that. Night fell upon the headquarters of the Black Sun Dojo. A voice echoed, only one day remains until the battle with the Black Guild. During the Black Guild's core members' initial infiltration, an instructor was severely injured. The next wave of attacks, most of the students under Junimo were defeated. And currently, Instructor Veto's whereabouts are unknown. Finally, the voice concluded that they had suffered significant losses. Despite saying so, she didn't forget to comfort Jean Hyok, simultaneously expressing confidence in his strength. But if Veto truly betrayed them, the situation would be drastically different. Hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in Jean Hyok's eyes. He remained silent for a long moment, as if contemplating something. Moments later, Jean Hyok turned his head. I sense you also doubt my decision. He then looked straight ahead, his gaze unwavering, and assured her, it won't affect the outcome of the war. Jean Hyok admitted that he sent Veto, rose to a high rank solely for political reasons. They never truly valued his martial arts skills. Most importantly, Veron witnessed his descent into depravity, indulging in worldly pleasures. His presence was a constant reminder of that shameful past. It drove him back to the righteous path. Thanks to that, Jean Hyok has eliminated almost all traces of his past mistakes. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. I even personally killed my jealous senior brother, who was once like family to me. Jean Hyok fell silent, his fist clenched tight. The mysterious figure simply bowed their head. Moments later, he turned to leave. I hear that Caesar has been subdued. Jean Hyok, the ghostly flash, walked toward Arako. Swords. He stared at them, seemingly contemplating his choice. Then he reached for a sword on the display. It seems this isn't something to be taken lightly. Late night, under the cool breeze of a clear moon. The bright moon shone amidst a star-filled sky, creating a picturesque scene. But no one knew what darkness truly lurked behind it. Meanwhile, at the Big Bull Dojo, the headquarters of the Black Mountain Society within, Hoyan stood on a raised platform, solemnly declaring, if things have come to this, he gravely announced that they would attack the hack dojo. Immediately, hearing this, the students below were instantly dumbfounded. Betsu was the first to speak up. Didn't you agree to a duel with Hack tomorrow? Do you know the consequences of breaking a warrior's honor or not? Faced with his outburst, Hoyan coldly frowned. I don't care. Don't forget, a surprise attack is a valid tactic. This immediately made Bixu explode. What do you mean you don't care? Then Master Gado's noble sacrifice was all for nothing. Hearing this, Hoyan seemed to waver. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. His fist clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. Let's give him another one. Thinking it over, he knelt on one knee and looked at Baeksu. Listen, it seems like you still don't understand. Hoyan activated his leader's aura skill. Have you forgotten what kind of organization the Black Sun Guild really is? If you're not satisfied, you should have tried to win from the very beginning. Then, he activated his persuasion buff skill. I hear the Black Sun's dojo has ties to criminal gangs. Then why should I care about something called honor? After verbally dismantling Biksu, Hoyan stood up abruptly, activating another skill, public speaking. He commanded everyone's attention. Jealous much? The man who took in strays like you is dead. After entrusting this dojo to Winna Meite, he yelled with imposing authority. So from now on, at any cost, you must pledge absolute loyalty to the Black Mountain Society. Understood? These words left the students, frozen like stone statues. At that moment, Hoyan, ever perceptive, understood that not everyone would readily accept this. He offered them a choice, a chance to decide, and Biksu's eyes widened in surprise. His next words weighed heavily upon them. The burden of knowing that leaving means losing in terms of manpower. At this, Hoyan pointed a finger at Caesar behind him. It's not like the rest of you are much help anyway. What I need is a subordinate with exceptional abilities. Frankly, whether you're here or not, makes no difference. These manipulative words successfully got to Biksu, making him tremble to the point of tears. Hoyan stepped closer. In other words, the Black Mountain Society has no place for the mediocre. He practically roared in anger. You useless trash. You just linger around the training hall, accomplishing nothing. Those without the drive to improve themselves are nothing but dead weight. Don't bother me anymore. Get out. Silence fell over the training hall, tense as a taut string. Lena smirked, looking at a sweat-drenched Hoyan. From the tension, you're quite the smooth talker. Suddenly, a trainee hurriedly asked to withdraw, feeling he had no future, despite the others' protests. Trying to stop him, Zira suddenly lunged forward and swung his arm, hurling something straight ahead. A sharp dart lodged itself into the trainee's back, causing blood to gush out like a spring as a scream of agony filled the air. Watching the trainee collapse to the floor, the remaining trainees were stunned. Only Baeksu cried out for him in despair. Caesar simply smirked cruelly. It seems you misunderstood the master's intentions. Who said you could leave without paying the price? If you cannot prove your worth, you're as good as dead. These chilling words drained the color from the martial artists' faces. They visibly paled. The master means you can leave, but you'll have to be carried out horizontally. The one twisting the master's words was Hoyan, sweating profusely. He hadn't expected things to escalate this far. He looked at the other students in the dojo, their faces filled with despair. At least Caesar's actions had served a purpose. Their faces were etched with terror. To make these useless fools a little more helpful, the wounds he inflicted had paralyzed those around him with fear. Only Caesar's maniacal laughter echoed in the dojo. Nothing was more effective than instilling fear. As he thought this, the system announced, all members of the Big Bo Dojo have submitted to Hoyan. You have successfully raised the morale of everyone before the battle. Read this announcement. Hoyan pondered. Do I have the right to do this? Soon, a new day arrived. Sunrise cast its golden rays upon the peaceful town. Today, the townspeople seemed more excited and lively than usual. Police officers patrolled the streets, ensuring law and order. Today was the day of the destined showdown between the Black Hawk Society, Cian, and the Black Tiger Dojo. At Bram Square in Labyrinth City, standing beside Jong Heek was his disciple, Junimo. He couldn't help but complain about Cian and the Black Hawk Society being late. Jong Heek remained silent upon hearing this, only staring blankly into the distance. He recalled the words of that mysterious person. She assessed that involving the dojo in this matter was a hasty move. But that was just the opinion of a criminal gang. But even that person couldn't understand. Why is Tronghak so obsessed with the Big Bull Dojo? So much? Wasn't everything settled after Gato was defeated? Why? Hearing this question, he didn't answer, but just silently looked at her. What is it that you can't let go of? Remembering this question, Tronghak's expression immediately changed. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. A powerful energy surrounded him. Suddenly, someone shouted, announcing that the Black Mountain Guild had arrived. Calm footsteps echoed on the street. Countless martial artists walked side by side, marching like a disciplined legion. Leading them was Hoi On with his two trusted lieutenants. Upon seeing them, Jun Imo immediately bristled. Those cowards! How dare they leave the match a day early? From the opposite side, a somber voice called out Lena's name. Not even a second passed before a shadow zipped through the mansion. Before he could react, she was upon him, swinging her sword in greeting. The moment he regained his composure, Lena's face was right in front of him. Lena swung her sword, slicing through the air, but he nimbly dodged the attack. He glanced at her with disdain. With such a weak ambush, you don't stand a chance. He was met with Lena's mischievous grin. She declared that she had hit him. He was stunned. He realized on his chest there was a cut, emitting a strange energy. Immediately after, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Junimo frantically screamed his name. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Hoyan was tensely observing the situation. The atmosphere suddenly became so quiet that only the wind could be heard. Moments later, Tronghak spoke. The move she just used. He gritted his teeth in frustration. It's from the Tronghak style. That bastard, Wadian, seems to have truly betrayed us. Hearing this, Lena gave a cryptic smile. My dear Snake Eyes. In a blink, she teleported before him. You don't have time to daydream. With that, a swift sword strike cleanly sliced something that looked like cloth in two. The thing that was just cut in half was Tronghak's outer coat, left hanging midair. He himself had vanished. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the ground with lightning speed. Before Lena could react, a figure suddenly materialized from the darkness, reaching out to grab her head. Lena swiftly swung her sword downwards, but it sliced through empty air. The figure had already darted away with incredible speed. She lost her balance and fell face first onto the ground. Suddenly, Lena clutched her stomach, groaning in pain. Seeing this, Hoyan panicked and shouted her name. At the same time, confusion filled him. He clearly saw the figure aim for Lena's head. So why was she injured in the stomach? Hoyan looked at the man, his expression grim, and a possibility came to mind. Could it be that he was going easy on Lena? Just as he suspected, Lena wouldn't stand a chance against him alone. Hoyan quickly called out to Caesar, signaling him. It seemed he had no other choice. But then, Lena suddenly yelled, wait. This surprised even the onlookers in the opposing faction, who were about to intervene. Kang could only watch as she struggled to her feet, gasping for breath. She exposed Hoyan's plan to send Caesar into the fight. Finishing her words, Lena turned to him with a smirk. Just you wait. I'll show you her true, manipulative nature. Lena's defiance enraged Hoyan, causing him to yell furiously. This isn't the time for grandstanding. You can't defeat him alone. The scene startled the onlookers in the opposing faction, as if lost in a distant memory. He was once just a whiny child, trembling as he tried to prove himself to the Grandmaster. Back then, little Inhak had cried out through his tears, asserting that Gato wasn't the only one who could excel at everything. Remembering those images, he suddenly froze, like a statue. Just then, Junmo rushed forward, offering a sword to his master. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, snapping Hak out of his daze. Unnoticed, Lena had lunged forward with her sword, asking him what he was thinking. Only now did Hak fully regain his senses. He gritted his teeth, glaring at her. Each of Lena's strikes came within inches of his throat. My master is watching, and yet you dare to lose focus? The master she spoke of was currently fuming, frustrated by his incompetence. You fool, she should have just stabbed you without warning. Junmu, intently observing the fight, suddenly noticed something. Hoyan had signaled for Caesar to assist Lena. Upon receiving the order, Caesar charged in with a laugh. Seeing this, Junmu quickly rushed to intervene. His sword swing was immediately blocked by Caesar's blade. Two sharp weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. Recognizing the young man, he smirked contemptuously. Junmo angrily demanded an explanation. How dare you interfere? In my master's fight, you should stay out of my affairs. Let me teach you a lesson. Caesar retorted instantly. Finally, Hoyan gaped as he watched him fight someone else, instead of helping Lena. Meanwhile, Hyuk swung his sword. In midair, seeing him swing his sword, she quickly raised her hand to block. The slash cut across her cheek, making Lena cry out in pain. Seeing this, Hoyan immediately cried out her name in alarm. Hyuk didn't stop but swung again. But this time, Lena successfully dodged. She landed a distance away from his blade. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk didn't continue his swing. Instead, he let out a sigh. On the other side, Lena was bent over, gasping for breath from exhaustion. This scene immediately caught the attention of Junmu and Seja, who were fighting nearby. They saw Jin Hyuk, performing his ultimate move, the piercing slash. He was equipped with the sword of Master Zhongju. Now, his destructive power, strength, and attack range were all significantly enhanced. At this moment, Huiyan realized with horror that Jin Hyok was a master swordsman. This would greatly diminish Lena's chances of winning. And now, Lena had lost her usual playful demeanor. She became serious. A second later, she swung her sword and charged towards him. In a blink of an eye, the two swung their swords and passed each other. It was so fast that only a flash of light was seen between them. The atmosphere once again became eerily silent. Lena was the first to speak. She gritted her teeth, turning her head to glare back at Jin Hyok. "You're despicable." With those words, Lena collapsed to the ground. A loud thud echoed through the room. Seeing this, Huiyan was so shocked that his jaw dropped, speechless. Meanwhile, Jin Hyok, the one responsible, pursed his lips and stared. He remained silent. Lena lay on the ground, coughing violently, blood splattering the ground. Only then did Jin Hyok darkly approach, placing his sword against her neck. "It seems I've been careless. I had intended to finish you off immediately." With that, Jin Hyok pointed the sword downwards. "I suppose it's time to end this, then." Lena could only watch with wide eyes as the sword plunged towards her. Huiyan's desperate scream pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, a geyser of blood erupted into the air. Huiyan frantically ran towards Lena, screaming her name. Suddenly, a black cloak flashed past. Huiyan froze, stunned to realize it was Caesar. He smirked wickedly. Just as Tukyan's sword reached Lena's neck, Caesar stopped the blade with his bare hand. Caesar's sly grin remained plastered on his face. He had switched to kill mode. Lena's eyes darted around, her face pale with fear. In the next instant, Caesar flung Tukyan's sword away. Then, he seized Tukyan by the throat and squeezed. Caesar lifted Tukyan off the ground. He looked like he was going to choke the life out of him. Lena yelled angrily at Caesar. "I almost died. If you were going to interfere, you should have done it sooner. What took you so long?" Huiyan was speechless, thinking, "Oh my God, what did I just see? Since when did Caesar learn Big Book World? And why didn't Tukyan's evasion skill activate?" Trong Hak's eyes widened. He whispered, "The skill you're using right now." Before he could finish, Caesar raised his hand and unleashed an attack. He roared, "Witness the true skill of Big Book World. This is the secret of Big Book World." Trong Hak unleashed a big ball attack. Caesar's floor shattered, sending him crashing to the ground. The surrounding earth cracked and split. Huiyan and Lena watched in stunned silence. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Even the surrounding martial artists were terrified. Huiyan wondered to himself, since when did he learn to move like that? And does he really need to yell so loud? Taking a direct hit from Caesar, Trong Hak cried out in pain. Caesar turned around and announced, "Listen up, all you weaklings gathered here. This is a true punch. You should pursue in your free time." The nearby martial artist just stood there, dumbfounded. Cesar continued to clench both his fists and roar. "Interested in learning it? You can understand, all these secret moves at the Big Bow Gym for only 10 silver coins." Huiyan and Rena were speechless, frozen stiff. Huiyan's eyes widened. He couldn't understand. Why is this bastard suddenly promoting our gym? What happened to him during that short time away? Two clasped hands, a bond of camaraderie. Two martial artists from rival factions shaking hands. Huiyan locked eyes with them. He was completely baffled. A while ago, at the training grounds, the Black Mountain Society and the Black Doe Gym had clashed. Lena couldn't wait. Her excitement propelled her forward. Meanwhile, the battle between Lena and Chong Hyok raged on. The martial artists gossiped about Chong Hyok, assuming he was the leader of a criminal gang. Lena was sent flying back, making Huiyan gasp. "That one hurt. No joke." Jummu yelled, "Master Chong Hyok, your sword is here." Meanwhile, Lena laughed triumphantly. "How dare you lose focus? Look at the situation." The martial artists figured they didn't need to intervene. Suddenly, people from Chong Hyok's dojo caused a commotion. The underlings from the Black Mountain Society, while the leader is out there fighting. "You guys look pretty relaxed." A martial artist suddenly recognized the speaker. It turned out they were old acquaintances, all trained by Gato. Both were happy to see each other doing well. They disregarded the fight completely and had already set up a feast, decided to drink until they dropped. While the two comrades were merrily chatting, Huiyan yelled helplessly from afar, "No!" A comrade from the training hall in the Black Hack asked, "Where's Kong Baek-soo?" "Should I even ask?" The comrade from the Black Mountain Society replied. Because of the recent drastic changes in the training hall, Baek-soo left. The two comrades raised their glasses to drown their sorrows. The martial artist from the Black Mountain Society took a sip of his drink and sighed. Nobody cares about the well-being of a mere underling. Besides the change in the color of my uniform, everything else remains the same. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined the Black Hacks sooner. The conditions there are quite good. Back then, I was too concerned with saving face. Ironically, we also became a criminal gang. What a shame it had to end like this. Back to the heat of the battle. Cesar is in a one-on-one showdown with Junmu. Cesar charges forward, knocking Junmu's sword from his grasp. The final result, Cesar defeats Junmu. One of the gym's executives, Trong Hak, enters the scene. Cesar rushes to stop Trong Hak from stabbing Lena, and we have our opening sequence. The two young men from earlier realize it's time to clear up the mess. They schedule a time for their own fight. They shake hands, telling each other to go all out. The young man from the Black Mountain Society adds, "We just learned Trong Hak's flow before coming here. Cut to. Cesar is shouting, advertising for the big boy gym. Next scene. The two young men from the rival groups shake hands. Then, Hoyan stumbles upon them and is utterly shocked. Hoyan glances at Cesar, wondering, why did he lose his cool like that in that moment? Or did he think this was his chance to completely crush the Black Room? But then, the purpose of the fight wasn't annihilation. It was a gamble to decide which AI would take over the opponent's territory. Therefore, if both sides were safe and sound, it was fine. However, Hoyan gritted his teeth in anger. That didn't mean they were allowed to go easy on the enemy. Traitors must be punished. Seeing the murderous aura radiating from Hoyan, the two young men shrank back in fear. Lena chuckled, saying Hoyan's face looked just like Cesar's, but he told her to be quiet. Hoyan spoke to the two of them. I understand you two were once close companions, but you're still just trainees who happen to hone your martial arts skills. From the expressions on their faces, I don't think I need to bother with your feedback. I might as well take this opportunity to teach you all a lesson. Go, Caesar. Caesar laughs wickedly. Betrayal only leads to death. Seeing this situation unfold, the martial artist from the Black Mountain Guild could only close his eyes. He apologized to his friend and got into a fighting stance. Skill activated for all members of the Big Ball Guild. The flow within the hack amplified the Black Mountain Guild's attacks. Just then, a voice within the hack yelled, "Stop!" Hoyan turned around in surprise, looking at Caesar. Caesar gritted his teeth, furious at the interruption. Trong Hak clutched his face in pain. I lose. Trong Hak returned to his guild after the match. Someone scolded Trong Hak. You still don't understand how things work in SAO's labyrinth. It's all about politics, so don't think so narrowly. Junmu also shouted worriedly. Cooperating with a criminal gang? As a martial arts warrior, pursuing a grand career. How can you say that, master? A calm martial arts master. Junimo called to him. Don't let that lowly street thug bother you. With his pathetic words, Trong Hak angrily yelled, "Silence!" Trong Hak instructed Viadon. Contact the guild immediately. I believe you will secure a beneficial negotiation for us. Viadon respectfully obeyed. Watching Viadon leave with a cunning and smug face, Junimo was furious. Junimo said frantically, "Master, why are you letting him do as he pleases? You mean colluding with a criminal gang? This has gone too far." Trong Hak calmly asked Junimo, "What do you think the secret is behind the rapid expansion of the training hall right after we left Master Jin's place and established this one?" Junimo thinks it's because the leader wasn't afraid to elevate the martial arts, which had very restrictive customs, making it accessible to everyone and greatly expanding its practicality. Junimo continues boasting proudly. Our instructor is so charismatic that he even captivates the female martial artists. The other martial artists sighs upon hearing this. I don't think you're worthy of saying that. With your looks. Junmu quickly tries to explain himself. Didn't you see the reviews posted by the students? The other one speaks up. As far as I'm concerned, you weren't much better before either. That pathetic street thug was nothing to brag about. Don't lecture and flaunt in front of me anymore. Junmu asked in confusion. But what does that have to do with protecting the grand cause? In the eyes of darkness, what exactly is this grand cause? What exactly have the martial artists, so far, sacrificed their lives to protect this so-called grand cause? Junmu was speechless, unable to say anything more. Inhyuk continued. Out there, the ferocious attacks of the maze beasts are increasing every day. Meanwhile, Criminal organizations hunting ordinary players continue to wreak havoc. But what are we doing amidst all this chaos? All attention is focused on the grand cause, never paying attention to anything beyond the scope of this training hall. There's no such thing as a grand career here. It's just a cowardly excuse to avoid reality. I created the Manhwa current to fight against this. If you're constantly bound by things like grand careers and conventions, there will be no chance for true existence. Therefore, if my words don't resonate with you, then feel free to leave this training hall. At the Manhwa training hall, night had already fallen. Junmu spoke with a serious expression. Regardless of your previous training methods, starting today, abandon them all. Martial arts without real combat is nothing more than a performance. You must train to engage in battle with your enemies and emerge victorious. That is the essence of the Black Order. In his private chamber, Wadden was stunned. What do you mean, sir? The Black Leader. His expression darkened ominously. Wadden continued, echoing the Black Leader's words. Maintaining our influence within the organization is paramount. Now, he questioned why the Black Leader refused to deploy their forces. Wadden believed that doing so would prevent them from becoming a mere criminal gang. The Black Leader instantly unleashed a surge of magic, striking Wadden in the stomach. Wadden winced in pain. How disappointing. You still fail to grasp my intentions. The way you crave even the smallest sliver of power. It's pathetic. You have a long way to go, Wadden. Wadden's face paled. He hastily acknowledged his mistake. Taeyun warned, if you lose your composure like that again in my presence, you will lose even the meager power you've managed to cling to by begging me. Wadden asked to be excused and slunk away. Taeyun sighed, burying his face in his hands. Exhaustion was evident on his face. Taeyun questioned himself. Master, am I doing the right thing? The moon shone brightly over the silent town. The Soul Reaver approached Taeyun. You seem troubled. You've finally achieved the goal you've been pursuing for so long. You will have a one-on-one duel with your older brother. Taeyun said coldly. Has the information reached the gang yet? It has. I asked you to keep my current condition a secret. Soul Eater wonders why you want to keep it secret. Is it because you don't want them to discover your vulnerable nature? Or is it because of a commitment you made to the leader, the one no one knows about? Hyuk Ro's eyes flash with a predatory glint, glaring at Soul Eater. Hyuk frowns. Just report the current situation to me. A new day dawns, sunlight gradually bathing the entire town. The arena is already packed with countless people. Hyuk kneels before the trio. Cesar, Hoyan, and Lena of the Black Mountain Society. Hoyan speaks up. So you're saying you were once a bad guy? And your profound efforts in cooperating with the gang. His crimes stem from a desire to use martial arts as a tool to reform. Those who have strayed, lost their way just like him. Right? And this is all to honor a promise to his leader. Black Star's implication that Hoyan was right means there was a secret agreement only the leader and he knew about. However, after that monster barged into the training room and boasted about the perfect fight, and after sparring with Gato, I finally gave up. I really don't want to dig any deeper. The meaning behind those two words, flawed fight, Hoyan and Jaeha are stunned. Lena innocently hits Jaeha. Looks like your attempt at touching a fight without inflicting damage, huh? You make a lot of people look bad. Black Star yells. Even when I remembered my promise to the leader, I was still swallowed by the darkness, without realizing it was my mistake. Sera, unfazed, yawned. Hoyan's face showed confusion. Iniak believed that one could control wicked subordinates, demons like Hoyan, completely capable of escaping the mire. Inhyuk shouted loudly. I'm sure you understand. If you triumph before a large crowd like this, future guild applicants will flock to the Black Guild. Seeing Hoyan frowned, lost in deep thought. Inhyuk, please, Hoyan, continue the noble cause. That the leader, and he couldn't finish. The atmosphere in the training ground suddenly became suffocatingly silent. Junmo painfully gritted his teeth and cried out, Master Inhyuk. Hoyan froze, unsure how to respond. He cursed silently to himself. What an incredibly unlucky day. Meanwhile, in the eastern town, the second base of the Black Mountain Society. Construction was complete, and everyone was in high spirits. Gat quietly glanced out the window. She adjusted her glasses and gave a sly smile. The Black Mountain Society had vanquished their enemy in a fair fight. A fair fight. The excited crowd buzzed with speculation. Which society won? Was it the one with the black uniforms? News of the battle would quickly spread by those who witnessed it. The Black Mountain Society's reputation soared to 300. Winamers, the leader of the Black Mountain Society, reputation increased by 1,000. Though in truth, he hadn't actually done anything. Seha's notoriety, a key member, also rose to 650. He gained a special stat, perseverance. Seha's already formidable fighting abilities were enhanced by this special stat. New trait unlocked, martial arts genius. Outside the eastern wall of the labyrinth city, two figures strolled casually forward, leaving behind a small fry, riddled with arrows, gasping for breath. One of the figures sighed, a bored tone in their voice. Why did he even bother looking back? At that weakling moaning in pain, the man trembled, desperately crying out for help. Salt! This intense was enough to damage his real body. Then, a merciless arrow pierced the center of his chest, finishing him off. Hyper looked down at the man coldly, his face devoid of emotion. The other figure groaned. How boring. You were too weak. A few days earlier, Lena arrived at the eastern wall to scout. The two figures perched on a tree branch, observing intently. Ready to SD, Lena walked around, impressed. This is the perfect hideout, she exclaimed. Absolutely top-notch. The two assassins sensed Lena's unguarded moment. They swiftly fired arrows towards her. But Lena, with lightning reflexes, caught the unexpected projectiles. She instantly identified the attackers and launched a counterattack. With a powerful throw, Lena hurled the arrows back towards their source. The arrows flew back with terrifying speed. Hyper hastily activated his cloaking ability. He temporarily entered a state of invisibility. Sweat dripped from his brow, fear gripping his heart. Lena, in a fit of aggressive confidence, taunted him. Show yourself, you damn rat, she yelled. Back in the present, the two assassins stared solemnly at a lifeless body. Suddenly, a raven arrived, carrying a new assassination mission. The raven cawed insistently, urging them on. Get to work, it seemed to screech. The assassins headed towards the city gates. His first priority was to find that damned woman. The nerve of those guys, threatening me the other day. It's another peaceful day in the East Town. Warm sunlight streams gently through the windows. The atmosphere is buzzing inside the Black Mountain Society headquarters. Hoyan thinks to himself, this is more than enough to call the Black Mountain Society a headquarters. Not just a simple society. The way Hoyan gathers his subordinates and molds them into a fighting unit is often referred to as a party. The main purpose of the party lies in the reinforcement of one's home. Here, members can receive additional enhancements from related facilities. The more expensive and luxurious the facility, the greater the enhancement will be. True real estate will never betray you. Hoyan has now moved to a new house. He's thrilled. I'll have a fresh start, with a new heart and a new resolve. A cloud of dust and smoke erupted, making Hoyan spin around in surprise. Jeeb and Lena were training so intensely they'd wrecked the floor. Jeeb, a member of the Black Mountain Society, had learned the black flow technique from Lena. Lena excitedly told Hoyan, this kid has real potential, master. Hoyan gritted his teeth at the impudent boy. I give you food and shelter, and this is how you repay me? Jeeb, practically wetting himself, rushed to apologize. Trembling, Jeeb stammered, I was just copying what she taught me. I didn't think it would explode like that. Hoyan exploded, so what? You little punk, what are you trying to prove? Who gave you permission to destroy this brand new, spotless building just for that? Jeeb clutched his head, sobbing. I didn't mean to react so violently, but Lena taught the black flow to everyone in the Big Bong training room. So I wanted to learn too. Lena cheered internally. I'm a pretty good teacher after all. Hoyan, annoyed, whipped his head around and glared daggers at Lena. Lena exploded, slamming her fist on the table. Sir, you're being incredibly annoying. You know I have these talents. Yet you have me babysitting a thieving brat. Hoyan sputtered. Why are you suddenly so angry? Lena, radiating fighting energy, threatened. You better watch what you say and choose your next words carefully. Hoyan, practically sweating blood, frantically racked his brain. He reluctantly offered an answer. It's because I didn't want to send you someplace full of men. Lena immediately brightened. I knew I was incredibly adorable and special to you, but you should still utilize your subordinates' talents, you know? Meanwhile, Reeve thought to himself, what exactly is Winehammer's scheme? Of course, I know countless players join the guild after being inspired by Caesar's overwhelming power, but I'm certain most of them will quit once they experience his difficult personality. Is that what he's been aiming for this whole time? He's the type of guy who hates trouble because he has too many subordinates. If not, is he trying to establish an organization of elites who survived Caesar's brutal training? Suddenly, Rave notices something strange. There's a figure on the dome aiming a bow, an arrow in this direction. Turns out it's Hyper. He used his stealth skills to sneak into the Black Society's headquarters. A panicked Rave shouts, "Master, behind you." Huang-On curiously glances back. Without hesitation, Hyper fires an arrow straight at Huang-On. Huang-On takes the full brunt of the shot and cries out in pain. The system issues a critical condition warning. If you take damage exceeding the system's threshold, it can cause physical shock to your real body. Lena witnessed the scene, terrified, and screamed, "Master!" The scene shifted to late afternoon. A flock of birds took flight. The streets were deserted, not a soul in sight. The river rippled. The surroundings were peaceful, and Don was writing something. He frowned. That damn bastard. We gave him so much money. He better have done the job right. Vader strode down the street, deep in thought. Hyper appeared behind him. Walking up to Vader, he asked, "You seem troubled." Vader turned, glaring at him with a sharp look. Vader pointed at Hyper accusingly. "I just heard the news. Why didn't you do as I instructed? I specifically hired you to assassinate Caesar. I even gave you a generous advance. So why did you attack Wenham? Don't tell me you forgot your target." Hyper calmly replied, arms crossed, "Relax. I investigated and found the man controlling Caesar. That's why I took care of him. I decided to make a move, powerful enough to affect him in the real world. Now, I can only wait helplessly." However, Verdun wasn't letting go of Hyper's contract violation. Tubo casually replied, "My nickname is Human Hunter. I didn't earn that by fighting monsters." Verdun was speechless. What the hell is this guy talking about? Verdun walked away, but not before telling Tubo, "Because you disrespected the contract. I won't pay you the rest of the money. If you want it, you better eliminate the right target." Tubo glared at him, looking displeased, and Don furrowed his brow. "What's with that look on your face? Don't think I don't know. I've learned about your pathetic past from the guilds. Wise, did you by any chance encounter Lena, the subordinate who always sticks by Wenham Mayor and assassinated her?" "No. Lena is on the most wanted list of a criminal gang. You failed 7 times to assassinate her. Therefore, I'm certain you want revenge. But here's the confusing part. The logical move would be to go after Lena. But instead, you shot that idiotic Wenham Mayor. Were you scared when you saw her?" Don continued to stroke his chin, speculating. "Or was it because you felt jealous?" Hyper remained silent. "Perhaps in the moment you witnessed Lena's joy, seeing Lena smile brightly. You two decided to switch targets. Vado said to you two, 'That girl is not only beautiful, but also strong. Plus, she gave you a taste of your first defeat. Are you trying to take out your anger on the man she serves?'" Tubo didn't want to hear anymore. Enraged, he attacked. Tubo drew an arrow, aiming for V.A. Don's neck, but he managed to block it in time. V.A. Don sneered, "You're too predictable." Tubo frowned at him with disgust. He sheathed his arrow and said, "You almost died. Attacking you would only tarnish my reputation. Because you're allied with the 6 great powers, I guarantee both Rena and Caesar will be eliminated. So prepare to pay." Tubo turned and walked away, ignoring V.A. Don's shouts for him to stop. Tubo only looked back, giving V.A. Don a condescending glance. Then he activated his cloaking skill and vanished. V.A. Don grabbed his head and yelled in frustration, "That bastard! He makes me so furious. There's no one I can trust. I've tried so hard to untangle this mess. But that two-faced bastard keeps screwing it all up. He said he plans to kill both of them. But what if he acts rashly and gets caught? I bet he'll expose me as the one who hired him. What if everything collapses like last time? No. My plan hasn't even begun." Wadden's face darkens. "I only have one option left. I must seek help from the 6 great powers." Scene changes to the healing temple in Labyrinth City. Hoyan lies on a bed, priests working tirelessly to heal him. Hoyan's chest and abdomen are tightly bandaged. The priests continuously activate pain suppression, restoring his energy, also healing his injuries and stabilizing his condition. His physical state returns to normal. The head priest exclaims, "Good heavens! Are all crime lords like him?" "Like him?" Lena panicked. "Heavens! What happened?" "His face always looks like that." Elon explained, "I was just expressing my surprise. Such severe internal injuries. It must be incredibly painful." Lena excitedly stepped forward and said, Master enjoys dangerous and painful things. Hyen sat up and said, It's not that painful. There was no need to bring me here. Elin exclaimed in a panic. Hyen, please lie down and rest. Priest Elin said worriedly. This injury is severe enough to cause shock. You mustn't forget that the ancient curse that you're suffering from could pose a danger at any time. Hyen reassured her, I assure you, nothing will happen. You're worrying too much. Lena was filled with fear. An ancient curse? What? Are you really going to die? Master Hyen sighed. Another nuisance. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. I specifically asked you to keep this a secret. Don't let my subordinates know, Ellen. Priest. Ellen then realized she had spoken out of turn. Lena sobbed. Why do you always keep secret from me? I always end up hitting you, because I'm kept in the dark. Anyway, I hate you. Even if you become the Demon King again. I won't care. Hoyan, startled, turned to look at Ellen. She's losing Halgandu, goodwill, towards me with every passing second. Do something. However, Ellen wasn't good at understanding women. Ellen stammered. Lena, let me explain, only to be interrupted by Lena hitting him again. You're the second person I hate the most, understand? Ellen clutched the gold cross hanging around his neck. He wanted Lena to understand everything that Winnemeyer desired. He just wished. His subordinates don't care about his pain. So, Elin closed her eyes tightly. However, if you are a subordinate, it must be painful to realize that you haven't been paying attention to your master's suffering. Lena, crying uncontrollably, agreed with the priest. She turned to ask Hoyan, What about you, master? I know you may find me unreliable, but at least let me know you're in pain. Lena wailed. You were lucky to survive before, but now you could die any minute because you're a cursed idiot. What should I do now? I can't believe I'm on the same team as an incompetent fool. Seeing her Halgandu continue to plummet. Hoyan thought to himself in despair, his jaw dropping. I shouldn't have let Elin handle this. Because he's a lifelong bachelor. It would be terrible if Lena decided to leave the party. What should I do to make Lena feel better? Elin advised Hoyan. Things have gotten to this point. You could abandon all worldly desires and follow the path of priesthood. Hoyan yelled, Priesthood my ass. Don't be ridiculous, old man. Hoyan thought to himself. If Lena leaves me, then the other female players in this city will quickly start looking at me like a loser. If that happens, the Black Mountain Guild will end up with only men, and soon the guild will collapse. Hoyan shuddered. I can't let the guild fall to such a pathetic state. Is Lena still crying like a baby? No, like more of a kid because the raid boss wasn't crying. Hoyan widened his eyes. Damn it, I have no other choice but to use this method. Then in a fit of rage, he instantly grabbed the other man's expensive clothes. Hoyan gritted his teeth and cursed. You stupid idiot, Ellen. While he was reprimanding him, the system announced, activating the aura of a leader. Ellen trembled and pleaded, Please calm down, Winnemeyer, Winnemeyer. If you disrupt the tranquility of the temple, the knights will be summoned, and they'll be mobilized by the linked system. You and I will be in a lot of trouble if that happens. At that warning, Hoyan finally relented. All right, I'll be careful. After calming down, he turned to the person beside him. Look, Lena, a lapis lazuli. A breathtakingly beautiful item was presented to her. Such a valuable item, yet he gave it to Lena to hold. The system immediately identified the item, a recovery necklace. Any AI wearing it will have their wounds healed. Elin now realized with a start. Where did you take it? Hoyan looked at the object in his hand with curiosity. I didn't realize it was such a valuable item. I thought a priest's pockets only contained ordinary things, nothing of real value. Elin spoke hesitantly. Winham, don't tell me that's how it is. A blatant act representing theft. If I gave it to you to resolve matters, it would prove that Bram's Recovery Church colluded with a criminal gang, and the organization would investigate further. But if you stole it, it's a different story. It's no longer a crime, serious enough to require the organization's permission. Hoyan was bewildered. What is this nonsense? He suddenly burst into tears, overcome with emotion. Winnemeyer, I am deeply touched by your concern. I am confident that no leader in the maze has a heart as generous as yours. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. Favorability with intermediate priest increased by 15. It left him utterly confused. Meanwhile, Dave suddenly spoke. I apologize, but I think we're neglecting our main mission. Lena clenched her fists and yelled like a general. That's right. The AI said I would receive the necklace. To everyone's surprise, She refused. I don't want it, Hoyan instinctively asked. Then why did you raise your hand? Lena replied awkwardly, none of your business. Elin then advised him, you should persuade her to accept it. Lena's expression brightened. This priest is more thoughtful than you are. When a necklace was placed in her hands, the system immediately updated. Lena obtained the recovery necklace. Affection for Lena increased by 25. Hoyan's simple mind became suspicious. It's hard to understand what women want. But then a thought struck him. He turned to Rave and asked, have we forgotten something important? One question made Hoyan realize. Who tried to assassinate him? The scene shifted to the Black Mountain Guild's training room. Young men lay beaten on the floor. Only Sarah remained unscathed. One trembling man crawled towards the door of this hellish place. I have to escape, even just once. Suddenly, a dark projectile plunged into his back. The man died as the others watched in terror. The cruel Sarah sneered, pathetic weakling. You are free to enter, but leaving isn't so simple. Another student yelled out, I didn't come here to suffer like this. All I wanted was to learn the kind of martial arts that I saw in the square. I had no idea that I, along with everyone else, would have to fight this monster. This is insane. This isn't martial arts at all. It's clearly just brutal assault. Saya, looking incredibly disdainful, replied, your textbook world of martial arts is laughable. Without strength as a foundation, it's nothing but pathetic tricks. Fine, you're all still far from reaching your goal. This time, you will all face this blade. He brutally swung his sword, slicing through a section of the wooden floor, causing the students to scatter in terror. A chaotic stampede, accompanied by screams, ensued. We're going to die. How can we possibly face this kind of training? Caesar, like a killing machine, relentlessly swung his. You think none of you are capable? The truth is you're all just weak. A strange light moved against the flow of the fleeing men. Then, that power slammed into Caesar and exploded. Suddenly, he was wounded, reeling in pain, coughing up blood. Red alert warnings flashed repeatedly. The attack struck us at our weak point. 50% critical damage bonus applied. The training hall doors flew open. Everyone scrambled to escape. 2 crossbowmen entered. Your ability to perceive attacks is pathetic. The rumors of your strength were greatly exaggerated. You're nothing special. This is the first time anyone has dared to speak to Caesar with such disrespect. The 2 men raised their weapons. I heard some interesting news before coming here. You're the one who took down Toma. If I take you out here, I wonder if it'll count as a real victory. Cesar seizes the opportunity, striking first to gain the upper hand. Not a chance, but he quickly aims his crossbow, the fool. That just exposes your weakness. Cesar creates 2 opposing gusts of wind by crossing his swords. Hyper immediately senses danger. Air pressure. He's trying to deflect the arrow. How can I not shoot in this situation? Cesar smoothly glides past the 2 of them. Bits of wood are blown away by the wind. Their weapons, broken in 2, leave them in despair. How can he display such power while so badly injured? He's forced to draw his damn melee weapon. I have no choice but to do this. The system suddenly activated stealth mode. Hyper quickly dashed behind his opponent. I have to stay hidden and aim for his blind spot. Suddenly, Cesar abruptly shifted his movement to the side. He effortlessly grabbed Hyper's head and lifted him up like a small animal. Being caught off guard like this left Hyper slightly stunned. My stealth abilities allow me to remain hidden. How could you possibly find me? His opponent cruelly gripped his head and spun him around in the air. A chilling sound echoed. That's called instinct. A massive explosion suddenly erupted from the training hall. At the same time, mysterious figures arrived at the front courtyard. Rasputin pondered in silence. I don't think Apple can handle this alone anymore. Dono spoke up suspiciously. Why are we getting involved in this gang mess? This is such a hassle. Raman coldly reminded them. Don't let your guard down, no matter what. That guy's as strong as a high ranker. Mago scoffed. A newcomer aiming for a high-rank position. Guys like him, they look delicious. Filled with anticipation, they all followed the summons. It's time. Let's move. Inside, Caesar slammed Hyper's head against the wooden floor. He casually said, Oh, I forgot to ask. Who the hell are you? Who sent you? He finished speaking, and his cruel hand released Hyper, allowing him a breath. After gasping for air, Hyper fearfully replied, You think you've won by taking me down? The patience of a cold-blooded killer is non-existent. Enough. Answer me now. Even in his pathetic state, Hyper still manages to taunt him. You can destroy everything you want. But Zhong, in my labyrinth, you're still just a rookie. You clearly have no idea about the terrifying existence of other factions, thanks to your reckless actions. Villains who were once rivals are now joining forces. You've been blinded by your own power and attracted even more enemies to yourself. Even if you kill me now, you'll meet the same fate soon enough. Sarah ponders for a moment, then coldly replies, "You talk too much." Suddenly, a massive explosion sent a wave of scorching heat inward. The individuals just mentioned by Hyper have now officially arrived. Mago gracefully twirled 2 fireballs in her hands. "Well, hello there, newbies. Did we come at the right time?" With that said, she flung her hand, sending the magical fireballs hurtling towards him. Meanwhile, a long shadow suddenly appeared midair. Nosferatu sprang out, attempting a surprise attack. Caesar swung his sword, preparing to counterattack. Nosferatu quickly flipped backward, evading the blow. The weapon in Raman's hand began to emit a faint purple glow. Then, as the weapon activated, a barrage of dark lightning bolts were summoned. The formidable name of the technique was invoked, Gravity Sword, for bolts of electricity rapidly converged into a single mass of energy. Caesar's powerful sword stroke sliced through, severing the magical connections. The sword was rotated at a precise angle. Using the momentum, Caesar hurls the weapon forward. The sword spins faster, and the aura surrounding it intensifies. Rasputin is forced to join the battle. The pillar in his hand deflects the power of Rama's sword. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges towards Caesar. A dark slash cuts across Caesar's torso. Dark lightning strike. Overwhelmed, Caesar coughs up a mouthful of blood. Raman's arrogance immediately swelled 7-fold. "How dare you? It seems the rumors about you are all lies. You should be grateful. We're not here to kill you, though I'd honestly love to finish you off right now. Lucky for you, the leaders of the 6 great powers want to recruit you. Your choice is simple: death or kneel in submission." Caesar's sharp laughter suddenly rang out. "Are you joking? Do you expect me to serve 2 masters at once?" A slender hand reached out to him. "Oh, darling, don't you worry about such things. Your master is dead." The announcement plunged Caesar into darkness. Ray excitedly adjusted his glasses. The weak should witness the truth. The glasses emitted a heartbreaking illusion. His eyes narrowed, his body freezing. Raman gave a brief explanation. "That move definitely finished him off. You have no other choice." Rage suddenly surged within Sarah. He slowly stood up and said, "Fine, let's go together then." Mago scoffed. "I didn't think you'd agree so easily. Perhaps the rumors about you are wrong." But Sarah's voice grew deeper. "What do you think? I'm talking about you, scum. Go to hell and serve my master." They both frowned at his defiance. He roared like a maddened demon. Sarah's berserk attribute activated. Raman, without hesitation, grabbed his 2 weapons and attacked. "I think you have no choice but to come with us." No different from the chaotic scene elsewhere. Jeeb lowered himself to the ground, sniffing the earth intently. After a moment, he declared, "We're close. The scent is getting stronger." Lena suddenly remembered something. This seems like the way to Bebo's training room. Only Hoyan remained deep in thought. "This kid, G, he's searching for someone using a cloaking skill. True invisibility is very difficult to achieve. He's proving his abilities." He suddenly asked Reiwu, "Do you suspect anyone? Even, perhaps someone who has a grudge against me?" He hesitated, unsure. "You've made quite a few enemies among the gangs and criminals. It could be anyone. But there's one clue. This smell, it's like sewage, and it's getting stronger, like they're right next to us." Suddenly, Devi became alert and turned around. He unleashed a burst of power and slammed his hand into the ground. Ground shatter. Both of them were immediately trapped within his power. He shouted in confusion, "How can you see me? My cloaking skill should have made me undetectable." Devi innocently replied, "I guess it was just instinct." The 2 were utterly despairing. "Exposed again? Seriously? I thought I had finally escaped that chaos." He was finally completely surrounded. In this situation, the 2 had to be honest. "It seems I was your original target, but I couldn't just stand by and watch you 2 sneak around unnoticed." Lena snapped angrily. "You should have shot me, because I'm the one who hit on you. So why target my weak boss?" He abruptly changed the subject. "How are you still alive? That guy, was even strong enough to kill a high-level monster. The leader of the Black Mountain Guild truly lives up to his reputation. Your weak appearance truly hides the power within. I think I can entrust Lena to you. Though Hyoyan appeared calm on the outside, he was in immense pain inside. The only reason I wasn't injured was because of my pathetically low synchronization rate of 20%. He calmed down and continued speaking. You must be shocked to see me alive. But regardless, I have a few questions. Who commissioned you to carry out the assassination? And why was Seiya the target? The two of them muttered about professional ethics. We're not allowed to disclose client information. Lena threatened him. So you want to die? The two suddenly became submissive. I could tell you all a few things about Cesar. I'm pretty sure that monster. Over there, beyond those guys who are losing steam, Cesar's situation, as he guesses, is that he's lost his life. Smoke and dust from the wreckage are spreading everywhere. The arena has been destroyed into a pile of rubble. Do exclaims in astonishment. I didn't expect him to take things this far. Maybe the rumors about him being a top-tier master aren't unfounded. Mago also exclaims, I've never seen anyone so persistent. Suddenly, Cesar coughs up a mouthful of blood. This sight makes Ramon wary. Cesar stands up once again. You think you've beaten me? I thought you dogs had some skill. But that's all you got? Ramon warns, watch your mouth. How long are you going to keep up this stubborn act? I'll give you one last chance. Currently, the one known as the Soul Reaver reigns supreme. He hails from the distant Far East and swiftly conquered the 6 great powers. He has taken an interest in you. Ever since the last gathering of the 6 great powers, those ramblings sounded hollow to Caesar. He scoffed in response. So you're suggesting I submit? To the scoundrel who murdered the master I revered? The sly Ramon continued. Indeed. Consider the benefits. It would be a wise decision, but I suspect you have no desire to submit, do you? Caesar smirked with amusement. You know me well. These fools wish to resort to violence once more. Then we'll let you have your way, and we will destroy you. Hatred flared in his eyes. Beck, book one shot. Teleportation. Then, Caesar gathered a surge of power in his chest. Ultimate move, Big Bull. The observation area is suddenly engulfed in a blinding light from the overwhelming power. The intense pressure forces those who were about to attack to retreat. Rama grits his teeth, unsure how to react. Meanwhile, Hyoyan receives a notification. Caesar is using his ultimate move, Big Bang. He's completely stunned, frozen in shock. Lena urges him, let's go. Don't just stand there like an idiot. But why are you trembling so much? Hyoyan looks frantic, unable to move. Oh God, no. This can't be happening. I've invested my entire gaming life in him. Please, don't anyone tell me that. He's attempting mutual destruction with the enemy. A massive surge of power is about to erupt from the arena. Ramon says worriedly, he's going to self-destruct. Everyone, get ready to defend. I've never seen a subordinate dedicate their life so completely to their master. That Winnemer guy, what is he? Some kind of AI? Franken yelled a warning. Said we'd get ourselves killed if we kept going. Everyone run. Get out of here. Iraq anticipated this. That's why he sent me. My orders are to self-destruct immediately if the enemy does the same. I guess this is goodbye. Good luck, everyone. Ramon, I never thought we'd suffer such a loss on our side. His eyes were filled with such hatred for Caesar. Suddenly, a burst of power shot out from the side. It knocked Franken clear off the wall. He ended up unconscious. The newcomer slowly spoke. I was wondering who was causing all this commotion. If I had arrived any later, this place would be in ruins. I was hoping for some peace after all these years of wandering, but it seems I'm being forced back into that life. After saying that, Saito turned around and asked, this guy didn't really want to self-destruct, did he? Rest up. Sato's got this handled now. Cesar angrily said, I forgot to mention, stay out of my fight. But the system's announcement confirmed it. For instructors from the dojo, personally chosen by Cesar, will now join the battle. Saito stood tall and replied, but I think you'll be handing this fight over to us, won't you? Soa lifted his massive weapon, as big as his body, and said, things have come to this, so I'll borrow your sword for a bit. The tide has turned, leaving the other side momentarily disoriented. Sayare spoke up, satisfied. The numbers are finally even. Ramen cautiously glanced around. These bastards are AIs too? One of them is that notorious villain from the labyrinth. I wonder if he's already planning to recruit these players. Damn it, we've stirred up a hornet's nest now. But at least they've lost their leader. Without their leader, they'll panic and fall apart. It's just a matter of time. We just need to get through this damn situation. However, Saito suddenly teleported in front of him. He taunted his opponent. Are you sure you have time to daydream? At that moment, his teammate, Rasputin, was also intercepted. Soga also found prey to toy with, Mago. A slash from the big book technique. Ground Shaker was also unleashed in the adjacent confrontation. Ramen couldn't believe it. The initiative quickly shifted against him. He could feel the X side's power. Quadrupling. Lost in thought. A sudden, powerful blow slammed into Ramen. A dark premonition of imminent death flashed through his mind. A figure lurked just outside the doorway. Ramen carefully considered his options. Retreating and counterattacking later seemed best. The smoke slowly dissipated. Hoyen's silhouette gradually materialized. An unexpected event unfolded at the dojo. He looked around in bewilderment. What in the world was going on here? Upon recognizing him, Ramen was stunned to see the dead man alive. A question gnawed at him. They said this guy was dead, so how is he still alive? Uncertainty welled up inside him. Ramon decides to take a drastic measure with RA. He resolves to end things with a dark spear attack. Dark spear. Each spear, imbued with dark energy, is about to impale them. Seeing this, Lina calmly helps Hoyan dodge the attack by slapping him across the face. Despite being on opposing sides, Saito and Ramon are stunned by this unexpected save. Panic washes over Ramon because Hoyan dodged the attack. Even after suffering a seemingly fatal blow, Caesar approaches with a sinister smile. Just as I expected from Master. So, R.A., this is how things have unfolded. He laughs maniacally, mocking his opponent, because the attack didn't finish off Hoyan, but instead activated his ultimate martial arts. R.A., on the other hand, is sweating with anxiety, unable to understand what Caesar is talking about. Saito violently grabbed Ramen's head. Ultimate martial arts, so that's it. People like him often become seasoned warriors, experienced fighters. Hyen stood frozen in confusion, speechless. He was relieved that Jeha was alive, but he couldn't understand what he had done. Looking at the training room reduced to ruins, Hyen grew even more worried. System displaying facility status. Durability 15.1%. The structure is damaged beyond repair. Reconstruction is unavoidable. The group waited silently, anticipating his next move. I don't know why the AI sent you here, but you're all going to die here. However, since I gain nothing from your deaths, I'll give you a chance to save yourselves. Immediately, Hyen ordered, demand they pay for all the repair costs. For the damages. Training room. Lina was impressed by the offer. Master is so generous. Those bastards should be punished. They heard another request. Go tell your master. Ramen muttered, trying to understand Hoyen's intentions. He explained frankly that he would demand payment from their master, not from them. Hoyan needs a formal apology and proper compensation for this mess. Guillaume's actions, making demands, asserting his rights as a leader, have been acknowledged. He suddenly laughed out loud. You really are a true man, as they say. If you want to deal with us here, it would be considered self-defense. But if it turns into a special event, like you just did, you're opening up an opportunity to expand the faction. That's a brilliant move. I'm curious to see how you maintain this boldness during the meeting with the 6 great powers, which will take place in 4 days. Javier thought things were getting complicated. Hoyan quickly explained, I just want to make sure the repair costs are fully paid, because the people in front of me look very poor. On the contrary, Cesar was overjoyed, thinking that his master always brought good results. Seeing him babbling congratulations, Hoyan really wanted to call him an idiot. Oblivious, Cesar readily agreed. Very well, we will go to that meeting. It's a chance for the 6 great powers to bow before my master. Seeing his subordinate becoming more and more arrogant, Lina and Hoyan were stunned, cursing under their breath. The group snickered at the name Winham, mayor in the Black Mountain Society. Then, the system announced that a hidden profile would be revealed. When he took off his hat, his true identity was revealed. Ramon, leader of the Ancient Relic faction, the first of the 6 great powers. He then acknowledged Joe Hoyenziga to attend the meeting. Note, I left Jigura as is, assuming it's a specific term you want to keep. Furthermore, a warning was issued that if anyone tried to avoid attending, they would be considered traitors and the Black Mountain would become a target for assassination. The crowd treated those words as a joke. Only one person was deeply troubled by the unfolding events. The smoke and flames from the training room battle had almost completely dissipated. Ramon left a message. I'll see you in 4 days. The facial expressions of the four were quite telling. RAV, he hesitantly said, I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. However, Hoyan didn't blame him. She only wanted to know how to resolve the current situation. The answer she received wasn't very promising. RAVE, try to guess RA's intentions. He planned to find the person who commissioned his assassination. Asera, hearing the word assassination, became furious. His mind was in a tangled mess. He had forgotten such a serious matter. The system then announced some gameplay tips. When a player becomes a leader, they become susceptible to assassination attempts. Once marked for assassination, the mark only disappears when the client withdraws the order or the leader is eliminated. If the target survives, they can become the target of another group. Finally, try to manage the target's mental state and avoid assassination. Elsewhere, white light shone through a small hole. Vodon used the dim light to examine his surroundings. He was surprised that the 6 great powers had failed their mission to conquer Sega. He thought about that boy and his guild. His hand unconsciously crumpled the paper in his grip. The situation made Vadon's thoughts grow tense. Suddenly, strange objects fell from the ceiling. He stared, bewildered, at the commotion. The debris above exploded into fragments. Caesar, carrying Hoyan, emerged from the opening. His feet landed softly on the ground. Upon seeing him, Hoyan immediately confronted the old man. His voice was thick with anger. I'm sure I saw Caesar kill you. This is the power of the SAO administrator. He asked in surprise how Hoyan found this place. Hoyan didn't hide anything and explained how. Raven had smelled the stench of sewage on. Assassin Hoyan felt she hadn't overlooked a single detail, and it had really paid off. This was all completely unexpected for Vadon. However, he had a more pressing question. How did you know I'm one of the game masters? He spoke slowly. To be precise, you're a henchman for one of the game masters. Unhappy with how the game is being run, Vadon roared in a frenzy, demanding he answer his question. You're the one who leaked the personal information of the 6 major powers. Your real name is Yudian Park, an intern at a branch of the game company here in South Korea, more specifically, a player manager. Only the former top-ranked player would know your identity. Then he revealed his own name, Ihan. His anger could no longer be contained. You bastard! What are you plotting? Elsewhere, at a bustling night market with 2 large food stalls, customers enjoy lively conversations over drinks and food. 2 glasses clink together in a celebratory toast. Yudin, currently a trainee at the Korean branch, is excitedly congratulating someone on becoming a rank 100 player. Hoyan seems a bit embarrassed. Slightly drunk, Yudin starts asking more personal questions. Try to maintain your reputation. Don't you want to start ranking in team matches, like everyone else? Hoyan shakes his head. He wants to explain a different philosophy. For me, games are for fun. Chasing after other players' rankings isn't enjoyable. He holds his glass out. If you get what I mean, pour me another drink. Despite refilling the glass, Yudin still seems a little doubtful. Suddenly he asked, do you have any requests for the administrators? A bewildered expression crossed his face. Slightly embarrassed, he stammered, you mean like feedback? Yudin frankly revealed he was an administrator in the game, and that the game would greatly benefit from suggestions from the players. In that moment, something shifted in their relationship. Although he knew Yudin was trying to improve his work, he still agreed to help. Yudin was overjoyed knowing he would get some assistance. Looking back, he thought to himself, if I hadn't helped him, if he had to figure it out on his own, and if those achievements weren't influenced by Rodius's advice, could Varden have avoided such a tragic fate? A cold voice commanded him to stand. The light from the opening above grew brighter, as if to reveal the truth. Bound as he was, Vadon directly admitted to being a subordinate of one of the 6 major powers. In the room, the 2 opposing sides were in 2 completely different states. Hoyan began to understand the connection between the events that had transpired before. Vadon hesitantly questioned why he didn't believe him. He directly retorted, would you believe the words of a game administrator who claimed to be a member of a criminal organization? The old rat immediately started shouting in his old voice. Hoyan didn't understand what that action meant. Vadon suddenly mentioned Claire. He pointed out that he and Claire belonged to the same faction, although outwardly he pretended not to understand. His mind confirmed the girl in his memory. Vadon warned him about her, because she wasn't just an agent, but an assistant at the highest level. He only stated that the reason There was no reason to hide the assistant job other than to conceal a sinister plot. Seeing Caesar so blunt, Hoyan asked, "Do you want to kill her when we leave here?" Vaden immediately stopped him. Then, Hoyan turned to look at Vaden. "But why do you want to assassinate me?" He only explained that he didn't think she was Wenham. He explained that he didn't believe she was the real Wenham. "You're big mayor. Your influence could affect the city and become a nightmare for me." Hearing this, she became enraged. To her, he was no different than a despicable person, an administrator working for criminals. Then, she mentioned the 6 major powers because it developed differently from the game's purpose. Vaden gritted his teeth and confessed, "I just wanted to take over the big 6. I just wanted a better life." Even though the game quickly became a success, the company plummeted and I was almost fired. Then the big 6 showed me a new path. But if it weren't for this monster, or SAO, I would have taken over the big 6 by buying all the users and NBC. That's why I borrowed money. Players who tend toward violence, profiting from their pleasures. But everything changed when the Black Mountain Society appeared. Those criminals were all eliminated. Hoyan understood immediately. He decided to play a different game because he was at risk of being fired, and he wanted to deal with you because you eliminated his clients. And Don Uiru took all the blame and begged for forgiveness. Hyen coldly walked forward. "Nowhere, Yuden. You're wrong. How long have you been planning to leech off others? You think I don't know? You improved your performance based on the advice of Rhodius. The only reason you're in danger is because those individuals disappeared. Furthermore, your goal of taking over the 6 great powers will fail because they're led by the Soul Eater." He didn't expect his entire plan to be exposed by the enemy. Hyen suggested, "You should put more effort into your work before it's too late." Then, Vaden desperately pleaded to join the Black Order. He never expected someone like him to make such a plea. Vaden tried to use their past friendship to persuade him because he had nowhere else to go. Silence suddenly filled the air. A terrifying voice echoed, "I was hoping you wouldn't say those words." He coldly walked forward then, reached out, and touched the weapon on his back. A brutal slash fell upon the old man. "It's time for you to rest." The light above gradually faded. Conversely, the scene of houses on the ground was illuminated by a warm light. Warm. He stood alone in the middle of the bustling street. After finishing, Hoyan ordered Jaja to come along. However, he was very curious as to why he chose to do so. He simply said that he had severed ties with the old man. Besides that, they had also found a huge amount of capital and information, thanks to the old man. Jaja pondered for a long time because of Hoyan's optimistic attitude. The truth is, the main financial resource of the 6 great powers was Vado. Now, he had lost everything. Will Siowan seek revenge on him? But no matter what, he felt no need to worry. He believed that with the warriors Caesar had recruited, they were capable of withstanding anything. Even a meeting with the 6 great powers. Hearing this, he challenged Hoyan's wisdom. He quietly apologized for the losses they had suffered because he couldn't stop Wadden. Suddenly, he asked curiously, "I want to know why you're making things so complicated. Have you finally discovered the sweet taste of bloodshed?" Hoyan shook his head. He said he never made a disadvantageous trade. "Think about it. Didn't you say I would turn this into an advantage? In this labyrinth, there's a merchant who will belong to the strongest." He was referring to the one who provided top-secret information. Hoyan. He aims to expand his gang and meet that person simultaneously. A burning ambition consumes him. He yearns to become the greatest, surpassing even the 6 great powers. The scene shifts to a place filled with the clamor of soldiers. Warriors on the black side. Their faces radiate confidence. On the other side, hundreds of soldiers charge, weapons drawn. On the opposing side, despite being outnumbered, they fiercely charge forward. Within the city, a thick fog gradually envelopes the sky. Ioange's Seja coldly walk past the fallen soldiers. He looks around, seeing only weakness in them. This is definitely not normal in this world. He quickly surmises that the battle seems to be over. It seems a bit of mockery, considering their reputation among the 6 great powers. This fight was rather disappointing, wasn't it? Contrary to your expectations, they were incredibly weak. He glared around, filled with rage. They dare underestimate our Black Mountain. It's not too late for revenge. Despite this, he calmly replied, "There's no need." They then followed the steps inward. Elan's face lit up when she saw him. "Wenham Mayor, you arrived just in time. You don't know what they're doing here." A question was then raised. A priest wandering around a gang's base? Is this all right? He reassured them. I'm here to provide support, to heal your forces. Suddenly remembering something, Hoyan asked, what do you mean I arrived just in time? Elin whispered, urging him to pay attention to the woman standing there. Don't get confused. He specifically emphasized the girl standing behind Rina. Hoyan's eyes narrowed, a thoughtful look washing over him. The two men began to murmur amongst themselves. Doesn't she look like a work of art? I've dedicated my life to worshiping the gods, but I've never seen anyone radiate such a divine and beautiful aura. Iron meticulously explained the situation to Lena. She just appeared there, bathed in sunlight. He was incredibly curious, unsure who this captivating woman was. After a moment of contemplation, something seemed to click in his mind. Why is she here? He wondered silently. Caesar lunged forward with murderous intent. Hearing the commotion, she turned sharply. He demanded her identity, his voice laced with menace. Another threat followed swiftly. If you're planning on leeching off Master, prepare to risk your life. Ho was panicked and shouted out, trying to stop his rude behavior. Then he quickly explained that she was the person he had mentioned, the one that even high-ranking individuals and officials tried to win over, a high-ranking messenger. Caesar continued to demand she start talking, if she wanted to live, to stay alive. Ellen suddenly grabbed her artifact and chanted, Chain of Restoration. A golden chain then appeared right in front of Caesar. He was then bound by the chains. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Support skill. Chain of Restoration is a high-level holy skill. Temporarily immobilizes the target. He could do nothing but stand there and curse at her. However, Hoyan felt a chill run down her spine. What the hell? This is dangerous. The pendant was carefully raised forward. Kneel and beg. Please accept my utmost reverence. His submissive attitude instantly turned her to stone. He earnestly declared, I have dedicated my life to my faith. But the moment I saw you, I realized it was all meaningless. I offer my faith, my body and my heart. Please accept me. Yet she remained silent, like a noble flower, untouched by worldly dust. It felt like thunder boomed in his ears. He thought things couldn't get any worse. Then, Hoyan turned to Lena for help. What's the best course of action right now? She firmly requested that he let her handle it, because if we just ignore him, Ellen will be drowning in shame for the rest of her life. She immediately dashed across like a lightning bolt. While he was still lost in his daze, the skin mites pushed him again. He pushed her away and used the same attack, a glowing strike to hit her. Get up. He didn't expect him to act strangely as well. RAVE quickly explained that he tried to ignore it, but he couldn't just stand there any longer. After that, the tone in his voice suddenly became very strange. How have you been? Then, everyone collapsed after hearing him say 2 words. Mom. After that embarrassing moment passed, a serious conversation began. It's all about moral responsibility. As you know, I'm a messenger, meaning I have a very important role. Then she introduced her duty to guide countless factions towards the best decisions. And suddenly her voice became deep. But during wartime, that's not possible. The truth is, there were no right choices for her. Every decision the merchant made, every piece of intelligence gathered, stemmed from a sense of responsibility. But I couldn't save the lives at the war, so carelessly discarded, leaving so many children orphaned. Thinking of her own helplessness, she resolved to follow in the footsteps of a legendary benefactor, from Abaigonera, someone who opened an orphanage and took in orphaned children. After listening to her ramble for a while, he realized it was him she was talking about. According to the merchant's tale, after receiving advice from Zeus, she established an orphanage because it was the least she could do for the children who suffered because of my choices. The thought of Dave sent a pang through her heart because what she did wasn't enough to heal the wounds of war. Maybe the outside world was too harsh, or maybe it was the trauma they carried. As those children grew older, some chose a nomadic life. Others joined criminal gangs. She hesitated, then continued. There's something else I learned. The man who founded the orphanage was exploiting the children, forcing them to raid the labyrinth and getting them killed. That's when I realized I had to reevaluate my choices. It was time to confront my own decisions. Dave, pained, stepped forward to question her. Is that why you abandoned me? It doesn't matter anymore. I understand. In the end, we were just pawns for you to assuage your guilt. Even so, the information broker argued, even if that were true, She never told those kids to become criminals. Dave suddenly fell silent. Inside his head, a bottomless abyss seemed to appear. Hyun rubbed his head and spoke up, so that's it. That's why he was acting so rude. So, you came all this way just to find your son? The other person responded arrogantly, Wynnum Mayor, I'm not one to act rashly over a trivial matter. You think someone like her wouldn't search for him, even if it was her own desire? Hyun directly questioned, why would she go to the Black Mountain Society? Especially when they're about to go to war. Against the 6 great sects? You're exposing the information broker. If this wasn't a setup, then what's the real objective? The opponent remained silent for a long moment, as if contemplating something. Then she readily admitted that she came here under orders. Her superior's orders. She created a ball of light in her hand and coldly declared, it's a little difficult to explain, but I'm here to carry out your sentence. A commanding voice boomed. Wynnum Mayor from the Black Mountain Society. The woman wearing the mysterious mask calmly replied, I'm here at the request of my superior. It's a bit complicated, but I've come to punish you. Her eyes turned fierce. A glowing orb materialized in her hand. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. No one dared to make a sound. Hoyeon gulped, knowing she hadn't come here without reason, but she never expected it was to punish him. The orb grew increasingly brighter. It even emitted lightning bolts. A thought flashed through Hyojin's mind. Who requested this? What the heck? Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the floor, attracting the attention of everyone around. Suddenly, a gaunt hand reached up from beneath the circle. Both Hoyeon and everyone else stared wide-eyed. A hand? Right now? Just then, a strange creature suddenly leaped out. Lee Hoyeon grew increasingly dumbfounded. Don't tell me that's... The mysterious creature had a human-like form, with bright eyes, but there was nothing else to prove it was human. Its eyes darted around, looking here and there. Hoyeon was confused. What the heck is this? The mysterious creature spoke its first words. Hello. No one responded. Everyone just stared, frozen in place. The bizarre creature blurted out in bewilderment. Where am I? Suddenly, the door bursts open. Jiza and Lena rush in with fierce expressions. Call Master. The mysterious creature turns around with a bewildered look. Who is this? Both Caesar and Lena freeze, stunned. Their eyes widen in disbelief. Suddenly, the mysterious creature's face darkens. It narrows its glowing eyes. Caesar grits her teeth and curses the creature, calling it a three-eyed freak. Caesar lunges forward with her sword. Grazing the mysterious creature's shoulder, she growls. I don't care what the punishment is, but you will not lay a finger on Master. The creature cries out, don't bully me. In an instant, its arm shoots out, knocking Caesar's sword into the air, startling them both. Lena quickly throws a knife and plunged it towards the creature. The knife sank straight into its body, causing it to freeze. Its eyes widened in disbelief. The knife sank deeper and deeper, as if being swallowed whole. Lena gasped. It swallowed the knife. The mystical creature went berserk. Chunks of flesh flew from its body as it screamed. Why would you do that to me? It continued, each word strained. You're making me mad. Hyan chuckled. That's the best thing I've seen all year. He turned to the merchant, eager for information. Is this the punishment you were talking about? She calmly replied, I'm only here to inform, not to answer questions. Suddenly, Lena yelled, Master, look out. Hyan whipped around to see what was happening. The mystical creature launched a piece of flesh, hurling at Tawa. The piece of meat flung straight into Hoyeon's chest, making him flinch. Lena and Caesar cried out in worry. Master! The mysterious creature stammered an explanation. This is your fault. You're the one who put me in this state. Hoyeon's body trembled uncontrollably. Sweat poured off him like a river. He was speechless. Suddenly, a voice called out, NDT-0. Along with it, a tattered cloak fluttered in the wind. The mysterious creature looked up and let out a perfunctory, oh. Caesar, enraged, hovered above its head, gnashing his teeth. I commend you for being able to attack my master, who has just awakened his ultimate martial arts. His cloak quickly covered the mysterious creature. Caesar said confidently, if the sword proves ineffective, then I'll just have to conquer you with my bare hands. His cloak tightened around the mysterious creature, preventing it from escaping. And at that very moment, Hoyeon was no longer under its control. He startled, unsure of what had just happened. The notification that popped up in front of him only confused Hoyeon further. I wasn't injured, only lost money? Don't tell me. Hoyeon turned to see his two subordinates struggling too. Subdue the strange creature. Suddenly, 2 points of light appeared from within the cloak. Lena gasped, its eyes. They're showing. It abruptly turned its head and stared directly into Caesar's eyes, making him flinch. Insolent mortal, you dare to try and bind me like this. Caesar was momentarily confused, thinking it had spoken in English. Suddenly, Lena rushed forward and sliced Caesar's cloak, startling him. What are you doing? Lena runs away, yelling back, protect the master first. Hoi-Yan, watching from the sidelines, gulps nervously. No way. Is Caesar trembling in fear? He's even sweating buckets. That creature continues to gnash its teeth. You're all going to die. Hoi-Yan continues to speculate. Come to think of it, ever since he saw that creature, that mysterious being, he's been tense. Despite Lena's constant questions about the situation, Hoi-Yan remains lost in thought. Caesar didn't recklessly charge in earlier, which means this thing is incredibly strong. The creature roars again. Do you know who I am? Caesar trembles, muttering, I don't understand English. Hoi-Yan continues to assess the situation, looking at how he's shaking. Now it's clear. That ferocious creature is the face of Hoi-Yan's. His face pales. He must be close to figuring something out. But the information merchant's words interrupted his train of thought. It seems like you figured it out, Winham Mayor. Hoi-Yan turned back to look at the information merchant, who continued speaking. That thing is just a normal player like you. She continued to explain. The gods cursed him for over-enhancing a specific stat. A specific stat. Lena seemed to have realized it too. If he only focused on one stat, to the point of becoming like this. So that means... The information merchant nodded. Exactly. At least, he used to be one of the top-ranked players. After speaking, the mysterious creature abruptly turned to look at them. Outside, everything remained peaceful and serene, as if nothing had happened. Hoi-Yan stared at the creature, unable to believe his eyes. Holy crap, no way. It used to be top-ranked. Hoi-Yan glanced at the information merchant and thought, I still don't understand the punishment that she was talking about. Hoi-Yan suddenly froze. Don't tell me that top-ranked guy was sent to kill me. Hoi-Yan shook his head vigorously. Something wasn't right. Levi said that those at the top of the rankings are obligated to follow any request given to them. Hoi-Yan paused for a long moment. Even though he had a perfect chance to kill me, the only thing that Weirdo did was pickpocket me. The mysterious player turned and stared at him intently. What are you looking at? Hoi-Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. I get it now. A mischievous grin spread across Hoi-Yan's face. The punishment isn't to eliminate me. Lena, standing beside him, cheered excitedly. You're making that wicked face again. Did you just figure something out? He walked, thinking to himself. I've heard that band players can be revived through fighting power. From this situation, I can conclude that this top-ranked player was sent to punish me by stealing my fighting power. Seeing Hoi-Yan approach the creature, Caesar anxiously yelled, Master, be careful, even though you've awakened peak martial arts. This thing is very dangerous. Hoi-Yan got right up to the mysterious creature's face and thought, if it's really here to steal my fighting power, Hoi-Yan schemed. I'll make Caesar's fearsome foe my ally. He whispered sweet nothings into its ear. The Black Mountain Society is recruiting. Free meals and lodging provided. The mysterious creature side-eyed Hoi-Yan, silently calling him crazy. Even Caesar looked at him with suspicion. What the heck are those pants? The surrounding atmosphere became silent, along with a hint of awkwardness. Caesar couldn't believe his ears. He hesitantly asked his master what he was saying. But the mysterious creature immediately retorted. I don't want it, the creature said, startling Hoi-Yan. He doesn't want it? At this point, the top-ranked player started to get riled up. That's not enough for me. As he yelled, he threw out a piece of his own flesh, leaving everyone dumbfounded. His scream echoed through the heavens, even causing the ceiling to crack and crumble. While dodging the falling debris, Lena reminded her master, this place is about to be destroyed. By now, Hoi-Yan was sweating bullets, secretly cursing the troublesome player. Thinks he's all high and mighty just because he's an AI. Then he looked over at the trembling figure. Trembling beside her, Sarah asked in confusion, Why are you so scared? Hyen looked at his hands and sighed wearily. Just thinking about it is annoying. It'll be a huge loss, but I have no other choice. Hyen continued to sweet-talk the top-ranked player. I can guarantee you'll receive double. Silence fell over them again. It seemed to be calculating internally. A moment later, it retracted its claws and replied with a bright expression. Really? Dave exclaimed in astonishment. Man, are all the top-ranked players like this? Even the information broker was speechless. She continued to explain. Even though he was once the top-ranked player, it's hard to avoid a change of heart. He's always been like this. Xavier looked at her with curious eyes. But that's not the only strange thing. Dave asked a question. Why does Saya seem so cautious of that guy? Where's the recklessness she had when facing Toma? The information broker nodded in agreement, finding it strange as well. She thought for a long moment. Then she spoke. I can't reveal that right now, but it's also an issue. Dave's eyes widened in surprise. An issue? What about returning to the Black Mountain Guild's headquarters? Hoyan frowned. He confronted the information broker, enunciating each word. Is this the punishment you were talking about? He yelled angrily. The headquarters practically collapsed, and we almost died. The information broker lowered her mask and chuckled. That's an interesting response. Normally, when someone is annihilated, they can't make a sound. Hearing this, Hoyan clutched his head in frustration. If we hadn't paid attention to every little detail, our entire in-game life would have been over. The information broker calmly replied, Glad you made it through that. Hoyan shouted, veins bulging in her neck. No, this was a major setback. Hoyan sighed heavily, pulled out a plate, and said, You still don't seem to get it, do you? Just then, the top-ranked player spun around and cursed him, calling him a pathetic loser and other insults. Hoyan flung the plate past his head with a look of utter disgust. Hoyan's face darkened as she gritted her teeth and ordered, Go get him. The top-ranked player hesitated, slightly intimidated. You want me to do that? Hoyan's gaze was cold and menacing. He nodded, confirming yes. The other player glared back and said, Fine. If you say so, it'll be as easy as pie. With that, he turned and ran like the wind, leaving Rave speechless and stunned. Just then, a notification popped up. The information broker's punishment has been completed. Reward, common grade pet. Hoyan slammed her fist on the table and yelled, A pet? You came all the way here just to give me a pet. The meeting with the 6 leaders is coming up. What the hell is going on? The information broker calmly replied, You have successfully subdued him. If you lift the remaining curse, he will be quite useful. Hoyan's expression turned serious. But before that happens, the Black Mountain Society will collapse. The information broker feigned surprise. Oh really? She continued nonchalantly. Then you can buy information on how to avoid the fate that is coming for you. Hoyan clutched her head and screamed in frustration. Remembering the information broker's orb from the other day, Hoyan cursed under his breath. So in the end, that orb was the most important thing. So then, even when she acted like someone from the upper class, in the end, she was just a merchant. She caused trouble, but acted like she was doing a favor. But she got paid for what she needed. The price of a high-class information broker, someone who controls the city's ups and downs, is beyond human comprehension. The remaining balance of the Black Mountain Society's Winnamer, 234 gold, 8 silver, and 12 copper. Hoyan couldn't help but sigh. There was truly no chance, because he had participated in building the base. Before he knew it, he'd spent it all. Hoyan suddenly turned to look at Jeeb. There was no other way. First, that slave kid. Jeeb broke out in a cold sweat from his gaze. Master, what are you thinking? Hoyan speculated. Ever since he got close to the information broker, he'd become much more valuable. Hoyan's face darkened, almost as if he was trying to scare Jeeb. It was enough to give anyone goosebumps. Master, it's as if he's been awakened. Hoyan sighed, chiding himself. What am I even thinking? Unbelievable. I've only been in the underworld for a few days, and my mind is already this corrupted. Hoyan turned to the information broker and said, Unfortunately, forget about that offer. We don't even have emergency funds. The information broker raised an eyebrow coldly. So you intend to leave the conflict with the 6 heads as a never-ending uncertainty? Are you sure about this, Wenhima? Hoyan clenched his fists. I have no other choice. His voice hardened. Wouldn't it be more fun not knowing what tomorrow holds? After saying that, Hoyan tossed her head back with a smug grin, silently laughing to herself. I must look so cool right now. The information broker tilted their head in reply. We can do it on credit. Hoyan suddenly froze, staring at her for a long moment. He gasped slightly. Credit? Really? 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. She wasn't just an ordinary broker. She was someone who held immense financial power. So why would she offer such an ambiguous credit deal? Hoyan broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. Wait, don't tell me. The information broker remained silent, waiting for this idiot to finish his train of thought. He let out a sinister chuckle. So you want me to do it, then? The day the 6 leaders were to meet. In the eastern slums? Footsteps could be heard. Footsteps echoed on the floor in the tranquil night as Raman approached. He drew closer. A figure cloaked in black stood gazing at the moon. Raman spoke. "Your Majesty, the Soul Destroyer." The king turned. Raman continued. "The meeting is about to begin. I came to inform you. We have intel that the Black Mountain clan has also arrived." The king seemed surprised. "They came too," Raman added. "Let me elaborate. There are rumors that recently the Black Mountain clan's funds have increased significantly. It's possible they plundered Mr. Zen's organization. Back then, the Black Mountain clan's danger. Vedon was one of Zen's men. He warned us that fate would arrive sooner than we thought." The king suddenly asked, "Raman, what are your thoughts on this situation?" He continued, "The Black Mountain clan, do you truly believe that they are on par with the Six Heads?" Raman hesitated, then stammered. "No." His face darkened. "Of course, Your Majesty. That's impossible." The king turned away, muttering, "I see. This meeting today, if the Black Mountain Society cannot prove they are equal to the heads." Her eyes narrowed dangerously. She said firmly, "They will be eliminated immediately." Under the tranquil moonlight at the meeting, Hoyan and his two subordinates barged in. Hoyan looked around, then asked, "Where's this place?" Lena couldn't help but snap at him. "Caesar, you're hopeless. We're lost again. Idiot. You've got muscles, but your sense of direction is pathetic." Cesar clenched his fists, humiliated by the insult. Hoyan glanced at them. He wondered, aren't they worried? He looked up at the full moon directly overhead, lost in thought. Although he received crucial information from the merchant, the most important thing was that revered soul destroyer. Even the merchant couldn't control information about that person. If this was the Honor Society's doing, an image flashed in his mind. The king turning to him and saying, "You're insane. How troublesome. Godi." Then Hoyan would die before he could even yawn. Just the thought of it made him pale. Hoyan walked, worrying, "What should I do? Am I walking toward my death?" Suddenly, Sarah touched his shoulder and called him master twice. He gave a sinister laugh, saying, "It seems a time to unveil my true worth." Hoyan was sweating bullets. Lena cheered excitedly. "He's right. I believe in you too." She whispered in his ear, sending shivers down his spine. "Master, you've truly become strong now. You'll protect us if the top 6 come for us, right?" Hoyan froze, unsure how to respond. His inner voice screamed, "Oh my God, I want to go home right now." Despite this, Hoyan confidently reassured his subordinates. "Don't worry, that won't happen." Hoyan emphasized confidently, "Our Black Mountain Society will seize this opportunity at this meeting to secure a position in the council." Lena and Seiya were stunned, their jaws dropping. Sejong exclaimed in surprise, "What?" "It's Hoyan," he said with a firm nod. "That's right, as soon as we get in there." Hoyan's blade flashed, gleaming sharp and bright. "We take his head first," he finished. Lena and Hoyan would be laughing triumphantly, their plan a resounding success. The Demon King would stare at them in disbelief. A hint, a piece of indirect information relayed by the merchant. Information that grew in importance, revealing their intentions, turning the tables. 2 days prior, in the Black Mountain Guild's secret chamber, activate high-level information transmission skill. The merchant spoke slowly, his voice measured. "Top-tier intel, usually sealed tight, but I've managed to unlock a portion of its power. High-level information." Pages of information fluttered in a gentle breeze. The merchant continued, revealing the truth. "It concerns a player's ability for body integration." Hoyan's eyes widened in shock. "Thanks to information regarding body integration, a special incident has been reenacted." The room buzzed with noise and suspicion. "The chairman's dead? How did he die?" "Rumor has it he was betrayed by a close associate." "Well, that's obvious. We can see that he was trying to slowly distance himself from the business for his daughter's sake." Those words reached the young girl clutching a teddy bear nearby. They continued, their voices dripping with malice. "So, how should we get rid of the kid now?" Their eyes darkened, as if they wanted to devour the small child whole. They resumed their discussion. "Since she can still be useful, we have no other choice but to turn her into a puppet." 9 years passed. The daughter grew up surrounded by people's contempt. Banan spoke in a cold, detached voice. "Father didn't want me to follow in his footsteps because there was a significant side effect after he sold the pills, the anti-fatigue ones during the war. Even though he became incredibly wealthy afterward." The butler, his face grim, replied, "The side effect. Are you referring to the one that became distorted?" She chuckled in response. Yes, when my father was alive. He took me to the place he feared most. I think perhaps it was the place where his regret and remorse resided. The butler remained silent. He seemed to be deep in thought. Banan continued, but even his only daughter didn't want to take over the business. Now it's acting as a mere puppet. His wish didn't come true. Of course, I'm not one to just sit idly by. The bewildered butler asked what her plan was. She stood up gracefully and replied, although I've been discarded and left like this, we should avenge father. Her hand gently rested on the butler's chest. Then, in a seductive tone, she purred, to do that, you must be by my side. The butler hesitated for a long moment, then nodded in agreement. She continued, laying out her plan. Now go and tell them I'm dead. From now on, you will be my representative. Scene change. A rundown neighborhood. Distant screams echo. Men, drinking and carousing, suddenly vomit blood and collapse unconscious. A man coughs violently, unable to speak. Don't tell me. This poison is... The butler glances at him, saying nothing. He simply watches the man struggle for life. The man realizes something. He glared at the butler, his face burning with rage. This isn't the kind of medicine you could have made. His hand trembled, his voice a faint whisper. That woman, is she still alive? I specifically ordered you to kill her. After those words, he coughed up his last breath and died. I was always there. His head hit the floor with a thud. This is the end of this life. Meanwhile, in the alchemy room, the chairman's daughter whispered, a terrifying look on her face. Now, my revenge begins. Revenge against the 6 leaders who turned my father into a criminal. He was only trying to ease people's suffering. Now, everything will change. The butler seemed hesitant about all of this. That particular vision has ended. Body integration successful. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was stunned by the truth. So, one of the 6 leaders is an imposter, and the real one is trying to destroy everyone. Hoyan smirked, calculating. If I take advantage of this, it could be useful information. After the car crashed through the doors, the king stood stunned in the smoke, watching them. When everyone breaks in a conference, we can expose that phony imposter. Hoyan smiled confidently. And if I can prove you are a fraud, I can turn the tables completely. Cereza gave a sinister smile. His eyes were bloodshot and terrifying. Suddenly, Hoyan realized something. Wait, stop. About 2 seconds later, a figure emerged from the smoke. The butler's face remained impassive, as a head tumbled to the ground. Confused, the butler looked around, trying to understand the situation. Hoyan jumped, startled. Wait, what? That wasn't him. Caesar stood on the conference table of the 6 great powers. His swift reaction from moments ago had unexpectedly been the right move. The unfortunate victim was Suzuno Suen. Caesar's provocative action left everyone behind him stunned. He casually gave a thumbs up and reported that the order was complete. Lena told him he had the wrong target. Meanwhile, Hoyan was terrified. Another hand reached out. A thin layer of light began to condense around them. The Soul Reaper, filled with murderous intent, roared defiantly. A strange power was being activated, making Hoyan's eyes widen in surprise. An intensely bright light emanated from her fingertip. Pressure relentlessly bore down on Caesar, forcing him to struggle to stay standing. Lena suddenly panicked, realizing they couldn't stop what was happening. Despite the shouts around them, his body seemed frozen in place. Watching the power before him transform into a monstrous beast, he didn't know how to react. The weather outside began to darken ominously. Just moments before, in the waiting room for the henchmen of the 6 great powers, Rasputin sat in brooding silence. They were surrounding 2 figures. Joe and the old man continuously mocked Hyper for collaborating with Swen. Mago, thoroughly enjoying himself, added his own taunts. A discarded man, desperate enough to cling to any opportunity. His face darkened, but he didn't respond. Kia stepped in to mediate, saying, let's not make things any more difficult for each other. He got down to business. As everyone knows, we've received intel that a black market will be held after this meeting. It's being organized right after this meeting adjourns. Currently, Son is the one running the black market. He might lay low for a bit after the first elder's appearance, but he'll still have some influence. However, it seems he's feeling threatened by the Black Mountain attack. Rumor has it they're planning to unveil some legendary items. Highball immediately felt suspicious. They couldn't possibly put themselves at risk just because of a fledgling. Gong! Someone else felt he was underestimating Son. A question was raised. After the Soul Reaper's appearance, and the shift in the 6 major powers, do you think Seowon will agree to negotiate? The group immediately thought he was insane, believing Seowon wanted to usurp the Soul Reaper's position. Despite this, Hype remained incredibly calm. What can I expect from a disorganized rabble like you? Fools who only see what's right in front of them. Rasputin, feeling insulted, swung his weapon at Hype's head. Hype swiftly dodged to the side and drew his sharp knife. Finding an opening, he flipped his body and launched himself into the air. Both blades, after reaching behind Rasputin's neck, swiftly sliced through his throat. Having finished off his opponent, Hype didn't forget to berate Rasputin's stupidity for confronting him head-on. Margot, finding it all quite amusing, summoned his fire spirit. It's always the weak ones who start the fight, isn't it? She immediately turned around. She used her thorn impulse ability, launching 10 fiery thorns towards the two of them. The thorns pierced their bodies, causing massive internal injuries, making him vomit blood. A technique that creates a wide-range attack in a confined space, leaving him astonished. He looked over to his companions, who were also injured. The two became even more bewildered by the alliance between them. Kia furiously shouted, "Are you insane, Margot?" She amplified her power, but claimed that she only wanted to burn all men alive. Meanwhile, Hyper couldn't help but suspect Margot was Kia's pawn, one of the 6 great powers. It seemed he was planning to use this to throw everything into chaos. Seeing that everything was likely headed for destruction, Hyper thought of the item Sven had given him. At that very moment, Sesei's face drew closer and closer. He was brutal. He sliced off the head of one of the 6 seated figures. Immediately, Hyper received a notification. Sven had died from Caesar's surprise attack. The warning screen flashed, causing him to freeze. Kia seized the opportunity, slashing across his body. After taking down his opponent, his next objective was to initiate a conversation with Margot. But something unexpected happened. Hyper's neck veins suddenly bulged, his entire body swelling. He also emitted a strange glow. A hand, like a monster's claw, swept out. A notification immediately announced Rasputin's death. Kyo and Mago's conversation was cut short. Hyper transformed into a different form and lifted Joe into the air. He aggressively opened his mouth towards Joe's neck. The sound of tearing and swallowing flesh could be heard. Notifications of Joe's death rang out simultaneously. Nosferatu fearlessly darted behind him, then throws out a taunt. He's baked to Hyper. Don't tell me you took that forbidden strength-enhancing drug. Before he could finish the warning, Nosferatu is brutally clawed to death by Hyper. He's utterly astonished by this power. He feels like one of the 6 rulers of the great powers. Now, he understands how this drug could put him on par with the strongest of the 6. Hyper wonders aloud what Gwen is planning. But regardless, things have just gotten easier. He lowers his center of gravity, planting his rear foot firmly. Hyper launches past Kia and Margot like a rocket. He craves a seat among the 6 rulers. As he disappears, fine dust from his immense speed still hangs in the air. Back at the meeting of the 6 rulers, a colossal monster is about to devour Lena and Hoyeon. She frantically warns them that they can't fight it. Suddenly, something happened that cut short Lena's panic. She desperately searched for a glimmer of hope that Hoyeon was devising a plan. But as Lena started to act, she saw him standing frozen like a statue. An overwhelming force pierced right through Hoyeon's body. Hyper had appeared. It was him all along, taking the brunt of the attack. Even in his mutated state, he was clearly in immense pain. Everyone stared at Hyper in stunned silence. After Hyper absorbed the energy blast, his entire body resembled a piece of burnt meat. Hoyeon didn't know what he was doing there or what had happened to him. Lena rushed to his side, anxiously asking if he was all right. Cesar suddenly lunged forward. He channeled all his strength into his arm and slammed it down. But the ground where he struck remained untouched. Caesar reacted with lightning speed, drawing his sword, ready to strike his opponent. The 2 guardians, upon seeing him, roared in fury. "You again, scoundrel!" Sayare didn't respond, but relentlessly shifted his attacks. While he was swinging his blade, the 2 guardians swiftly moved past him. Their sharp claws hardened, driven by his will. "This time I won't lose." The wolf claws unleashed 4 slashes of energy towards Caesar. Having just dodged that attack, Caesar glanced meaningfully at the boy from a subtle angle. A cryptic smile spread across his face. The system announced, Caesar's backbook world ability activated. Caesar instantly used brutal hand, attempting to seize the power that Hyperion was gathering. He shouted, desperately trying to stop him. Instead, the leaders of the six great powers were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Both Caesar and Hyperion were growing more exhilarated with each blow. Jack suddenly spoke up. Soul Eater, there's something I want to clarify. This revival is meant for him, Saw, not Winnow. So, could it be that you have an interest in the Black Mountain Society? Isn't that right? The duel was becoming increasingly intense. The wolf and the great sword had just collided. Caesar's massive blade swept brutally around, but just as it swished past, Hyperion caught it in his teeth. He clamped down even harder, locking his jaws to prevent the sword from being withdrawn. Seeing his opponent falter, Hyperion taunted him, saying he was pathetically weak and powerless. Caesar's left arm trembled with rage. The two continued to trade insults. He's wasting time and making unnecessary moves to protect his weak master. The rage fueled Caesar, giving him the drive to draw his sword. However, his opponent continued to taunt him. It's pathetic that you chose this foolish path, especially when you could have easily defeated your master. Huiyan, sensing the danger, screamed Caesar's name, but Hyper's newly amplified power turned him into a frenzied beast. He savagely clawed at Caesar's chest. The force from each swipe created shock waves of pressure. Blood poured from Caesar's wounds. He collapsed, powerless, like a broken machine. Hyper let out a sinister laugh, satisfied. A system alert flashed across the screen. Black Mountain Society CEO deceased. Lena then realized that Hyper was shifting his attention towards her. He suddenly teleported, closing in on Lena. His voice dripped with smug satisfaction as he declared, Black Mountain is about to be destroyed. Ever since he caused such chaos in front of the six great powers and the Soul Destroyer, it's obvious they're going to eliminate him. Look at that expression. He just stood there and let that guy die. I think the same thing will happen if you're ever in danger. At those words, Lena fearfully glanced up. Heian was clearly trembling with fear. Hyper wanted to pressure her into making a choice. 1. You can continue to live your life in constant danger. Or 2. Submit to me, someone who will soon become one of the six great powers, and have your entire remaining life revealed to you. Silence suddenly filled the air. Sensing her wavering, Heian anxiously called out to Lena. But the person beside her had already started to step forward. She gently placed her hand on both of them, then spoke, her words not quite clear. I desperately want to survive and escape this place. He blinked, watching as the other man's arms were about to embrace Lena. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through both of their heads. Lena smiled wickedly after giving him a gift, buried deep in his chest. Lena's assassin skills increased the damage by 250%. Betrayed and enraged, he attacked Lena. After returning to his side, she continuously taunted him. Why should I listen to you? After we get out of here, I will have Master's undivided attention. But he wasn't in the mood for jokes, knowing they were about to face danger. Lena quickly reassured him, calm down. We just need to jump into the subspace pocket in case of emergency. Seeing how calm they both were, Highball became even more furious. A monstrous howl pierced the air, causing Lena to wince and cover her ears. Huiyan, beside him, seemed to be losing his mind. The effect of that skill is to petrify any male below a certain threshold. Any male below a certain level will be turned to stone. He gritted his teeth and drew his Jichin sword at the Black Mountain Society members. How dare you humiliate me like this? Immediately after, he stomped the ground, shattering it. He lunged towards the two boys, determined to tear them apart limb from limb with his bare hands. Seeing the mad wolf getting closer and closer, the two boys' faces turned pale. This time, Huiyan truly thought he was about to die under the wolf's claws. But suddenly, something made the two boys freeze. Seiya, who was presumed dead, suddenly shielded them. He unleashed a long sword slash, completely halting their opponent's momentum. The light from the blade reflected in the boys' faces. In the next instant, he spun around, claws extended, aiming to strike back, but his opponent dodged again. One hand wasn't strong enough, he realized. This time, both wolf claws were ready to draw blood. He lashed out fiercely towards Caesar. He roared, How? How is this happening? 3 beams of energy erupted from the attack and shot straight towards Caesar. He leaned forward, planting his feet, preparing to spring. On Caesar's face was his usual cruel smile. Seeing that calm expression, Hyper wondered how his enemy was still alive. A necklace, glowing brightly, was the answer. It had saved him. Didn't anyone tell him to bring support items? He scoffed. Both Hoyan and Lena stared, stunned, at Caesar's back. They were both in awe, staring at the item radiating shimmering light. Lena quickly recognized it. It was the recovery necklace her master had used to try and bribe her. Hyper gritted his teeth. Because of that damn necklace's function. To him, this is utterly ridiculous. Because the ability to regenerate couldn't possibly be that simple, let alone be triggered by a necklace. 2. Bo insists that the enemy used some shady tricks from the temple. Cesar coldly replies, "Recovery? What recovery? Those troublesome matters have nothing to do with this match." Hearing that, he immediately knew that Cesar didn't know anything about the necklace. To him, this is an opportunity. The ability to resurrect is truly a superb advantage, if obtained. But considering how he's oblivious to it, there's still time until it's activated. He immediately activates his passive ability, Wolf's Territory. If lethal damage exceeds the threshold during werewolf transformation, base attack and speed increase by 30%. The two decided to finish off Sarah before he notices. A perfect circle was formed by the wolf claws scratches. They didn't hesitate. Using all their strength, they unleashed the full power of the move. Time for you to die again. The skill Vocal Shake Storm is activated, amplifying the destructive power of the claw marks. The air is pushed back, creating a powerful gust of wind, making it hard for anyone outside to stand firm. Deep down, Hoyan also thought that even if Sarah had just been revived, he would be killed again. Suddenly, a strange sound reached Hyper's ears. He didn't expect that Sarah wouldn't try to defend himself, but instead switch to offense. Seeing this, he also risked it all and charged forward. You realized the power surge during that time. You pretended not to care, but you were secretly acting. Ciora bluntly interrupted. Things like power boosts and regeneration are only for the weak. I don't care. Swirls of power began to engulf Ciora's body. In the next moment, a flash of golden light streaked across their vision. Then it gradually condensed into power, emanating from Ciora's blade, slicing the two opponents in half. The killing intent in Caesar's eyes hadn't fully faded yet. I feel relieved now. The 6 great powers stood up because of the match's unexpected turn. Very close to them, a brilliant pillar of power slammed into the ground. Kia urgently shouted, demanding they find cover, due to the terrifying power of the attack. As soon as he finished, the Soul Reaver called out to the butler. She used her gravity manipulation skill to pull her opponent towards her. Realizing he was about to become her shield, he panicked and screamed in terror. But all he could hear were gibberish. Good job. You've played pretend well all these years. Suddenly, Hoyan's coughing fit broke the tense silence. Lena worriedly checked on him, urging him to stay alive. A wave of despair washed over him. He was so weak, he couldn't believe. His health had dropped so drastically just from coughing. After enduring the sonic shockwave, his health was now at 20%. After assessing his condition, Lena turned and berated the ingrate. How dare you ignore your frail master? After stealing all the recovery items. However, she quickly fell silent, not daring to say another word. The atmosphere grew heavier than ever. Jizasukofut, telling them to say whatever they wanted to him. Luca clicked his tongue. Forbidden items and regeneration abilities. You put on quite a show. Why not abandon those Black Mountain fools and join me? A strange voice cut in. Such crude and unrefined actions, yet you shine in your own way. I, Ragnarok, am quite intrigued by your fearless attacks, without any regard for your own life. It's been a long time since I've witnessed such a warrior. Jiza, unafraid, retorted. Is that all you've got? The 6 great powers aren't as impressive as I thought. The Soul Eater asked curiously. And what were you expecting? Caesar clenched his fists and declared boldly. I eagerly await to find out who will be the next one for me to toy with. Facing this overwhelming presence, those allied with the 6 greats, the powerful forces remained remarkably calm. Only Hoyan's heart was in turmoil. He silently wished he would just shut up. A sword with a Japanese style flashed. The glint of metal. A single glance sent shivers down his spine. A sword thrust, seemingly out of nowhere. But Caesar dodged it with a slight tilt of his head. The Soul Slayer, brimming with fighting spirit, pointed his sword directly at him. Though reluctant, Hoyan could probably sense that another clash was imminent. Killing intent welled up within her. Your name is Caesar, isn't it, you bastard? You possess exceptional swordsmanship, outstanding martial arts, and sharp battle instincts. Yet, above all else, you choose to serve a master. You're instinctive, yet you possess a cool head. However, your strength and talent don't seem to have any real reason to serve anyone else. Hearing this, Caesar suddenly turned back to look at Huyan. He then quickly retorted, "You're wrong. My master has anticipated every situation and has a specific plan to deal with it." His answer left her stunned, completely baffled. Huyan covered her ears, but still heard everything clearly. Caesar declared that he possessed telepathic abilities. The system's information panel immediately appeared. Those with powerful abilities can operate independently. They can still affect the progress of the game. At this moment, he truly crumbled under the suspicion of having hidden abilities. Caesar's ears suddenly twitched a few times. He became more excited. "I hear again. Master is giving RA a secret order." Huyan's voice clearly screams for him to stop, but Caesar insists that he was ordered to slaughter everyone. Heartbroken, he yells, "You idiot, shut up." The Soul Reaper is amused by this outburst. She simply flicks her sword, unleashing a powerful force. The light is like a living thing. It surges forward, knocking Caesar's weapon away. The sword spins like a toy and flies further and further away. Following that trajectory, it's going to hit Huyan. Just as it plunges down, he manages to pull his leg back. Nearly losing a leg terrifies Huyan. The Soul Reaper speaks in a hateful tone. "Winna Meyer, leader of the Black Mountain Society, both you and Rena are too tense to breathe." Unexpectedly, she appoints new member of the Six Great Powers, Cho Huyan, and the system board immediately updates. New update. Cho Huyan, Winna Meyer, leader of the Black Mountain Guild, officially joins one of the 6 powers on the leaderboard, the Bram Underworld. The scene now shifts to the outside, where the people in the area can all see the white smoke billowing high up. In the distance, at that dilapidated, almost completely ruined tavern, some members of the Black Mountain Guild are gathering. Because the stability index has dropped to a certain number, all Black Mountain Guild personnel have naturally received orders to repair this place. A plum man there is diligently giving orders. He grumbles and urges everyone to hurry up. He continuously points and commands. On one side, a few people are still standing there exclaiming, "This place is a real mess. What kind of fight could cause this much damage?" Saito appears out of nowhere, bright and cheerful, greeting everyone. "You guys have been working hard." The man proactively greets him back. "Before we officially meet, I am the branch manager of the 1st Division of the Black Mountain Society Tavern." Saito simply replies with his name. He waits a moment, but Saito says nothing more. It's quite unexpected when Saito only offers his name. So, the branch manager decides to probe further. "I'm sure you know I've heard of your reputation, but I never expected a wanderer like you to grace us with your presence." Saito cuts him off abruptly. "Skip the formalities. Let me ask you this straight out. Have you ever considered how long does it take to stop living in someone else's shadow?" Seeing Saito get straight to the point without hesitation left the man stunned. For a moment, he was speechless. "I know how you joined the organization." Once again, he was interrupted by Saito. "Seriously? So you understand what I'm saying?" The man's face darkened as he decided to voice his suspicions. "So you really intend to settle this right here?" Saito didn't answer, his eyes blazing with a fierce red glow. A murderous aura enveloped him in a thick fog, but a powerful blow landed on the back of his head. Soa, her face red with anger, yelled at the lunatic, "You just met him, and you're already talking about fighting and killing?" Saito, just beaten to a pulp by her, was being scolded relentlessly. "Aren't we supposed to be a team? What are you trying to pull now? Are you going crazy? We just managed to secure our position, and now you're trying to get us eliminated?" That man witnessed this whole brawl and just stood there dumbfounded. One of the workers there leaned in and whispered, "I heard that these two became a couple after that fight here." Meanwhile, Soa continued to cry, "I can't take it anymore. Why do I love this crazy guy?" As soon as she said that, she blushed furiously, covering her mouth, realizing she'd spoken out of turn. But once the words are out, you can't take them back. 2 burly, rough-looking men, standing nearby, gossiped and egged each other on. "Oh man, look at that. Looks like we've been outdone." The boss was right. Couldn't agree more. And amidst CO's flustered confusion, those two continued to bask in their own lovey-dovey bubble. Isn't it obvious? After young, vibrant people develop feelings for each other while fighting side by side, facing life and death situations together. Oh, boss is right. The beauty of youth is truly admirable. COA, overhearing this, blushed crimson with embarrassment. Let me go. I'll deal with them. Saito had to struggle to hold her back. Meanwhile, the man continued his passionate speech. Seriously, this guy? Ever since our Black Mountain Guild reached rank 6, it's been nothing but good news. Even the underlings chimed in, laughing cheerfully. Don't you see, sir? Our guild is flourishing tremendously. To make up for the intrusion here, they said they would guarantee to provide a massive workforce. Dusk began to settle over the horizon. In the distance, a lone figure stood watching the smoke billow. A grim-faced man with an eye patch stared intently in their direction. Back at the ruined house, the atmosphere buzzed with activity. People rushed in and out, carrying out repairs. The leader continued to urge everyone on. Quickly, get back to work, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. This is our chance to show the world the power of rank 6. He chuckled darkly. Let's get ready to welcome the scum who dare to set their sights on us. Meanwhile, the mysterious stranger approached. Someone spotted him from behind and tried to stop him. But before he could make contact, the stranger unleashed a wave of energy, slicing him clean in two. In the blink of an eye, everyone gasped and turned around in stunned silence. What could Saito even say? How could he not sense his presence at all? And yet there he was, casually walking forward any AI that got in his way, instantly disintegrating into dust. He barely lifted a finger. He locked eyes with the branch manager, his voice dripping with menace. How's it going? The manager trembled, sweat beading on his forehead, his pupils constricted, his mouth stammering, unable to form a coherent sentence. In a flash, the man stood before him. Without a scratch, his voice ice cold. You look well, old comrade. Or should I say, traitor? Pathetic. His deadly gaze pierced everyone in the room. He was Amon Jagusa, a high-ranking leader of a criminal syndicate, not giving the branch chief time to react. Jagusa lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. In a blink of an eye, Jagusa was upon him, appearing right beside him. He muttered under his breath, "Perhaps I've been silent for too long." And before anyone could react, Jagusa's blade flashed, severing the branch chief's head and limbs. Cleanly. Back with Hoyan's group, they were all leaving together. It was clear that not every AI was happy with the Soul Reaper's decision. As Hoyan was walking, someone hurriedly approached him. Old Lucas, puffing on a cigarette, blocking Hoyan's path. Hey, Winham Mayor, your face is frozen. Seeing you is like stepping in crap. Hoyan thought, his face darkening as he hissed. You should shut your mouth and disappear. The old man burst into laughter, patting Hoyan's back condescendingly. Look at this firecracker. Do you even know how the world works? You think you can just run around without a clue? You're clueless, aren't you? Luca didn't hesitate. You, he said directly. I can tell from your moves you're a total newbie. But who's the AI backing you up? I've never seen an AI power level a low rank up this fast. Are you one of those crazy gamers who ditched their inherited character from the previous version? The old man clicked his tongue. Sometimes life's just like that. Some players do crazy things just for kicks. But with such a high price tag, these days, there's no room for ordinary people. Just as he finished his rambling, his hand was gripped tightly. Sayare, using his overwhelming presence, warned the old man in a low voice. Can you shut up? You're being quite long-winded. Lucas spoke without loosening his grip, making the old man tremble. He shuddered repeatedly, but the old man's expression didn't change. He responded calmly, with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, so you just want to break my hand? As soon as he finished speaking, Lucas didn't hesitate to fling the old man's hand away, creating a loud cracking sound. Not a single wasted movement. The old man immediately spun around, his eyes filled with murderous intent and a sinister smile, directed straight at Jaja. Jaja didn't have time to react before the old man's hand was clamped around his throat, and he wasn't planning on stopping there. He launched a direct attack. Temporary immobilizing Jiza. He continued to taunt and goad Caesar in a mocking tone. Watch and learn, he said. Then, Lucas unleashed a powerful blow right in Caesar's face. The impact of the attack was truly staggering. Fortunately, he didn't intend to harm Caesar. The force of the blow had simply obliterated the pillar behind him. He then threatened Hoyan, a wide-eyed, frantic Hoyan. This is insane, was all he could think. Lucas, with the same cunning expression, continued, because this is just the beginning. Hoyen's blood boiled, but he quickly stopped himself to ask for clarification. Wait, he demanded. What do you mean, just the beginning? I thought we were done here. He struggled to keep his composure. Yet, he calmly and slowly replied, yes, that's right. For a newbie like you, that's probably all you know. Then, with a bizarre expression, he continued, my turn is about the black market. According to history, in the eastern region, before the Legion of Destruction appeared, battles big and small took place every day. The strong prevailed. So the rule was simple, kill or be killed. It was a struggle to maintain even a few secure defense lines. But with just one slip-up, it was very possible to be betrayed right after achieving victory. When everyone thought everything was on the brink of self-destruction, a powerful figure suddenly emerged, quickly changing the situation. This person was accompanied by Laban, a reclusive heretic who preached. Together they recruited tombs of different races from across the 6 realms and bring them to Bram, so they can regularly compare their strength without causing physical conflict. A black market was opened, and of course, they also appointed a suitable mediator. Old man Lucas continued, by the way, are you curious? Who makes those wise decisions? Hearing this, Hoyan had a bad feeling. His face palled, and his heart skipped a beat. Old man Lucas, amused, pointed to himself and declared, it's me. Yours truly. Lucas, seriously? Lena had fallen asleep ages ago listening to his explanation. Sarah's face remained ashen, while Hoyan, pale as a ghost, thought to himself, what the hell? Shouldn't he be one of the leaders of the 6 great powers? Old man Lucas noticed the sweat beating on Hoyan's face. The more he threatens, the more amused he becomes. Oh right, didn't the boss just make trouble for himself by sticking his nose into that whole SEO mess? Seems like this chaos is simmering, preparing for the black market to open, right? Watching those mad dogs tear each other apart will be entertaining, don't you think? Or maybe they'll realize a bloodbath benefits no one. Not a good outcome. Who knows? Maybe they'll target the newbies before they have a chance to get stronger. Hearing that made the whole Hoyan crew curse under their breath. Damn it, that event is finally happening. The black market is actually opening. It's meant to gather all the leaders of the underworld in Brem, so they have to participate too. Transactions are completely unrestricted. There are no rules to follow. Even if conflicts arise during the course of events, no one will step in to help. And now, the tavern, once filled with laughter, is littered with corpses. Everyone is dead. Only one survivor remains. Sitting there dazed, he clutches the body of a young woman. At the Big Boss Tavern, the stronghold of the Black Mountain Society, Hoyan looks at the scene before him, speechless. Durability has dropped to 18%. Saito is the sole survivor, looking up at the sky, crying out in anguish. Soga, who was just laughing with him moments ago, is now just a cold body. Hoyan clicks his tongue in regret. We tried to get here as fast as we could when we received the intrusion alert, but it seems we were. One of the warriors there remarked, looks like the work of Zagusa. If that's true, then everything makes perfect sense. But to think that a recluse, gone for so many years, would reappear, well, you should be careful when you're out and about. Leader of the Black Mountain Society. Hearing his thorough analysis, Hoyan, enraged, his voice trembling, questioned, so you were hiding, watching the show, were you? The other man retorted, don't jump to conclusions. We only got here, after everything was over. We're just errand boys, sent by the Destruction Legion. Our duty is simply to clean up and leave. Seeing him say that so casually made Hoyan tremble with rage. Her teeth gritted. She glared at him, unable to form a retort. Just an errand boy? What a load of crap. Does he think I'm stupid? An errand boy, carrying that much terrifying weaponry? I don't know if Jagusa-mon is an AI, but I can be certain he followed the trail, left by our people, carelessly left behind. The thought brought Luca's cunning face, unconsciously, to her mind. That sly fox. Could the Black Mountain Society have become their next target? I knew these guys were playing dirty from the start, but Hoyan quickly regained her composure. She immediately ordered a nearby soldier. You first tell me a little report on the situation and the casualties. The other person immediately obeyed. Then he reported, as you can see, 90% of the tavern staff are dead. During the battle, a squad leader, Big Bo from the Showa unit, was killed. Other than that, the building sustained no further damage. Just then, Lena noticed something on the floor. The wounded soldier finally revealed that someone had been taken hostage. Upon hearing this, Hoyan scolded him. Why are you only mentioning this now? Who was taken? When Jagusa left, he was carrying someone tied to a tree. It was Rave, the one overseeing the repairs. He took him. Hoyan was speechless. He couldn't believe his ears. If Rave gets taken hostage again, just the thought of it makes my face contort into something truly unsightly. Damn it, I gave Rave special treatment because of his connection to that information broker. And what's more, I invested a hefty sum of my precious funds in him because he always gets the job done. Smooth talker, excellent negotiator. I was even planning on making him my ace in the hole when the black market opens. Good heavens, what am I going to do now? Lena overheard everything. Immediately disregarding the situation at the bar, she coldly addressed Hoyan. Allow me to find him, sir. Sayare appeared from behind, scolding her for her recklessness. How dare you ask the master such a thing? Lena's face darkened as she slowly asked, why? Hoyan was quite surprised by her sudden outburst and lack of clear thinking. Don't you see the problem here? What? If that madman could slaughter this place like this, do you think you'd survive a confrontation with him? Why? I would also lose a great deal if something were to happen to you. Lena dejectedly replied, I understand that, but can't you let me fight just this once? Why? Seeing Lena's unusually somber attitude, Hoyan couldn't help but wonder, why is she being so short-tempered with me today? After a moment of silence, Lena, her face cold as ice, questioned Hoyan, until when? Will you treat me like a child? Looking at Lena now, her face burning with rage, her entire body radiated a terrifyingly cold aura, leaving Hoyan utterly bewildered. What's gotten into her? She's usually so cheerful. Lena is going through puberty. She didn't wait for a reply. Lena charged forward. I'm going to see Saw. Just don't get in my way. I'm going to find him. Hoyan urgently ordered Lena to stop. When she didn't listen and took another step forward, she bumped into the large figure of Seha. He sternly asked, So you dare defy the master's orders? Lena angrily retorted, What the hell? Get out of my way before I make you. Those words enraged Seha. He showed no mercy, continuing in a low voice. Anyone who defies the orders of a superior will be executed on the spot. Lena showed no fear. Her pupils contracted, her face expressionless. She replied curtly, Try me. And immediately after, the two clashed. Lena struck first at Seha, but he quickly dodged. He showed no mercy, relentlessly swinging his blade towards Lena. With his agile physique and superior reach, Lena was able to narrowly dodge the attacks. She gracefully spun around Caesar, effortlessly avoiding each strike. Taking advantage of her higher vantage point in a split second, Lena didn't hesitate to thrust her sword straight down at Caesar. He tried to dodge to the side, but the attack was too swift and powerful. As Lena launched herself into the air, executing a breathtaking spin before landing gracefully, Caesar could only stand there, frozen in place. He had been struck, completely incapacitated. Having defeated Caesar, Lena gasped for breath, but Hoyan quickly approached her. He raised his sword in front of her, his grip tightening in anger as he spoke to Lena. I don't understand why you acted like that. But he couldn't finish his sentence. Hyan struck Lena directly on the head with his staff. Everything happened in a split second. Lena took a critical hit like that and collapsed completely on the floor. It seems Hyan intentionally said those words to distract her, and he figured Lena needed some rest. Afterward, Hyan held his head in his hands, thinking about the dangers stemming from the information the black market revealed, along with Luca's ruthless threats. Then there was the attack. The sudden attack by the leader of the Zagusa crime syndicate. And finally, Lena's unexpected rebellion. One puzzling event after another just kept happening. No different than a plan orchestrated by that AI. Hyan's face darkened with each thought. Resting his chin in his hand, he muttered to himself, I can't keep wasting time like this. The sounds of clinking and clanking. 6 chisels echoed from the ruined base of the Black Mountain Guild. As time passed, everyone worked diligently to repair everything. But Hoyan sat still, wondering, when will I finally activate this maze screen? Suddenly, a Legion errand boy discovered something, causing him to gasp. Hoyan, lost in his own worries, was completely oblivious. Only when the boy approached the strange object and spoke to him did he look up. Pay attention. Wina, we found something. Hoyan calmly asked. What is it? Did that Jagusa guy leave something behind? But the boy responded with a strange expression. At your Black Mountain Guild's hango. This is a truly mysterious place. Another guy, standing behind him, yells, Hey, Kia, hurry up and bring it over here. And not long after, a hand, clearly still in a pixelated state, appears. It's a whole person, completely in an unfinished character state. It waves at Hoyan, and of course, Hoyan recognizes it. He's even more surprised to see it here. It keeps pointing at him and whining, I'm so bored. Zira casually walks closer, startling the pixelated figure, although you can't actually see its face. Then he starts his usual creepy antics, messing with it, his voice dripping with mockery. Long time no see, huh? Caesar just throws the wooden stick in his hand. The pixelated figure hurriedly chases after it to catch it, all the way until the wooden stick lands and it suddenly stops, while Caesar smirks, amused. Meanwhile, Hoyan was completely bewildered. Pixel suddenly realized the embarrassing thing it had just done, the shameful act it had just committed. It stammered in frustration. What? What do you think you're doing? It rushed to Caesar, yelling, I won't do it again. But Caesar just picked up another piece of wood and laughed heartily. Then, he threw the wood again. Pixel couldn't resist, and dashed off to catch it, running and yelling. Why won't my body listen to me? Hoyan watched suspiciously. Is being a pet like a slave contract? Wait a minute. I hired him with a full-time employee contract. Why does it look like I've got another slave? When Pixel returned, Caesar even acted dominantly, grabbing its chin and smirking. Cunning and skillful, very impressive. This sight is a real blow to Hoyan. He's thinking to himself, I shouldn't just stand here watching. That Pixel guy is ranked pretty high. His power is said to be terrifying, so much so that even the information broker described him as a punishment. Hoyan's face paled at the thought. Meaning, didn't he terrify even the CEO before the contract was made? So Pixel ended up like this? Could it be because of the admin's restrictions? But if I find a way to remove those limitations now, I can make good use of Pixel. Thinking that, his eyes widened as he hurriedly checked the system panel, and Hoyan found a way. These days, money is God. Hoyan gulped as he saw the price. Sometimes the system will temporarily remove certain restrictions if it's given a large enough amount of shares. That's it. Everything that happened must have led to this moment. While Hoyan was still pondering, Caesar was still happily playing fetch with Pixel. Finally, with tears welling up, Hoyan made his decision. With one swift motion, he subtracted 1,500 with a determined, let's do this. This was the only way. While Pixel was still running for its life, it suddenly noticed a strange change within itself. It soared directly into the air. A system notification popped up. Winna Meyer, leader of the Black Mountain Society, has invested 1,500 shares in this mysterious character. The system then continued its announcement. Thanks to this investment, the restrictions imposed by the admin will be temporarily lifted. The super player field is worth 100. Hoyan bet all of his money for a day. So now he's officially broke. Besides that drawback, information about Pixel is constantly changing. Many hidden features due to initial limitations have now been fully restored. From language to appearance, stats, features, and even equipped items. It's unclear if this restoration will cause any harm. But after absorbing a large update, Pixel screamed 7 times. Finally, after the process was complete, Pixel's legs took on a clear human form. She was a blonde with an incredibly hot body. Pixel was staggering, unsteady, and unable to believe what was happening. Hoyan, watching from the side, was already blushing and had a nosebleed. She seemed to radiate beauty, her face as lovely as a painting. With a stunning figure and fiery presence, she turned her tear-filled eyes towards a bewildered Hoyan. Hoyan could only silently scream. How can she be so beautiful? Inside the dilapidated house, faint rays of morning light streamed through the cracks in the walls. Everyone present seemed frozen, captivated by the magical transformation of Shiria, also known as Pixel. The soft morning light seemed to enhance her beauty even further. She stood there, surrounded by a crowd of curious onlookers, and Shiria herself admired her own body. She brushed a strand of hair from her face, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. With alluring eyes and slightly parted lips, she softly spoke, her voice sweet and melodious. Finally, I have returned to my true form. Her words and appearance left everyone, even AI, deeply moved, and Hoyan was no exception. He froze, his face flushing crimson. Soudain, Seola remembrait doyon. She lunged forward, throwing her arms around his still blushing face, and shouted, "Win, Herr Meyer." Seola cupped his face in her soft hands, squeezing his cheeks, while he couldn't even meet her eyes. In her excitement and joy, she blurted out, "How did you do that? Don't tell me. You spent all your precious allowance on me, didn't you? You're more reliable than you look." The Legion's subordinates whispered amongst themselves. What just happened? After a moment of hesitation, a quiet one in the group, Zealot, spoke up. "We need to report this to headquarters." Meanwhile, Seola was still reveling in the moment, even blowing a kiss to the wounded soldier. Just that alone was enough to make that clueless Ariane blush bright red and get a nosebleed. He immediately made the excuse that it was due to a body injury. As for Seola, she was only interested in showing off her Cho Hyun skills. "See, even my legendary abilities are back." Cho Hyun was truly speechless. He just kept staring at Seola, thinking, damn, how is she so beautiful? To explain the situation further, this situation is due to the emergence of the third generation of virtual reality games. Virtual reality, the line between virtual reality and the real world, has gradually become blurred. As a result, more and more people have started taking advantage of this to create fake appearances. They likely do this because of the realistic experience it provides. But cases of high-level identity theft were becoming increasingly common. And so, the situation gradually worsened until it became a widespread societal problem. Recognizing the severity of the issue, the government once again imposed restrictions on the games, and it was directly related to synchronizing the real-life appearance between the user and their virtual avatar. Hyun was now practically drooling over Seola. Of course, players were still allowed to make minor adjustments, but the results still had to resemble the real person, and Seola was truly beautiful. Hyun gazed at her beauty, marveling to himself. Just with that face alone, she could probably play this game for free, forever. But then why was SEO being regulated? It should. Hoyan decided to check Seola's information, and he suddenly realized a painful truth. This pretty but ditzy girl, how would her stats be so terrible, especially when her level is so high? While he was internally complaining, Seola approached him. Hoyan asked Han, "Why the long face?" Then she twirled around and said, "What are you thinking about? Why did you have to spend so much to bring me back?" Seola shuddered endlessly, and whenever she touched Hoyan, he turned into a wooden statue, frozen stiff. "You're quite different from those other perverts. They all go crazy for women. But if you still want something more with me, you should just forget about it." Seola then cupped Hoyan's face, leaving him stunned, with a deep, meaningful look in her eyes. I mean, you don't want to be a fly, dying in a vat of honey, like those bastards out there, right? As soon as the words left her mouth, a loud slap echoed. Seola had slapped Hoyan hard, snapping him back to reality. But he was still in shock. Seola then gave him a twisted smile. It looked utterly grotesque. Just then a deep, furious voice boomed. "You, what do you think you're doing?" Seola had witnessed everything and couldn't contain his rage. Hoyan, holding his swollen cheek, looked pathetic, utterly pathetic. Seola put on a sweet, innocent expression. "Jaehaomai, I know. I sense the presence of, well, a rather large fellow, tall and strong. And it turns out to be you." Cesar doesn't seem to be fazed by her seduction. He just grabs the sword in his hand, completely poised, ready to attack at any moment, with that same angry face and that low, growling voice. "Shut your mouth, you wench." But Hoyan quickly realizes something and silently screams. "Why are you hiding behind that pillar to talk?" While Syria is delighted because Cesar looks familiar, Hoyan, upon hearing her words, is startled and thinks there's no way they could know each other. But while the two men are still stunned, too shocked to react, Syria makes her move with a flirtatious air. "Oh, the golden years we shared. We knew no fear. What is it like to be in the ruler's grasp?" The mere mention of the demon lord, Caesar, sends chills down everyone's spine. Despite his usual stoic expression, a hint of fear now flickers in his eyes. Syra then leans closer to Caesar and whispers, "But you look exactly like him. How can that be? It's unbelievable." Caesar is completely caught off guard as Syra begins to touch him seductively. It would be so interesting if your body was also like his she purrs, especially in places only I know. But Hoyan immediately throws cold water on Syra's advances. Don't even dream about it. Caesar is my subordinate. The image you see before you is something I personally molded with my own hands. Caesar was created not long ago. Meanwhile, Caesar remains frozen, speechless against her seductive tactics. Syria's face crumpled as she sniffled. You're right. I know that's impossible. So why are you turning around and questioning Hoyan? Why did you spend so much money to restore my body? Are you planning to use me to trap AI? Excuse me, but as soon as I said that, Hoyan's face turned icy. He asked pointedly, his aura oppressive. What is your hidden stat? I know you have a limitation placed on you, because you deliberately cheated and enhanced a single stat. But when I checked all your stats, they were nothing but garbage. In other words, they're too low for your high level. So there's only one possibility. You're hiding a stat. You deliberately hid it from me when we made our contract. Hoyan, with an incredibly grim expression, glared at Syria. And there's no reason for them to impose such a huge restriction, just because she maximized one stat. Tell me the truth, Pixel. What did you really do that made you so pathetic? Hit a nerve, did I? Syria's face flushed crimson, and she felt a bit dizzy. After a moment of deliberation, Syria spoke. Have you ever heard the story of a woman who could use her beauty to topple an entire kingdom? It's a little embarrassing to talk about myself like this, because in truth, I was once a woman who could bring down a kingdom. Upon hearing this, Hoyan's body involuntarily trembled. He realized something. The story sounded very familiar. His face began to contort even more. A bad feeling rose in his gut. He began to faintly guess Syria's true identity. Syria let out a smug chuckle. The rulers and leaders constantly sought ways to obtain me. They all tried their best to impress me with extravagant displays of power. A few others did the same, because they fell in love with me at first sight. Syria is simply recounting this. But why does it make Hoyan feel so awkward? She's completely lost in her past. Glory. Others wanted to use me for political gain, because apparently I'm a symbol of the owner's immense power. It's chilling how narcissistic Syria is. Not only Hoyan and Caesar are affected, but even the Destruction Legion subordinates are speechless. As Syria continues to recount her story, there's still so much more. Men who try to possess me, as if I were their property, all end up ruined and disgraced. They lose everything. Even empires crumble. Hoyan's expressions are constantly shifting, unpredictable. He looks like he's falling into despair, panicked, almost certain that Seola is the one. Because in this entire labyrinth, only one player fits all the descriptions. And before he can collect himself, Seola grabs his face and calls out to him. She whispers, "Wine hammer. This time it's different. I'm the one who needs you, needs your shares. I need your holdings. My hidden stat is charm, a potent enchantment." Seola speaks, her face almost touching Hoyan's. She's definitely casting a spell on him. Usually just a little skin-to-skin contact is enough to make men fall head over heels for me. But you're not like that. So, I wonder if this will work. As she spoke, her lips pressed directly onto Hoyan's. He was completely caught off guard, unable to offer any resistance. And so, Seola passionately kissed Hoyan. Her hidden stat, her charm stat, finally revealed itself to be a whopping 13,400. Everyone else present was stunned into silence. Seola was so shocked. Her eyes were wide and her jaw dropped. The henchmen on the other side weren't faring much better. After the passionate kiss, Hoyan fainted dead away. He collapsed onto the floor instantly. Hoyan's mind was reeling. He was beyond words. That woman was terrifying. The scene shifted to later that night. Late into the night, at another Black Mountain headquarters, located in the Eastern District, a wounded soldier was recounting the story he witnessed this morning to his comrades. He seemed genuinely shocked by the situation. Another soldier chimed in, aghast. "That woman was that brazen?" The first soldier sighed and replied, "Apparently, that was even Master's first kiss." Just as he finished speaking, Rena walked up and quietly asked, "Is that so?" Her sudden appearance startled the soldier, causing him to unintentionally yell, "I didn't sense you there at all." But Rena seemed unconcerned. She walked straight towards Hoyan's room. He lay in bed, feverish, delirious. Hoyan continuously mumbled in his sleep, "Oh, my precious. No, stop. You can't steal my first kiss. Why do you sound like you're being forced?" Lena's face darkened as she saw Hoyan's panic. Still in the dream, Hoyan cried pathetically, mourning the loss of his money. Seeing this, Lena gently took the cloth from Hoyan's forehead and pulled it down to cover his tear-filled eyes. She said, "I was truly worried for you. No one else will be here to care for you like this. Farewell, master." Then she quietly turned and walked away. "I wish you all the best." Lena was determined to leave, but it seemed she had cried. At the end of the second generation, during the war between humans and demons, the first warrior to defeat the Demon King was corrupted by the immense power and chose the path of evil, eventually becoming the great Demon King. During the long third generation, countless warriors risked their lives to confront the Demon King. Finally, the Demon King was defeated and sealed deep within a labyrinthine prison, specifically at the deepest level of the abyss. However, the Demon King's formidable dark power remained a threat. Monsters born from that darkness constantly threatened to spill out into the world. Finally, a portion of the power used for the seal was transformed into protective magic, laying the foundation for a city. And during those long, dark days, the fourth generation was born, the generation of the Labyrinth City. The warriors of the fourth generation were powerful, but despite their advances to the deepest level of the labyrinth, they were defeated 7 times by the Demon King's overwhelming power. The Demon King prepared to emerge once again, and just as he was about to plunge the entire world into darkness, the fifth generation, known as the Labyrinth World, began. Right now, Hoyan had woken up, but he was still in a daze. Syria was in his room again, and she was continuously using her charm skill, her deadly charm skill, because she found it strange that he hadn't reacted at all, and that had never happened before. "My charm skill is meant to make everyone fall head over heels for me, regardless of gender or species. But if this attack doesn't work on you, then..." Syria pushed Hoyan onto the bed provocatively. "It's because you're too greedy. So let me try again with absolute maximum intensity." Hoyan looked absolutely pathetic at this moment. His eyes were deeply sunken as he was once again approached intimately. Hoyan's body trembled violently. Sweat poured off him like rain, and his eyes started rolling back. Just then a red alert flashed, and Siola started questioning Hoyan's physical reaction. The system announced, detecting extreme mental stress. At the same time, Han began coughing violently. He was drooling uncontrollably, letting it flow freely as warning alarms blared. The alarm sounded again. "Player is overheating. Neural synapse is at risk of fatal shock." Seeing this, Siola laughed maniacally. "What's this? Don't tell me you're dying. Dream on. I won't let you die that easily." And with that, she frantically tore Hoyan's clothes. The piercing warning alarms intensified, signaling a critical emergency. Players' neural synapses are reaching their limit. Dangerous heat levels detected. Siola seemed unable to accept the situation. She screamed in despair. "Do you know how long I've waited for this moment?" She leaned over Hoyan, her voice a low whisper. "I'm so close to touching the Demon King." Then, she slowly placed her hand on Hoyan's face, who was teetering on the brink of death. And that touch instantly plunged Hoyan into a state of death. He woke with a jolt, back in his own body, completely logged out of the game. But Hoyan wasn't in his room. He was in a pure white space. He sat up groggily, his head pounding. Then he looked up at the ceiling, a look of surprise on his face. The room was completely empty. Empty from floor to ceiling. That's when Hoyan realized there was a problem. A rather serious problem that darkened his face. "Damn it, am I really dead?" Tears and snot streamed down his face uncontrollably. An overwhelming surge of emotion. A wave of despair washed over Hoyan. He couldn't sit still, restless and agitated. Hoyan ran, sobbing in despair and filled with resentment. Wasn't this punishment too cruel? The thought filled Hoyan with indignation. Because of Syria's charm skill, it hadn't affected him at all. He thought he was safe due to his poor synchronization ability, his terrible synchronization. He even knew he had recognized her. He realized who she was when he saw her face. He was shocked, certain that she was Syria, the queen of mercenaries, a high-ranking player from the fourth generation, a player with terrifying power. But she was assimilated by her character, just like Rhodius. Syria often used a charm skill, or her own, to seduce and defeat any of her enemies, to finally reach the Demon King. Thinking of this, Huiyan suddenly remembered something and stopped between ragged breaths. He considered a possibility. Had Rodius ever met the Demon King? Huiyan relentlessly questioned himself, his heart skipping a beat. Why couldn't he remember anything? And how did he escape from the Labyrinth City? He desperately racked his brain, trying to remember. He had definitely found an orphanage, and then spent time playing happily with his subordinates. He remembered that much. But Huiyan's enjoyment of being beaten was rather strange. It was quite peculiar. Huiyan continued to remember that after all of that, he had escaped the game. But a short while later, he decided to start again. He remembered himself saying, well, I couldn't resist. What can AI do to me? It's because of a super gamer. This Li Huiyan now has free time, truly regaining his composure to think. He still wondered why he initially logged out and gave up playing that character. Huiyan tried to close his eyes and recall everything he could, but then he remembered his two subordinates, Caesar and Rena. In that moment, his emotions shifted, becoming somewhat somber, and now he felt foolish. He mentally kicked himself, thinking, what's the point now that I'm dead? He decided to live positively, letting go of all the random thoughts from earlier, ignoring everything. After all, I'll be nothing after death. There's nothing to be stressed about anymore. Huiyan lay there, relaxed, talking to himself. Unlike last time, this time, my whole life didn't flash before my eyes in a fleeting moment, probably because I lived a full life and didn't have any grand ambitions. Well then, I guess I can finally catch up on sleep for all the past years. Huiyan smiled, the satisfied smile of someone who had reached the end of their life. At the same time, he was so moved by himself that he started to cry. Suddenly, a notification popped up. You will be released from the special space known as Reminiscence, and it pulled Huiyan out of his peaceful dream. Immediately, he sat up abruptly, continuously wondering, what the heck is a special space? So I'm not dead yet? As soon as he said that, another wave of teleportation began. Huiyan's entire body became unstable. The system announced again. External force detected acting on the player's physical form, initiating immediate logout. And Huiyan was released into a formless void. Outside, the AI's voice could be heard constantly calling out to Huiyan. Only when it shouted his full name did he snap awake, truly out of the game, and back in his room, in an incredibly disheveled state. Back to reality, where the city bustled and traffic jammed the streets. In Li Hun's attic apartment, located in a low-income housing complex, Yin was there, carefully offering a glass of water to Hun. After he woke up, Hun suddenly called out Yin's name, startling him slightly. In an extremely terrible state, his body pale and his eyes dark with fatigue, Hyun croaked, "What are you doing here at this hour?" And Hoyen's demeanor started to become somewhat agitated. He asked again, "Why are you, Yuden?" "In my room." Yuden, caught off guard by the sudden questioning, stammered slightly. He then replied, flustered, I came to apologize." Huiyan, still not fully awake, looked at him in dazed confusion. Yuden, even more flustered, hurriedly explained, "I'm serious. It's not just for the mistakes I made when you're playing Rodius, but also for the times I ganked you." Yuden's expression grew serious as he continued, "But when I got here, your whole body was convulsing violently." Hearing this, Huiyan realized that perhaps Yuden had arrived just as he was receiving a barrage of warnings. When interacting with Seola, automatically Hyen didn't know that reaction would happen with a real person too. After a flustered explanation, Yuden still tried to apologize to Hyen properly again. And this time, Hyen accepted it more easily, even asking a few more questions. "Do you remember Seola?" Yuden seemed a bit perplexed at the name, apparently surprised that Hyen mentioned Seola. "Just to remind you, she was once a dominant force in the gaming community, famous for ganking other players. Then she followed the Demon King. Seola reigned supreme in the third generation, but with the new restrictions in place, she became a wanderer in the fourth." After talking a bit about Seola, Heian suddenly paused. His dry lips parted slightly in hesitation. He looked directly into Yuden's eyes and asked, "Do you remember why I stopped playing last time?" Yuden wasn't sure. He just said, "Well, I don't really know what happened. After you cleared the final level in the deepest part of the labyrinth." Heian's eyes widened in realization. Seeing his sudden reaction, Yuden turned pale. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Heian just brushed off Yuden's question and fell in a deep thought. A look of shock couldn't be hidden from his eyes. Doubt clouded his mind. Could it be true Did I really reach the deepest level of the labyrinth? I've been thinking. Now it's clear. I've completely lost my memories from after getting to that deepest level. After a moment of panic and trying to compose himself, Hoyan prepared to log back into the game. Yiden, quite worried, asked again if he was sure. Not only did he firmly assert that he was fine, but Hoyan actually had a huge reason behind it. It was because of Syria. Without him there, who knows what she might do? The thought made him clench his teeth in frustration. Yuden then hesitantly asked, I'm curious too. Why aren't you continuing with the character Rodius anymore? Hoyan, of course, didn't answer, but only asked back why he was asking that question. Yuden, quite flustered, stammered an explanation. I thought it would be easier for you to continue conquering the game if you kept playing as Rodius. Actually, Hoyan thought the same. Yuden continued. That's what I thought, so I actually wanted to tell you this. It might be a good idea if you continue playing this game under the name of Rodius. Sensing something was wrong, Hoyan sat up slightly. He wanted to ask for clarification, while Hoyan was trying to explain that his goal was only to clear the labyrinth. He wondered why Yun suddenly made that suggestion. Then, a hand reached out towards where he lay. Yuden placed his hand on Hoyan's virtual reality headset. As if to stop him from sitting up, he spoke. If your goal truly is to conquer the labyrinth, then that's all the more reason for you to seek out Rodius. I'm truly sorry for everything, Hoyan. I took advantage of you and felt no gratitude. As Yun spoke, he directly interfered with Hoyan's login process. It startled him a bit. Hey, what's going on? What's suddenly wrong with you? No one's bothering you. But Hoyan couldn't hear any more responses. The game had been activated, and his entire body was being forced by the system into the game. He could only scream Yuden's name before passing out, internally cursing Dong. That damn dog, I bet he knows something. Then the system quickly brought Hainan back into the mesmerizing world, along with the option to log out. But just a second later, Hainan jolted awake as when hammer, yelling to log out, but it was too late. He felt helpless as he saw the notification before him, unable to log out. Player has connected to the server. Looking at it makes Huang Hian tremble with rage. So why are you even asking? Before he could even catch his breath, a familiar sweet voice echoed in his ears. Oh my, you look much more lively than before. Huang. Hian turned around at the sound, and when he saw Siola's face, his expression immediately twisted in disgust. But he was even more startled and yelled out loud because she was tied up in a corner. But Siola didn't seem to mind much. She still had the spirit to giggle and ask him if he slept well. A hand reached out and squeezed Huang Hian's shoulder tightly, making him shudder. Zhangjiao from behind breathed down his neck in a chillingly deep voice. I tied her up before she could harm you. Now, you just need to say the word, and I'll kill her immediately. Zhangjia hid behind Huang Hian, laughing maniacally. It not only threatened Huang Hian, sending chills down his spine, but couldn't help but wonder. He's scared stiff, yet he still talks big. And when did he even get here? The more Caesar talks, the more fired up she gets. She could be a formidable opponent, but I'm always ready to go down with her using my ultimate bit, beau technique. As Caesar spoke, her hands began to glow as she activated the technique, causing Hoyan's eyes to widen in shock, as if they were about to pop out. You were going to kill me just now, you idiot, he yelled. After being scolded, Caesar calmed down. Her face fell, and she stood in a corner, looking guilty. Holding his head in frustration, Hoyan asked Han, how were you able to tie her up? When you said that you could only defeat her with your ultimate big bow, didn't she put up any resistance? Did she just let you do it? I couldn't do anything. Syria replied in a seductive, coquettish tone. She said he looks too much like my lover, so I couldn't bring myself to use my powers on him. I mean, Hoyan's face darkened as he watched her squirm like that. The royal court cannot be trusted. Then he took slow steps towards Siola, extremely slowly, and when Hoyan spoke, his strangely deep voice made Chaya startle slightly. Speaking of lovers, do you mean the Demon King? Hoyan looked down at her. His gaze was heavy. Having her secret exposed rendered Siola speechless. Her lips tightened, unable to utter a word. Hoyan's suspicions were further confirmed. His face darkened, and he coldly ordered Chaya to leave, but Chaya hesitated. Hoyan was no longer as relaxed as he had been earlier, coldly glanced at Caesar and curtly told him to get out. In Caesar's eyes, this annoyed expression was a symbol he worshipped from his master, so he immediately became amused. He chuckled inwardly and accepted the order. As soon as the door closed, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy with an incredibly oppressive pressure. Syria spoke first to dispel the feeling with a smirk. Why are you hiding me here? Do you have some sort of scheme? But in response, she received a blunt revelation from Hoyan. Yure Syria, the queen of all mercenaries, aren't you? Syria was truly shocked by Hoyan's knowledge. She fidgeted restlessly, struggling and asking questions repeatedly. How did you know that? Who are you really? Heian calmly stated, truthfully, there's only one idiot here, someone who sided with the Demon King and is using charm magic. So I'll ask you directly, what do you remember before the restriction was placed on you? The question made Sharia fall silent. She furrowed her brows and pursed her lips, offering no reply. Only after a moment of thought did she finally confess to Heian that she couldn't remember anything. And immediately after, Heian leaned closer, saying he was the same, taking her by surprise. He gave her a dazzling smile and continued. Is the reason you're frantically searching for the Demon King because you want to regain those lost memories? After being released, she lunged forward, her voice rising. How do you know that? Come on, tell me, are you the game master? You must be up to something. Work with me. Hoyan made the offer while Siola was still reeling, too stunned to react. Then, he repeated himself. Extending a hand towards her, he said, let's go find the Demon King together, because I am Rodius Elrigo, and I've lost my memories just like you. Siola placed her hand on her chin, looking at Hoyan suspiciously with a contemplative gaze. So, you're saying we lost our memories at the deepest part of the labyrinth, and if we go back there, our memories will return. Is that right? Hoyan, standing before her, confirmed that it was absolutely correct, his face calm and composed. Siola asked why he wanted his memories back, but Hoyan just rubbed the back of his neck, evading the question, and asked in return what Syria's reason was for wanting to regain her memories. Faced with Hoyan's question, Syria fell silent, staring intently at the ground. Her face darkened, then she hesitantly opened her mouth. It doesn't really matter what the reason is, but I know I was really happy back then. In Syria's memories, an image of herself confidently fighting appeared, with her sword thrust forward. A carefree smile bloomed on her face. The flashback ended. Syria covered her mouth, giggling, looked at Hoyan, and said, it would be terrible to forget all that excitement, wouldn't it? Seeing Syria like this, Hoyan seemed to avoid her gaze. He agreed with her half-heartedly, which seemed to displease her. Syria abruptly grabbed Hoyan's chin with her hand and forced him to turn his head towards her, which startled Hoyan. At the same time, Sioa said, I'm quite pleased we share the same ambition. I need you to keep a secret from me. Hoyan's face was held. Close by Sioa, her captivating gaze filled with danger. Hoyan hesitantly asked, what secret? At that moment, Sioa's face took on an unusually dangerous expression as she said, the truth is, I am Sioa. For a moment, Hoyan froze, his face pale, cold sweat drenching him. He quickly pushed Sioa away and stammered in agreement. Contrary to Hoyan's fear, Sioa laughed as if she had just told a joke. Seeing Sioa turn away, Hoyan clutched his chest, breathing a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, I thought she was going to use her charm. On me again. Did I just shake hands with the person who wants to harm me too quickly? No, look, there's Siola's back. She walked out, then her voice echoed from the doorway. You just made things easier. Initially, I wanted to use you up and toss you aside, then enter the maze myself. Siola let out a sinister laugh, revealing her scheme, leaving Hoyan terrified. He was secretly grateful for teaming up with her. After Siola left, Cesar asked Hoyan if he was done talking. Hoyan replied that they should get going. Hoyan stroked his chin, pondering, and spoke about their next plan. Meanwhile, Cesar suddenly flashed a terrifying smile and exclaimed, I'm so touched. You swiftly eliminated those weak, yet loyal, underlings driven by their own greed. Magnificent. Cesar's smile held a disturbingly morbid. Then he burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. I thought you'd be stuck with that bitch and that brat, Kia, but you're not even going to look for them? Hyan listened to Caesar's outburst, completely bewildered. He stared at Caesar as if he were a madman. A moment of realization washed over him. He had completely forgotten about Lena and Javi. Panic surged through him. The scene shifted to a dark dungeon. Luca kicked the door open with a less-than-friendly greeting. Startled by the noise, Raman spun around, demanding to know who dared intrude. He was furious, but instead of an answer, he saw an unconscious body thrown at him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Luca watched as the body slammed into Ramen. Rage simmered just below the surface, about to explode. He growled, his voice low and dangerous. "How dare you plant a spy in my organization? You have a lot of nerve. A crime lord digging up dirt? How pathetic. Truly a disgrace." Luca's face darkened, a murderous look directed at Ramen. Ramen felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. Luca's fury ignited, filling the air with a deadly aura. He sneered, "You're like a cornered rat." After Luca's interrogation, Ramen, the despicable and cowardly man, cringed before him, scrambling for an explanation. He stammered that he had a reason for his actions. Luca glared at him and the still unconscious spy, making Ramen even more frantic. Desperate, he insisted that he truly needed Luca's help, but Luca seemed unconvinced. His eyes were filled with contempt. Then he asked for Ramon's reason. Terrified, he screamed that the Soul Reaver was hunting the Black Mountain clan, but his words had no effect on Lucas. He indifferently asked if the Black Mountain clan disappeared. Would he even care? But then Ramon countered. Half of his face was shrouded in shadow, his expression unreadable. But what if the Soul Reaver doesn't want to eliminate them? What if the Soul Reaver joined forces with a monster named Seiya? For a fleeting moment, the faces of the Soul Reaver, Hoyan, and Seiya flashed simultaneously. In both their minds, Ramon's words were like a temptation. He painted a picture of Hoyan commanding Seiya, and the Soul Reaver rising to fight. A vision of them all being defeated, while the other three stood triumphant. Just as Ramon spoke, after that power struggle, only 4 of us remain. Do you think we have a chance of winning? As if provoked by Ramon's words, Lucas gritted his teeth in anger, veins bulging. By now, Ramon stood shoulder to shoulder with Lucas. He asked what Ramon wanted. Ramon looked at him seriously. Then, in a low voice, he said he wanted to form an alliance. In the dim light of the room, Ramon slowly revealed his plan to Lucas. We will use the upcoming black market as an opportunity to eliminate Wenham. On the table, a bleached skull lay rolling around, like a death omen from Ramon to Hoyan. But it didn't stop there. Ramon continued to persuade Lucas to cooperate with him. Unfortunately, Lucas wasn't easily fooled. He said that if Hoyan disappeared, Jeha would go crazy. And that's our chance. Or so it seems. But Ramon remained incredibly resolute. His gaze was firm, his voice unwavering as he spoke. As long as we claim we acted under the Soul Eater's orders, he'll unleash his fury on him. Hearing this, Lucas cracked a sinister grin. The cigarette was clenched tightly between his teeth. Then, suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ramon's plan had greatly pleased him. Lucas looked intently into Ramon's eyes and asked what the others had said about the plan. But Ramon simply responded coldly, telling him not to worry about it. Footsteps approached. It was Sigma and Isol. Lucas followed Ramon's gaze. At the same time, Ramon's voice rang out. "We've been waiting here." It was unclear how long they had been there, but they seemed unusually calm, not at all taken aback by Ramon's words. Lucas suddenly realized Ramon had calculated everything. He was finally getting serious. Lucas dropped his cigarette and looked at the other two. He demanded Ramon explain the plan in detail. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Howan gang. Night had fallen, with a dazzling sky full of stars and bright lights illuminating the area. The main gate of the headquarters opened. Howan, leading the way, asked his companions again about Jagusa's information. He stroked his chin, furrowing his brow as he wondered, that guy's incredibly strong. He'll be tough to take down, huh? Seeing this, Saito chimed in, saying that Jagusa was a former gang member, a criminal. But Howan turned and countered, "We have Cesar on our side. We're not weak either." Saito didn't argue back, only mentioning that Jagusa also had hostage. Not to mention, even for Cesar, defeating him wouldn't be easy. As he spoke, an image appeared. Lena and Javier were trapped in Jagusa's clutches. Hearing this, Hoyan told everyone to head to the black market first. He thought to himself, they say that place is filled with countless valuable items. So, I just need to find them, or find a new member there and rescue them both. At least that will increase my chances of winning. Hoyan clenched his fist as he thought this. A confident smile spread across his face. Soon, the black market's entrance appeared before him. Hoyan confidently threw open the doors, filled with confidence and hope. At the same time, his inner voice echoed, "Once I bring Lena back, I'll be able to enter the labyrinth." But the moment the door opened, all 4 leaders of the black market were there, Their faces lit up with anticipation as if they had been waiting for a long time. Hoyan immediately slammed the door shut. The air fell silent. His face was ashen, cold sweat dripping, a forced smile plastered on his face. He completely reconsidered entering the black market, and instead, perhaps he should find Lena first, under a sky shimmering with stars. The moon hung high, casting a soft glow, but the bare branches of trees obscured the moonlight. In the cold night mist, where the road lay deserted, a lone figure walked forward. That person was Lena. She looked up, her expression apprehensive and unreadable. Her gaze was fixed on a dilapidated mansion, looking as if it had been abandoned long ago. Passing through the crumbling doorway, Lena stepped into the gloomy mansion. Following her footsteps, the interior of the mansion was revealed. Old and rusty, covered in dust. She reached a certain spot. Lena lets out a soft sigh and removes her hat. Her eyes gaze forward. There, a giant portrait hangs on the wall. The person in the painting appears to be of high status, but their face is obscured by a red curtain, making it impossible to see clearly. The curtain's shadow casts a darkness over the figure's features. For who knows how many years, the curtain has been tattered and torn, as if to symbolize the cruelty of lost glory. Lena's eyes fill with sadness as she gazes at the painting. A moment of silence hangs in the air. She's drawn back into a memory. The back of the figure in the painting, so large and imposing, and a voice echoes, "As long as we're happy, that's all that matters." Lena, just a child back then, froze upon hearing those words. She simply stood there, watching the smoke and flames behind her. Back in the present, Lena looks at the painting with sorrowful eyes. She sobbed, hugging herself tightly. "I miss you, Rhodius," she whispered. The scene shifts back 15 years, following the timeline of May, long before the outbreak of the Great War. In the West District, peace still reigned. There was no war, no fire. Moonlight streamed through the barred window, illuminating the basement. The harsh clang of metal echoed from within, as the moon's rays revealed the room's interior. It was a training room, equipped with iron hooks and wooden training dummies. The clash of weapons rang out. Jagusa stood in a corner of the room, arms crossed, observing. He spoke coldly to the figure before him. "You still haven't let go of those useless emotions. It's clear, painfully clear, that you haven't even mastered the basic requirements of an assassin." Before him stood a small figure, back turned. Ragged breaths echoed in the dim space. Their face was obscured in shadow. Then, suddenly the child turned around. A cold glint in his eye, the dagger in his hand flew like the wind. But with a mere flick of his wrist, Jagusa effortlessly neutralized the attack. The dagger plunged deep into the wall, sending sparks flying, a testament to the sheer strength of the one who deflected it. Jagusa turned to face the child before him, or rather, Lena, from his past. She remained in her attack stance, glaring at him fiercely. Lena's eyes burned with intensity as she challenged Jagusa. Lena, her voice as cold as ice, said, "If it doesn't involve food, shut your mouth." Seeing Lena so enraged, Jagusa simply teased her. "She's the type of assassin who only works for food," he said, infuriating Lena. She pointed her knife at Jagusa's face, as if ready to chop him into pieces. But Lena's anger immediately vanished when she saw the bread Jagusa tossed her. He had just criticized her gluttony and told her it was time for her first mission. However, Lena didn't care. She munched on the stale bread, ignoring everything Jagusa said. He didn't seem to mind, simply telling Lena to follow him. The sun had risen high, shining everywhere, making the two figures jumping across the rooftops stand out. Lena took off her hat and stared in surprise at the sight before her, speechless. Meanwhile, Jagusa opened his mouth to tease her about being slow, infuriating Lena. Then, the two stood on the rooftop talking. Jagusa asked if the building in front of them had caught her attention. Lena replied, yes, and asked if it was a fortress. Before them stood a massive building, imposing and extraordinary. Jagusa's voice broke the silence. "No, it's an orphanage." Hearing Jagusa's explanation, Lena curiously asked what an orphanage was, making him pause in thought for a moment. Then he blurted out, "It's the most useless place in this country." The morning sun reflected harshly on Jagusa's face, making his expression unreadable. What are we even doing when we say that? Below, in the courtyard of the orphanage, a group of children were playing. One child threw a ball to another. A baseball bat connected, sending the ball flying. The impact echoed with a resounding crack. Gina's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Are they practicing their throws too?" As the bat sent the ball soaring, a figure emerged, a cheerful smile on their face, calling the children in for a meal. The ball arced high through the clear sky, then turned, a flash of white against the blue, and slammed directly into the face of the newcomer, cutting off their words mid-sentence. Replaced by a cry of pain, the figure stumbled, falling backward as the children below erupted in chatter. This wasn't the first time this had happened to him. This comical scene gave Jagusa a moment of pause before he informed Lena that this was her first target. Lena exhaled and replied with disdain, "You mean that weakling who can't even handle a ball? He's practically dead already." As if to illustrate her point, she pointed to Rodius, lying flat on the floor, unable to move. Jagusa, unfazed, confirmed that he was her sole target. Seeing this, Lena closed her eyes and turned away. She cheerfully declared that she would handle this task quickly. In contrast to Lena's relaxed demeanor, Jagusa was silent, his face darkened, and his voice hesitant. "The entrance exam for the criminal gang won't be easy. Good luck, Lena. It's time to prove your worth." But she was already too far away to hear his words. Lena's face was cold as she looked down below. The audience is now informed that she is only 6 years old, the enforcer of the criminal gang and a subordinate of Jagusa. The orphanage sits squarely in Lena's sights. The place is quiet, like the calm sea before a storm. Inside a room in the orphanage, Rodius lies moaning in pain. Outside the room, the servants gossip amongst themselves, surprised to see him defeated by such a small ball. The male servant seems suspicious, while the maid immediately denies it. Immediately, Gil asks Brambook if something happened in the maze because she notices Rodius seems weaker than before. But Brambook hesitates, unsure. He thinks he's always been weak. Behind him, a small figure silently observes. While the two are busy gossiping about Rodius, Lena tiptoed inside, quiet as a mouse, a cunning little mouse, like a whisper of wind. She quickly ducked into an alcove. Carefully glancing around, Lena placed her hand on Rodius's chamber door. Seeing no one nearby, in an instant, Lena placed both hands on the heavy wooden door. For a moment, she closed her eyes and focused. A soft, magical light emanated from Lena. Moments later, she passed through Rodius's chamber door. Thanks to her unique assassination skill, spatial distortion, though useful, the skill left Lena disoriented. She stumbled, as if drunk, and told herself she never wanted to use it again. Suddenly, she spotted her target lying on the bed, not far away. Lena's eyes fluttered open, and she glanced around the room. Her gaze landed on a gigantic portrait of Rodius. Lena couldn't help but curse under her breath. Rodius, what a creep, she thought, hanging such a massive painting in his room. Of all things, Rodius continued to moan deliriously, urging the children to eat. He was oblivious to the danger he was in. Lena reached for her dagger. Why am I even doing this? She wondered. Dealing with a weirdo like Rodius? Yet, Lena's hand didn't tremble. Her hand rose, holding the sharp dagger aloft, her eyes icy, poised to plunge it into Rodius. No time for complaints, she told herself. Now's the time for action. She plunged the dagger down. The sickening thud echoed in the room, chilling to the bone. With a ripping sound, a flurry of white feathers suddenly filled the air. The feathers momentarily blinded Lena. She frowned, confused about what was happening. The dagger plunged deep into a pillow. Its gleaming blade mocked her failed attempt. Rodius was still fast asleep, but a sudden toss and turn made Lena tense. She wasn't sure if he'd just dodged her attack, but it didn't deter her. She stared at his exposed back, completely unguarded. She raised the dagger again, ready for a second attempt. Rodius slept soundly, unaware of the blade aimed at him, poised to strike. Lena activated her multi-strike skill. Her dagger flashed downwards in a rapid succession of blows. At the same time, her skill indicated a triple strike combo had been executed. Sharp, piercing thrusts rained down like a deadly storm, but not a single blow landed on Rodius. He effortlessly dodged every attack, leaving Lena utterly bewildered. Witnessing her own 7 consecutive failures, Lena was in a state of utter panic, to the point where she questioned herself. Could Rodius actually be asleep? As she saw him once again evade her deadly strike, she raised her dagger once more, intending to continue targeting Rodius. Unable to kill Rodius with her deadly attacks, Lena was forced to make a decision she hadn't initially considered. She gritted her teeth, then focused all her energy to activate her ultimate skill, the Hornet's Sting, an ultimate skill that allowed no escape. But just then, the sound of a door opening and someone entering broke the silence. A pair of men's feet appeared before her eyes. The noise forced Lena to cancel her attack. A look of apprehension flashed across her face, and she couldn't help but curse under her breath. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. The newcomer was about to call out to Rodius, when suddenly he froze, silenced by the sight of Lena holding the knife. She maintained her murderous gaze, locked onto him. It turned out that the person who had just opened the door was Brumbiose. He was stunned by the scene before him. Lena was no different. She glared at Brumbiose with unspoken annoyance. After a moment of awkward silence, Brumbiose's mind finally rebooted, and he yelled with a pale face. Lena's scream, startled by the witness, rang out simultaneously. Her expression was like a cat that had just stepped on its tail. The scene shifts. Jagus's image appears. He's coldly delivering a chilling warning. An assassin isn't just someone who eliminates targets, but also someone who sows fear into others and lets that terror haunt them relentlessly. That's a privilege only we assassins possess. Those words were by Jagusa, etched deep into Lena's mind since she was a child. Back to reality. Rodius has woken up, startled and in disbelief. He can't believe that the bound child struggling before him is the same one who tried to assassinate him. Even though Lena is tied up, she still threatens to kill Rodius, leaving him somewhat helpless against her aggression. But that very attitude makes Rodius somewhat believe in her identity, her criminal gang's assassin. Realizing this, Rodius suddenly chuckled, finding Lena's underestimation of him quite amusing. In the spacious and empty dining hall of the orphanage, Rodius's voice echoed clearly. "Listen, you're not the first one to come to this orphanage to assassinate me." Rodius looked down at Lena, casually stating this harsh truth. Lena fell silent for a moment. After Rodius finished speaking, Gil chimed in, agreeing with Rodius, saying that he had been underestimated by those criminal gangs, which is why they sent Lena. Gil crouched down, asking in a friendly tone why Lena would come to assassinate someone as useless as Rodius. But Lena just angrily demanded food and cursed at Gil. Her words instantly darkened Gil's expression. Behind that gentle smile was a chilling, nameless dread. Gil's anger had completely erupted. She rolled up her sleeves and spoke to Lena with biting sarcasm, causing Rodius to hastily intervene, saying that Lena was just a child and that they shouldn't bother with her. But Gil was not deterred. According to her, even if they let Lena go, she would just come back. However, Rodius quickly interjected that they couldn't kill Lena. Yet, his words didn't evoke any gratitude from Lena. She gritted her teeth, showing a fierce expression. But Gil believed they should teach Lena a lesson. Hearing this, Rodius suddenly realized something. He stopped trying to restrain Gil. Then, putting an arm around Gil's shoulder, he shouted towards Lena, offering her a position as his subordinate. This shout caused the entire atmosphere. The air fell silent. Both Lena and Gil looked towards Rodius. Lena's demeanor shifted. She glanced over at Rodius and asked him what he meant by subordinate, since she didn't understand. But at that moment, Rodius couldn't answer Lena, because he himself was being mocked for his habit of recruiting people as subordinates. Rodius tried to explain, but the words caught in his throat. Just then, Lena interrupted, causing both men to stop and look at her. Lena looked at them with the curious eyes of a child, asking them to explain what subordinate meant. Rodius, hearing this, scratched his ear and said that being his subordinate meant Lena would get free food. This immediately made Gil apprehensive. Rodius's words struck a chord with Lena. She hesitantly asked him again about the free food. Drool unconsciously dripped from her mouth. In just a moment, Lena's face lit up and she asked Rodius to take her in as his subordinate. Lena's radiant expression stunned Rodius. He was taken aback by her sudden change. A moment later, Rodius burst out laughing and welcomed Lena to the camp. This orphan child. Meanwhile, Gil could only sigh in frustration, a stark contrast to Lena's joy. But just then, Gil cut in and reminded Rodius of their promise. Rodius turned to look at her, seemingly having forgotten what he'd promised. Gil gave Rodius a resounding slap and reminded him that the promise was that he would get slapped if he brought home any more children. Just then, a system notification sounded, confirming Lena has become a subordinate of Rodius. Outside the orphanage, The system explains the subordinate acquisition mechanic. Players can create or form contracts with NPCs. These contracts are only void if the player dies or actively dissolves the connection. Inside the orphanage, Gil is explaining to Rena that the rule here is obedience. Rodius concurrently receives a notification. The system reinforces that subordinates must obey the player without question. Rena, now changed into new clothes, obediently follows instructions. She eats well, sleeps soundly, and interacts with everyone cheerfully, according to Gil and the system's rules. If a contract isn't mutually agreed upon, it will be dissolved if a new offer is presented. Now, Gil leads Rena to the dormitory and tells her to find an empty bed. Rena obediently listens as Gil whispers, promising to introduce her to everyone tomorrow. As Lena found a bed, the system continued to announce the rules. Players can have multiple subordinates, but subordinates are only allowed to have one master. Curious, Lena touched the bed in front of her and pressed down on it. She found it incredibly soft. After savoring the feeling of the bed, Lena stretched out and lay down. Her eyes darted around restlessly, lost in thought. The cold image of Jagusa flashed through Lena's mind. Lying there, she suddenly realized she was thinking about Jagusa. The scene abruptly changed. Lena's face was filled with horror, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lena was now an adult. Before her stood Jagusa, a sword piercing through her stomach. Her blood flowed freely, gushing from the wound and staining her lower body. She looked down at the wound on her stomach, and at the same moment, Jagusa's voice rang out. "I knew you would come here. My only strength is apathy." Lena's eyes burned with fury. She choked out Jagusa's name, but before she could say more, Jagusa drew his sword, striking her and sending a spray of blood into the air. All that remained was his cold voice. "Such personal feelings will lead you to your death." Jagusa's face was utterly devoid of emotion as he spoke. The blood splattered across his face only accentuated his ruthless demeanor, his cruelty. Then Jagusa turned and walked away, leaving Lena to collapse, gasping for breath. As she lay dying, Lena struggled to speak. She apologized for failing to protect her master. Her face was etched with sorrow. Trails of blood stained the desolate floor, as if whispering her last words. She clung to life by a thread. The image of Sigma and Luca, Israk, and the Soul Reaver materialize one after the other. These are 6 of the major powers that rule the criminal underworld of Maze. Moonlight bathes the city, embracing the buildings owned by the underground. The AI's internal monologue whispers, "It's rare for all 6 major powers to gather in one place. But that's just how things are in the black market. It's business as usual." But at this moment, atop the Voss lightning spire, Ramen and the Soul Reaver stand side by side. Their eyes scan the scene below. Beneath them, figures scatter like ants in the sprawling plaza. Across the vast square, the AI's inner voice echoes once more. This is the metropolis of criminal syndicates, the heart of the underworld. And to survive here, one needs cunning and reputation. And it is here that I, Ramen, will wield my sword for my own purpose. Ramen gazes down coldly. His intentions are clear as day. A Soul Reaver stands before him, and deep within him, a burning ambition ignited, an ambition to eliminate the Soul Destroyer and the Black Mountain Society to protect the stability of the 6 great powers, as well as his own goals. Then Ramon suddenly spoke, asking the Soul Destroyer, "Are you satisfied?" Before Ramon's question could fully register, the Soul Destroyer calmly replied, "I'm very pleased. Thanks to the Black Mountain Society joining us, we have become much stronger." The eyes of both men fell downwards, toward Hoyan. His troubled expression was evident to them both. At the same time, Ramon spoke up, "You think too highly of him." Ramon's apparent disapproval prompted the Soul Destroyer to explain, "I believe you understand. The reason the 6 great powers exist is to destroy order, to maintain chaos." As he spoke those words, the Soul Eater's eyes were like a bottomless abyss, utterly terrifying. The figures of Ramen and the Soul Eater seemed to meld into one. Meanwhile, the Soul Eater continued speaking. "Power alone is not enough. We also need influence and the attention of others. That's why the Black Mountain Society exists. Their reputation is what we need. The Soul Eater looked down with a cold and ruthless expression. Her intentions were completely laid bare before Ramen. The shadows of Hoyen's group of 4 came into their view. They were oblivious to the Soul Eater's scheme. She continued talking to Ramen. Order will eventually crumble, so I don't wish for that to force my hand, to turn my blade against you. After hearing the Soul Eater's words, Ramen fell silent. Darkness shrouded him, making him unreadable. With that decided, the Soul Eater departed. Ramen, unsure of her destination, voiced his question, but the Soul Reaper coldly replied, "I'm finished here. I will leave the black market in your hands." The Soul Reaper spoke without turning back. Her figure melted into the deep shadows, as if wanting to sink into them. The scene shifted to Hoyen's strained face. He looked ahead with frustration. Beside him, Seora struggled just as much as Hoyan. He gasped for breath, trying to regain his strength. Inwardly, Hoyan cursed. Around Hoyen's group were numerous deep craters, as if something heavy had impacted them. Hoyen's face was filled with horror. He silently questioned what was happening. He began to recall when he and the others entered the black market. He had clearly been very cautious. But when 4 of the 6 great powers appeared, he felt their gazes as if they wanted to devour him alive, devour themselves, even though they weren't attacking. But those faces were enough to terrify anyone. Hoyan hesitated. She thought she had been discreet enough, as a new member of the 6 great powers. But unlike Hoyan, COA calmly told her she sensed something was wrong. Her words made Hoyan pay attention. Looking at the members of the criminal gangs, all were stern and fully armed, and the monsters were groaning and attacking tentatively. Hoyen's group was in the center, surrounded by 3 of the 6 great powers. At the same time, COA came to a conclusion. They're clearly closing in on us. A look of apprehension crossed Hoyen's face, but COA was still talking about the situation they were in. At a place called Keorman, stood towering, and issued a call to the members of the 6. Syria, a leader of one of the great 6 powers, watched him with a knowing look. A smile played on her lips. It's as if they're planning to ambush us. As if to confirm her words, Ram Man ordered an attack. His face was expressionless. A chill ran through the air. The underlings of the 6 great powers, hearing Raman's command, immediately rushed to attack. But just moments later, one of them lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. He couldn't believe his eyes. A large figure loomed over him. He screamed in terror at the power of these seemingly insignificant people. Cesar's terrifying face was right in front of him. Then came a chilling slash. Cesar's great sword swung through the air, leaving countless bodies in his wake. He was enraged, seeing someone dare to attack his master. With a whistling sound, he swung his sword. His face, hidden beneath a hood, added to his intimidating presence. In a flash, the blade descended, unleashing terrifying power. Surrounding enemies were sent flying in all directions. It was a fatal blow. After clearing out some of the enemies, Caesar quickly turned to check on Hoyan. He assured her he was fine, but Hoyan didn't notice that from behind, someone was swinging a sword at him. Suddenly, several blades shot out with lightning speed. The attacker who targeted Hoyan was instantly killed. At that moment, Hoyan realized what had happened behind him. A figure with glowing red eyes, a pink aura clinging to his body, was the one who had struck down Hoyan's would-be assassin. 3 people, who should have been enemies, stood around Han, protecting him in the center. He looked at them, completely bewildered. A pair of delicate female feet softly touched the ground, walking gracefully forward. At the same time, a voice called out, urging Han to stay back. It was Syria. She was casting a wide-range enchantment spell and said, "They're coming after you." Under the influence of the enchantment, the men who were subordinates of the 6 great powers went berserk and roared, attacking each other. They were all slaughtering each other. Syria looked at the scene, a satisfied smirk on her face as she turned away. The battle was far from over. All the subordinates of the 6 great powers were still filled with a ferocious fighting spirit. Everywhere, shadows clashed against each other. Bodies lay scattered beside sporadic deep craters, while the men were fighting in the distance. Syria looked annoyed at being dragged into the mess. Hoyan was frightened by her power. Wiping his sweat, Hoyan said irritably, "I don't know if this is their plan or not." A chuckle erupted from somewhere, making Hoyan frown. Lucas was laughing as he approached him, and praised that the Black Mountain Society truly lived up to its reputation. "I'm really impressed. Every time I see you, I'm amazed." Lucas's face was filled with excitement. At the same time, a system notification popped up, clearly stating Lucas's identity as the third-ranked person among the 6 great powers. Suddenly, footsteps approached from elsewhere. A small figure came into view, and a delicate voice softly spoke. Your soul reeks of blood and slaughter. You want that too, don't you? Isaac, the second-ranked person among the 6 great powers, appeared along with his subordinates. He had an elegant demeanor, yet his eyes held a bloodthirsty glint. Meanwhile, from another direction, Kia appeared. He was the 4th-ranked member among the 6 great powers. Right in front of Hoyan, a figure materialized, along with a bold declaration. The 6 great powers won't fall easily, because we will destroy you first, before you can even attack us. Raman appeared in an attack-ready stance. The system announcement rang out. He is the leader of the 6 great powers. Their sudden appearance caused Hoyan to cry out in fear. Deep down, he felt utterly hopeless. Tears streamed down his face, because initially, he only wanted to compensate for the damage he had caused. In the middle of the deserted square, 4 leaders of the 6 great powers stood facing Hoyan's group. Raman was gathering a black magic sphere in his hand. And speak your mind. As the mastermind of the Black Mountain Society, I've also figured out. You're well aware of our plan. Crime is never the sole objective of the 6 great powers. Hearing this, amidst the crowd, Hoyan's eyes widened in confusion. His face looked constipated as he cursed under his breath. I wasn't even thinking anything, damn it. Suddenly, a steely hand clenched into a fist, as if realizing something. It was Seiya's hand. His eyes gleamed with cunning as a knowing smile spread across his face. So you've planned everything, Master. At the same time, a disdainful smirk appeared on Shirio's face. As he said, did you think my ally, Winham, wouldn't have anticipated your plan? With Shirio and Seiya on either side, Hoyan was burning with frustration, while he himself was dejected, like a plucked chicken. He was silently weeping in utter helplessness. I don't care what they do. Suddenly, a voice caught Hoyan's attention. Then let this moment mark the first step in eliminating arrogant players. Sigma unleashed iron chains from his body. They lunged towards Hoyan as Sigma yelled, "Today is your last day." Hoyan watched the attack, confused by her words. All 4 members of the 6 great powers attacked, even with Sigma's hook inches from his face. Hoyan wondered why the NPCs wanted to eliminate the players. A terrifying screech pierced the air. Sparks flew as Caesar blocked Sigma's attack. Seeing his attack fail, Sigma spat out. Caesar, no matter how strong, is still just someone else's dog. Caesar's hands tightened around his greatsword. It made a heavy sound. He swung his sword furiously at Kia, hoping to shut him up, but Kia remained unfazed, calmly mocking Caesar's slowness. For a brief moment, Caesar was distracted, completely oblivious to Luca, who was sneaking up behind him. He launched his fist forward, a grin spreading across his face. A sneak attack? How pathetic, he said with a playful smirk. Because war is a team game. His fist was charged with explosive power. The blow landed squarely in Caesar's stomach, sending a jolt of pain through him. It was so powerful that it sent Caesar flying backwards, crashing hard into the ground. Seeing this, Hoyan cried out in fear. Caesar, suddenly, the sound of flapping wings caught his attention. Israk was hovering directly above Hoyan, warning him not to get distracted. He lunged towards Hoyan with lightning speed, his black claws poised to tear him to shreds. But just then, Saito appeared, shielding Hoyan. He said sternly, Israk, don't even dream of touching Hoyan. The barrier created by Saito blocked Israk's claws, creating a powerful shockwave that made Hoyan cower in fear. Seeing that Israk couldn't penetrate his barrier, Saito smirked smugly. 6 great powers. But in that instant, Raimon unleashed a giant dark seal towards them. The terrifying dark power collided with Sato's protective barrier. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to withstand the blow, but it was all in vain. Raymon's attack shattered the barrier and struck Saito directly. He screamed in pain. On the other side, Cesar was rising from the rubble. He roared, an earth-shattering roar, to gather his strength, and swung his great sword powerfully towards Israk. The blade flashed before Israk's eyes, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. A whooshing sound, something whizzed past. It was Sigma's tentacle. He had pulled Israk up high to avoid Cesar's attack. The mist blow hurtled towards Saito and Hoyan. Saito let out a terrified scream. The force of the blow sent both Hoyan and Saito flying, creating a deafening explosion. Hoyan lay sprawled on the ground and desperately realized his subordinates had no sense of camaraderie whatsoever. Images of Rina and Cesar flashed through his mind. He suddenly remembered how Rina had always supported everyone, while he was still down and out. A figure stood before Hoyan. It was Ciola, standing in front of him. Her voice rose, laced with anger. "What the hell is going on? You're telling me these NPCs dared to eliminate us players?" In SAO, below, Syria's calm face masked a storm of fury. She had activated her charm magic. Ramen approached, a dark magic orb in his hand. He yelled, "That's exactly what we mean." The magic orb pulsed in his grasp, radiating a terrifying power. Suddenly, Ramen's mind reeled. His thoughts went blank. Syria coldly commanded him to reveal everything he knew. The moment Ramen realized he was under a charm spell, he instantly clutched his own throat. He collapsed, kneeling before Syria. She warned him that if he didn't talk, he would die. But before he could finish his sentence, Luca appeared from behind and punched Ciola in the head, stunning her. He bluntly asked, "Why are you all racking your brains like this? We're sick of it. We want it to end." With Lucas's strike, she was sent flying like a tattered rag doll. Syria collapsed, moaning on the ground. At the same time, Lucas's voice rang out. "If that happens, this world will vanish forever." Hoyan's face paled at Lucas's words. He quickly questioned him. "If this world disappears, then the likes of NBC will also disappear, right?" But another voice answered, "That's exactly what we want." The other person was shrouded in darkness. Menacing, dark tentacles flailed around. She declared, "Better to vanish than to be led around like dogs." A sudden tremor struck. Seeing this, Hoyan fell into deep thought. He wondered, when did they become so powerful? Above, the ground cracked, as if about to collapse. And just then, was raging, his eyes burning with fury, when the ceiling collapsed on him. Hoyan stared in disbelief. Confusion washed over his face. As he watched the events unfold, he wondered if she was dead, lying crushed beneath the rubble. The impact had knocked off her mask, revealing her unconscious face. Eyes rolled back. Standing on a large rock was a woman with an imposing figure. She said to Hoyan, "I hope I'm not too late." This must be the infamous black market. The image focused on her broad, muscular chest and powerful arms. Her thick, strong legs were planted firmly on the ground. Dust and smoke obscured her face, making it hard to see her features. All they could hear was her voice saying, "I've heard tales of this place," amidst the rubble and swirling dust. A foot emerged, followed by a voice. "I am the guardian of Lady Dorothy of the ZZ's clan, and I'm here to find a suitable husband for her." Gil stood proudly amidst the debris. She radiated an unusually intimidating aura. Hoyan made a face at Gil's sudden appearance. He was speechless. Suddenly, a system window popped up beside Hoyan, catching his attention. Hoyan glanced at it with clear annoyance. His frustration was evident. It alerted him that Lena's health was critical and that the Black Mountain Guild's headquarters was under attack by a notorious gang leader. The headquarters of the Black Mountain Guild was currently under attack by a notorious gang leader. Failure to defend it would result in a loss of reputation. Seeing this, Hoyan lowered his head in contemplation, thinking about what he needed to do. Finally, he let out a helpless chuckle. 2 tears streamed down his face as he thought, "I might as well just die here. Just give up on this dying game already." Hoyan's face suddenly darkened. He was deep in thought, contemplating whether he should just quit this game altogether. That was the conclusion he reached, after realizing the reality of the situation. But then he shook his head vigorously, dispelling the thought. A while back, the Black Mountain Society had been attacked by Jagusa, the leader of a notorious criminal gang. At that time, the entire entrance of the Black Mountain Society's building was destroyed in their battle. Javier was kidnapped by Jagusa then. He was tied to a wooden post, his face contorted in pain. And Lena suddenly said she had something to do and left to find Jagusa. In Hoyan's memory, Lena's expression was incredibly determined. He remembered Saito warning him about Jagusa's dangerous nature, making him realize Lena couldn't face Jagusa alone. That's why Hoyan, he ventured into the black market, hoping to find something useful, something that could help him find Lena. But the black market turned out to be an NBC alliance, tasked with eliminating players. Hoyan found himself in a deadly situation. At the same time, images of the leaders, The 6 major powers who had attacked him flashed before his eyes. All of this piled up, sending Hoyan spiraling into despair. He clutched his head in frustration, nearly tearing his hair out. And to add fuel to the fire, Jagusa burst through the door. He lunged in, slashing and attacking, because he had decided to launch another attack on the Black Mountain Society. Amidst the chaos, a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Caesar suddenly appeared. It was Gil. She was warming up, preparing to strike, and suddenly lands a critical blow to his racked stomach. Her terrifying attack stance completely contrasts with his slender frame. Immediately after, Gil's hand chops at the back of Luca's neck with lightning speed. He doesn't have time to react. His head lolls to the side as if it's about to fall off. The subordinates of the 6 great powers see this and rush into attack. But her mossy face remains unchanged. She clasps her hands together, focusing her mind to gather strength. In an instant, she unleashes her attack. She blows away all those who just rush to attack her. Gil continues to leap into the air. A cloud of smoke billows in her wake. Not even a second later, her fist makes intimate contact with Raman's face. The punch is so powerful that it distorts his face. Raman is sent flying into the air by Gil's punch. Outside the black market headquarters, the night was eerily still and quiet, but the silence was shattered by a deafening roar. A corner of the building exploded in a shower of debris. Raman was plastered against the wall. He gasped for breath, blood trickling down his face. He couldn't believe a fighter this strong existed. Hoyan had witnessed Gale's entire fight, frozen in place, utterly speechless. Before him lay his rack, unconscious in a deep crater, and Lucas, barely alive, struggling to breathe. Bodies were scattered around Gale. She stood alone, amidst the carnage, seemingly untouched. The hole she'd created allowed the moonlight to shine down on her figure, accentuating her imposing presence. A thought crossed Hoyan's mind. She was alone. She had single-handedly defeated all 6 factions. She turned her head slightly and whispered to herself that none of these men were worthy to be her young lady's husband. Then Gil looked over at Hoyan. Her eyes gleamed as if she had spotted her prey, and said she wanted to see just how strong he was. However, Hoyan volunteered himself to Gil, offering to help her find a suitable candidate. Gil stared at Hoyan with a puzzled look. She couldn't understand his intentions. At this moment, Hoyan was like a salesman making a pitch. He lowered his height and asked Gil with a smile if what she just did was a test to help the young lady find a husband. Just then, a system window popped up, announcing that his mental ability had been activated. Gil had been influenced by Hoyan. She nodded, confirming that Hoyan was right. At the same time, Hoyan continued to coax her, urging her to listen. Just a moment later, the scene shifted to Hoyan's hand, outstretched. He was speaking of the past, using gestures and words to subtly lead Gil towards a confrontation with Zagusa. It was a brilliantly cunning plan by Hoyan, but Gil wasn't fooled. She warned Hoyan, her voice sharp, but Hoyan remained unfazed. All Gil could see was his confident thumbs up, and hear his voice assuring her that Zagusa would be the perfect husband for her young mistress. Hoyan had calculated to use someone monstrously strong like this to deal with Zagusa. He patted his chest, guaranteeing it with a fake smile and signaling for Gil to follow him. The scene abruptly changed. Now, it was outside the headquarters of the Black Mountain Society. You could see the door was falling apart, and a soft voice said, "I want you to remember this. There are 3 criteria for a good husband." Guile and Hoyan were outside the Black Mountain Society. She led him along, explaining. Even though he was shaking like a leaf from fear, his face was pale, but he still had to answer that he was listening. He wondered what she was going to say. Guile held up a finger to signify the first point. Hoyan immediately recalled the neck chop from Guile and Lucas after hearing her say the first thing was to be tolerant of a wife's nagging. He hugged himself, trembling. Contrary to Hoyan's fear, Guile sighed deeply, because all the people she had beaten up in the black market had failed to meet this requirement. Hearing Guile's definition of nagging, Hoyan, Diora was stunned, unable to believe what she was hearing. But that wasn't all. Gil covered her face, sobbing dramatically. Her second requirement, she wailed, was that the husband must be a sweet talker. Hoyan was horrified. As they made their way further into the hall, Gil finally revealed her third demand. At that moment, Jagusa noticed something. His eyes narrowed with a chilling glare. Before Jagusa lay a pile of corpses. He calmly stated that even if Hoyan called for reinforcements. He wouldn't win. Gil was now standing not far from Jagusa. She crouched low, like a runner about to sprint. With a sudden whoosh of air, Jagusa whipped his head around towards the sound. There was Gil, charging towards him with terrifying speed. As she ran, she shouted her third demand, that the husband must provide a life of luxury, pleasuring his wife without lifting a finger, moving to a different location. Faint footsteps could be heard echoing. A pair of dress shoes appeared on the brick pathway. An elderly man, dressed in aristocratic attire, gasped in astonishment. Before him stood members of the 6 great powers, utterly defeated. His voice was filled with disbelief. I can't believe you've all been defeated. Raman, despite his severe injuries, upon seeing the man, feebly begged for forgiveness. The man standing before him was Brambuk. His expression was ice-cold. Half of his body was shrouded in shadow, amplifying his ruthless and indifferent demeanor. He turned away with a sigh. I sacrificed so much to put Zagusu into play, and yet it was all for naught. You're not as strong as I thought. He stepped closer to Raman. He eyed him cautiously. Byung-bak suddenly sat down, putting his eyes level with Raman's. He half knelt, focusing on every word the old man said. His hand suddenly shot out, gripping Raman's throat. Along with it came a cold, chilling voice. Hyuk-san is much stronger than you. The strength he poured into his hand was immense, making it impossible for Raman to break free, no matter how hard he tried. He pleaded with Byung-bak to let him explain. Raman's trembling voice rang out. He struggled to speak. Sir, please. Suddenly a woman appeared and ruined everything. Hearing this, Byung-bak's expression shifted slightly. The strange woman Raman mentioned had caught his attention. He released his grip and demanded Raman, describe that woman to me. Raman quickly knelt before Byung-bak and described that the woman had a sturdy build and wore a maid's uniform. The maid only listened to the description. Byung-bak immediately frowned. It seemed he recognized who she was. A sinister smile crept across his face, and he surmised that the woman was likely Gil. Byung-bak stroked his chin in amusement, pleased that Gil had finally revealed herself to the world. He paid no attention to Raman, still kneeling before him. Hearing this, Raman quickly asked if Byung-bak knew the woman. Despite having just narrowly escaped death, a smirk played on Byung-bak's lips. He confirmed that he knew Gil, and said that Gil was someone who worked with him at the orphanage, under his command at the orphanage. Rudius and that old man. The image materialized into Rudius's figure. Gale and even Batagati thought so. Batagati turned away. His voice held an undercurrent of nameless amusement. It seems that finally, Lord Rudius's plan has been set in motion. We should go prepare before it's too late. But before the old man could get far, his leg was grabbed by a pair of hands. Raman was pathetically clinging to his leg, seemingly desperate. He asked what the 6 great powers should do now. He said that now. He was saying that now. They wouldn't stand a chance against the Soul Eater. The scene shifted. Lucas was still unconscious, and Hidegami still had his eyes closed, as if dead. Hearing this, Batagati simply turned his head and said cruelly, a bunch of incompetent fools. Don't worry about the Soul Eater anymore. Ramon's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, Brambuk finished his sentence. That guy's dead. Somewhere. Out there. An image of the Soul Eater, impaled by a sword, flashed before them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jagusa parried with his sword. His expression was grim, but he still mocked. Is that all you've got? His opponent was Gil. Her fist was blocked by Jagusa's sword. Instead of getting angry, Gil smiled. She said to Jagusa, pleased, you've met the first requirement, to be my daughter's husband. After that exchange, they both separated and jumped back. Gil cracked her knuckles. She wanted to see if he could meet the second requirement. On the sidelines, Hoyan was struggling to answer Seola's question. She had posed the rather awkward question of whether Gun had any idea what kind of husband he was looking for someone like Gina, completely oblivious to their gossip. Gun was focusing the strength in her legs. Her muscles bulged and rippled. Then, she shot forward like a lightning bolt. Her momentum was unstoppable as she roared. Let's see if you can even get past round 2. But instead of fear, Jagusa started with an apology. Gun's aura was terrifying. She was right in front of Jagusa, her massive frame, like a mountain, her fist cocked back to strike him. But he remained completely unfazed. And in a blink, he blurred into motion, too fast for Gun to react. Jagusa had dashed toward Hoyan, and declare that his target was him. The incident happened so suddenly that Huiyan couldn't react. Zagusa was right up on him before he could even turn around. His face was filled with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. A bright red system window, flashing with a warning, appeared immediately after, followed by a system notification that his subordinate had sensed his master was in danger and activated bloodlust mode. In that instant, Jeha roared like a dangerous wild beast. His eyes were filled with rage. He snarled through gritted teeth, then lunged at Zagusa, slashing with a powerful strike, and yelled, "How dare you touch my master?" The blow sent Zagusa flying backward. He had to scramble to regain his footing. His face was contorted in frustration. Zagusa clicked his tongue and spat on the ground. On the other side, Huiyan stood behind Caesar. He showered him with praise and encouragement. His face was as bright as if he had struck gold. But instead of being happy, Caesar grew even more enraged, believing Huiyan was mocking him, humiliating him. Seeing this, Huiyan immediately stammered and pointed at himself. "You'll protect me, right?" Unfortunately, he was met with a glaring red system window. It warned that Caesar might not recognize his allies due to his current state. Indeed, Caesar went berserk and lunged at Huiyan, attacking, forcing him to run for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs. After dodging a slash with an impossible move, Huiyan couldn't believe so. To protect himself, he thought Caesar was just furious about being defeated at the black market. Lost in thought, Huiyan narrowly dodged another terrifying slash from Caesar. After a series of frantic dodges, Huiyan felt utter despair. He launched himself into the air to evade Caesar. Meanwhile, the others were just merrily gossiping, infuriating Huiyan, who pleaded for help. Seeing this, Zagusa seized the opportunity as Huiyan fell. He was ready to pounce and finish Huiyan off. He had just declared he would be the one to take Huiyan's life as he charged towards him. This out of the frying pan into the fire situation terrified Huiyan. Huiyan was under attack from both sides, leaving him with nowhere to dodge. He couldn't help but curse internally. He froze completely, believing this was his end. But on the brink of death, Huiyan's instincts kicked in, reminding him of the time Rodius became a ranked player. Huiyan suddenly regained consciousness within Huiyan's memories. Rodius's back appeared clearly at the moment they raided the labyrinth. That memory took him back to the past, to the time when they were all preparing to sweep through it. Rodius's commanding figure seemed to empower him. Huiyan felt like he had found a way to survive. He suddenly became serious and barked an order at Caesar. Facing a Caesar who was frantically rushing towards him, Huiyan used all his might to shout the command, "Calm down, you damn monster." To explain this, the image showed two people shaking hands. Beside them, a system window appeared, explaining the subordinate recruitment mechanism. It was a system unique to the Labyrinth world. By forming a contract between a player and an NPC, the system recounted this mechanic using Rodius's story. He had trained his Choin power and invested in intelligence or luck. Suddenly, thanks to that, players like him could obtain subordinates, possessing power far surpassing their own. Following, there was an image of Choin's power surging into battle, and with Rodius standing on high ground like a god facing Choin power. The system stated that as masters, players must also live up to their subordinates' expectations in order to unlock their full potential. That's why there was a Choin power, raising a sword containing immeasurable power, and only by fulfilling those conditions could the master use skills, especially the command skill, to control their subordinate. As if to emphasize this point, Rodius's eyes emitted a strange purple light. Finally, through countless subordinates with this mechanism, Rodius was awarded the position of a ranked player. The image shows Rodius confidently looking ahead, illustrating that to some, Rodius might be a strict and authoritarian figure, incredibly cold and aloof, making others bow before him. But to others, he's like a friend, able to share a beer with his subordinates, like Panpower, and share jokes and laughter. Following in Rodius's footsteps, the system's narration explains that, even though he might display different personalities with each subordinate, regardless, he can still unite them under his command. He can still rally them all to his banner. Right behind Rodius are countless people who follow and trust him, and that's the reason he can command and order all of his subordinates. His subordinates Every single one of them was fiercely loyal and obeyed his every command. And it was this ability that elevated Rodius to the status of a legend. His name was etched into the annals of the Labyrinth World's guidebook. The image of Rodius stood at the pinnacle of fame and glory. Remembering this story helped Hoyan in his current predicament. He now knew what he had to do with Caesar. Hoyan gritted his teeth, as if resolving to do something momentous. Then, when his eyes flew open, they glowed with a strange violet light. He thought to himself, if Caesar wants me to become the Demon King, then I will become the Demon King. He gave Caesar a command meant only for him. With that thought, Hoyan looked at Caesar and charged forward to attack without hesitation. Caesar, lost in his frenzied madness, heard his master's commanding voice. Snap out of it, you damn fool. Are you going to let your master die? Hoyan coldly ordered Caesar, despite Zagus's blade being mere inches away. In that critical moment, Caesar suddenly snapped back to awareness and called out to his master. The system immediately issued a notification. The command skill for Caesar has been unlocked. Thanks to Hoyan's demonic aura, Caesar's command execution rate has increased by 200%. In a flash, the raised arm froze as if paused by AI. Then, one leg bent to gather momentum. Shifting his stance, he lunged forward with lightning speed. He stomped so hard that debris flew everywhere. He was awake, and his face was furious, enraged that someone dared to attack his master. In an instant, Caesar was upon Jagusa, taking him completely by surprise. A heavy blow ripped through the air, knocking Jagusa's sword from his grasp, sending it flying off course. Jagusa quickly stumbled back. His opponent had switched to Jeha. Panic filled him as he witnessed Jeha's speed dramatically increase. From behind, Hoyan's voice boomed, a sharp warning for Jagusa. Stop acting like a pathetic weakling. All that noise and not a single hit lands. As he spoke, Hoyan's face was utterly ruthless and devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Seeing this, Jeha felt a chill run down his spine. A flicker of fear crossed his face. He quickly turned to Hoyan, asking, like a child who had just made a mistake. Hoyan briefly pondered his own physical strengths and fighting capabilities, along with his experience in leading subordinates, to deliver a proper answer. He crossed his arms and said, "You asked the obvious. Attack as I instructed." He folded his arms authoritatively, with the dictatorial air of Rodius. He knew how to expertly manipulate his subordinate. Instantly, a notification appeared. Skill command activated. Saya lunged forward, instantly obeying Hoyan's command he had told him to use. A sudden burst of speed to close the distance on his opponent. In the blink of an eye, Saya appeared before Jagusa. For a brief moment, he was stunned. He recalled Hoyan's instructions. Saya made a feint to intimidate his enemy. He tightened his grip on his sword as if it were real, then swung. Jagusa immediately went on the defensive, lowering his guard. Just as Hoyan had predicted, he was distracted by the sword as Saya suddenly released his grip. The moment his opponent's weakness was revealed, Caesar instantly obeyed Hoyan's command to unleash his signature move and strike. His fist, like a blue lightning bolt, shot straight towards Jagusa's exposed abdomen. He couldn't withstand the blow and coughed up a mouthful of blood in agonizing shock. Although Caesar had lost his sword, his fists were even stronger. They gathered a terrifying power, and with those very fists, he rained down blows upon Jagusa. In Caesar's hand, a blue orb appeared. Jagusa watched helplessly as the attack was about to be unleashed upon him. At that moment, Hoyan's final command appeared. It stated that if he struck like that, the opponent would at least be immobilized by his technique. Gil stood off to the side. She silently praised Caesar's fighting instincts. She commended him, noting how he'd shifted his opponent's attention to the attack right in front of him, and how that would force his enemy to retreat to avoid close combat. Just as her praise echoed in her mind, Caesar unleashed the attack he had been meticulously preparing. Jagusa, in stark contrast to Caesar, now found himself at a complete disadvantage. He realized that he could no longer use his sword or defend himself. He was completely vulnerable, and so he could only try to dodge Caesar's deadly attack. At that very moment, both Gil and Hoyan smiled, because Jagusa had done exactly as they predicted. Now, he was within Caesar's sword range. In Jagusa's eyes, There was only the image of Caesar's descending blade. An opponent smiling terrifyingly with confidence brought his sword down. Caesar laughed almost in delight and thanked his master. Following that, his blade came crashing down. Instantly, a thunderous explosion erupted. Dust filled the air, but even though Caesar had succeeded, Gil seemed puzzled. The system announced that Caesar's command skill had been deactivated. This left Huion confused about what had happened. Right before their eyes, a stranger appeared, intercepting Caesar's heavy sword, stopping the blade from falling. Caesar, enraged, gritted his teeth and demanded to know who the stranger was. The man before him was Brahm. He stood calmly, unafraid, and said with a laugh, "It's been a long time since someone asked for my name." Then, with just a flick of his wrist, he sent Caesar's sword flying. Silence fell over the scene in the distance. Zagusa had already fallen unconscious. Moments later, a voice boomed out. Biambak grinned and announced himself. He declared himself the ruler of Biambak's marketplace, the city of Labyrinth. He stood tall, radiating an air of arrogance and authority. He spoke, "I'm here to end this war once and for all." After Biambak blocked Caesar's attack, dust billowed from the craters in the ground. Everyone around him gulped as he shrugged, saying that past sins are not easily erased. They couldn't stand idly by while the common people lived in fear and anxiety. Suddenly, Biambak turned to his left and asked Huion if he had anything else to say. Winnamer, the League of Shadows. Huion was stunned to hear that name. He couldn't believe that Biambak was here, wondering why the old man was here. Huion's face paled. He gulped, because even when Brambak worked at the orphanage, he was a stickler for the rules. Huion remembered the scoldings he'd received back then. He was sure he'd be crushed if the old man found out he was Rhodius, if he realized who he truly was. After a long silence, Caesar finally turned and asked his master if he could let Brambak stay the night. But quickly, Huion broke out in a cold sweat and scoffed, because that was impossible. Hearing this, Caesar stepped closer. His stoic face showed no sign of surprise when Huion said he couldn't defy the old man. Finally, Caesar understood. He glanced back, Biambak, and agreed that for now he had to retreat. Following Huion's advice, Huion looked at him like he was an idiot. He wondered to himself, "What the heck, big guy? Are you finally going to back down now?" Just as Huion was about to say something, a voice cut him off. Gil, dressed in a nanny's uniform but with a burly physique, slowly approached from behind him. Her sarcastic voice rang out. "It's unbelievable that Mayor Biambak would appear in a place like this." Gil stopped when she was face to face with Biambak and Caesar. She asked directly, "Why would the mayor, who rarely appears in public, show his face at a time like this?" Gil couldn't help but think that Biambak was hiding other intentions. But Biambak didn't seem to care much about the newcomer. He curled his lip, scornful of her arrogance. The two stood face to face. After he casually asked, "You want to believe I came here for you, don't you?" Gil quickly replied, certain that was the case. Why else would he be here? Huion watched their confrontation, paling, as if begging them to take it elsewhere. Lena was injured and Rave had been kidnapped. His subordinates were wearing down. Suddenly, Shiryu pointed and asked if Huion knew the sanctimonious man. His eyes grew distant, lost in a memory. The man's name was Brombrock. He was once an advisor at the orphanage. The memory flooded back of the day Brombrock relentlessly questioned Huion.